Chapter 26. The next day Wu Yan made breakfast as usual and then called Chuju's family over. Wu Yan, Chuju and Chuju's parents began to enjoy a delicious breakfast. Gui Shuelu was a teacher at the White Emperor College. She didn't usually live at home but at school. Therefore, Chuju's family usually didn't see her here. Of course, it was fortunate that she wasn't here. Otherwise, even if she was a grown-up, Wu Yan would have to carefully consider whether or not to move in. The four leisurely finished their breakfast. Then Chuju's father said goodbye and went to work. Chuju's mother went to the living room to watch the morning news. Chuju was still sitting at the dining table with a newspaper in her hand. She had a very serious expression as she read it. Her eyes occasionally drifted to Wu Yan, who was cleaning up the dishes. Today was the weekend, so there was no class. Wu Yan and Chuju could be so leisurely. Of course, it was only temporary. Oh right, I'll go out later. I'll probably be back by noon. After cleaning up the dishes, Wu Yan said to Chuju. Hearing this, Chuju couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" Picking up a handkerchief and wiping his hands, Wu Yan looked at Chuju in amusement. "Did you forget? Yesterday, I promised Miss Heron Palace that I would visit her house." "I Ching?" Chuju paused and then fell into deep thought. After a while, Chuju stood up and said to Wu Yan, "I'll go with you." Wu Yan looked at Chuju in surprise and then a naughty smile slowly appeared on his face. Seeing Wu Yan's smile, Chuju blushed and said angrily, "Don't misunderstand anything. I'm just bored at home, so I want to go to Yi Cheng's house to take a look." Chuju's face had a very suspicious blush as she said this. Her hands kept shaking, which made Wu Yan sigh. Then he said firmly, "If you're worried that I'll go out to flirt, just say it. I won't laugh at you." Chuju's body stiffened and then she said in a rather unreasonable manner, Who's worried that you'll go out to flirt? You're nobody to me. I'm just worried that you'll do something to Yi Cheng." "That's right, that's it. This is arrogance, right?" "That's right. If that's the case, then I won't go to Yi Cheng's house today. I'll go out to flirt." Before Wu Yan finished speaking, Chuju fiercely pinched the soft flesh on Wu Yan's waist, making Wu Yan wail. Chuju glanced angrily at Wu Yan and snorted. "This scoundrel only knows how to bully others." Chuju turned away and walked to the door. "Okay, let's go." Wu Yan shook his head helplessly as he touched the flesh on his waist. It was said that this was a natural skill for girls. Wu Yan didn't believe it before, but now he had no choice but to believe it. This is Yi Cheng's house? It's so big. Wu Yan and Chuju were standing in front of the Heron Palace's door. Looking at the big door of the Heron Palace, Chuju couldn't help but speak. Although he had never seen a door that was bigger and taller than this one, Bai King's door was much bigger than this one. Bai King's door was a school and this was just a home. How could the two be compared to each other? It is no wonder they are rich. Wu Yan nodded and said that. He walked to the door and pressed the doorbell. "Yes, this is the Heron Palace." Quickly a voice sounded. Although he didn't know whose voice it was, Wu Yan still said it. "Hello, I am Wu Yan. I was invited by Miss Itsunomiya Izumi to visit." "Okay, please wait a moment." After the conversation was over, Chuju walked over. "Wasn't that Yi Cheng's voice?" "I don't think so." Wu Yan scratched his face and said, "It should be a maid or housekeeper. After all, it is a big family." Chuju heard that and nodded. While Wu Yan and Chuju were talking, the door slowly opened. Yi Cheng walked out and approached Wu Yan and Chuju. "Mr. Wu Yan, Miss Chuju, good morning." Just like before, Yi Cheng used the long sleeve of his kimono to lift his mouth. He bowed and spoke to Wu Yan and Chuju. "Good morning, Miss Heron Palace." Wu Yan didn't care much about etiquette, so he just waved his hand. "Good morning, Yi Cheng." Chuju also said with a smile. Although she wasn't very familiar with Yi Cheng, she was much better than Wu Yan. "Please come in with me. My mother is already waiting in the living room," Yi Cheng said to Wu Yan and Chuju. When he mentioned his mother, his smile was a bit forced. Wu Yan found it funny. He knew that Itsunomiya Izumi's mother was a woman who seriously went off the rails. However, Wu Yan didn't find it strange. To be able to give birth to a daughter who could get lost and come to the capital for a walk, her personality should be within Wu Yan's imagination. Yi Cheng brought Wu Yan and Chuju to a living room that was a bit smaller than the square. There, a woman who looked more mature than Yi Cheng, similar to Yi Cheng, but with short hair, was sitting. Her eyes were staring at Wu Yan and Chuju without moving. Wu Yan and Chuju felt a bit numb from being stared at. Yi Cheng also pulled up his long sleeves to cover his slightly red face. He ran to the woman's side in small steps and called out softly, "Mom?" Hearing the sound, Yi Cheng's mother turned her head and looked at Yi Cheng. She tilted her head and put on an expression of sudden realization. She smiled and said, "Isn't this I Ching? When did you come?" "I came from the beginning, Mom." I Ching looked awkwardly at Wu Yan and Chuju, then said with a bit of anger, "Is that so?" I Cheng's mother shook her head, then raised her hand and rubbed I Cheng's head. She smiled and said, "Really? You can't lie to people. Lying is not a good child." "Mom?" Wu Yan and Chuju looked at each other and were speechless. They then looked at I Cheng with sympathy. "It's been hard on you." Hinajiku even felt a sense of empathy. After all, she also has a troublesome older sister back at home. For himself and for others, Wu Yan felt that it was better to go straight to the point. "Greet Madam of Heron Palace, I'm Wu Yan. I came this time to ask you something." I Cheng's mother looked at Wu Yan blankly, then said to Wu Yan, "Ask me? Do you want to ask about the secret of maintenance?" "Actually, I want to ask Madam if you recognize this crystal." Since people who cared about details were all 9, Wu Yan directly ignored I Cheng's mother and took out the mysterious crystal shard. Although he didn't expect I Cheng's mother to know anything, at least, "I know." Wu Yan nodded and he subconsciously blurted out what he had in mind. "Oh, you really don't know? Then I have something to ask of you." The smile on his face froze as if a spell was cast on him. After a while he recovered with a smile on his face. Wu Yan asked with a bright face, "Can you repeat what you just said?" "I sincerely ask of you." I Cheng's mother continued to touch I Cheng's head and looked at Wu Yan. Then she slowly nodded her head and said, "Do you want to ask about the secret of maintenance?" Chuju raised her hand and patted her head. Although Chuju didn't interrupt, Chuju also felt a wave of helplessness from the bottom of her heart. "Mom?" I Cheng's face was almost buried in the ground. She only had one thought now, and that was to lose face. However, what she didn't know was that even if the president gave out benefits, Wu Yan might not care, let alone losing face. Now Wu Yan was completely immersed in joy. There was finally a clue for the last mission. How could Wu Yan not be happy? Thus he couldn't wait to ask. "Madam of Heron Palace, is what you said true? This crystal?" Wu Yan pinched the crystal with his fingers and pushed it closer to I Cheng's mother. It was only 1 centimeter away from her face. He asked expectantly, "Do you really know it?" "Yan." Chuju seemed to feel that Wu Yan was being rude again, so she pulled on Wu Yan's clothes and smiled apologetically at I Cheng's mother. I Cheng's mom didn't really care. She's a person who doesn't care about anything. Even if Wu Yan were to run naked in front of her, she would probably just laugh it off. Then she would happily make tea and enjoy Wu Yan's performance. "I know this crystal." I Cheng's mother pointed at the crystal in Wu Yan's hand and said unhurriedly. After Chuju pulled on his clothes, Wu Yan knew that he was wet. Wu Yan smiled brightly and became serious. He said to I Cheng's mother, "Since Madam of Heron Palace knows the origin of this crystal, then please tell me. This crystal is very important to me, so, Mom, please help Wu Yan-san. He helped me before, get rid of spirits." I Cheng's voice was so soft that almost no one could hear her. Looking at her blushing face, Wu Yan is grateful. I Cheng's mom nodded and Hinajiku on the other hand is pissed. "Sure." I Cheng's mother picked up the tea on the table and carefully took a sip. She seemed to be organizing her words before slowly saying, "This crystal is called the mysterious crystal. However, I actually prefer to call it the sealing crystal." "Sealing crystal?" "Yes, because there is some kind of monster sealed inside this crystal." "Sealing monster?" Wu Yan couldn't help but frown as he picked up the mysterious crystal. "A crystal used to seal monsters? System, why did you give me this kind of mission, asking me to collect the crystals used to seal the monster? Why is there a monster sealed inside this crystal?" Wu Yan turned around and asked I Cheng's mother. I Cheng's mother took the crystal in Wu Yan's hand and tilted her head to look at it. She said, "A long time ago. Can't complain. Definitely can't complain." Wu Yan pinched his thigh hard and laughed dryly at the puzzled Chuju beside him. He quickly sat up straight and still. Probably in ancient times, it was an era where monsters roamed freely. At that time humans were not prosperous. Under the threat of monsters they could only live in fear. However, one day a powerful monster was born. This monster was very powerful. At that time, the Demon King coveted this powerful monster's demonic power. Therefore he planned to eat it to increase his own strength. In order to obtain the monster's flesh and blood, the Demon King sent out all of his monster subordinates. He didn't want to rely on them to capture the monster alive. Instead, he planned to exhaust the monster's strength by taking turns. However, the Demon King underestimated the monster's strength. All of his subordinates were sacrificed under the monster's attack. Although a part of the monster's strength was depleted, the Demon King was still not a match for the monster. In the end, the Demon King was eaten by the monster. At that time, a human exorcist family happened to discover this battle. In order to prevent this monster from harming the human world in the future, the patriarch of this exorcist family led his people and sealed the monster while its strength was greatly reduced after the battle. And the thing that sealed this powerful monster was this mysterious crystal. Chapter 27. In other words, there is a monster inside this beautiful crystal, is that so? Chuju glanced at the mysterious crystal in Wu Yan's hand. After seeing Yi Cheng's mother nod, she quickly moved to the side. Seeing Chuju's reaction, Wu Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. In response, Chuju glared at him. Pinching the mysterious crystal shard in his hand, Wu Yan pondered. He didn't understand why the system would issue a mission to collect this kind of crystal that sealed a monster. Although he didn't know what was going on, Wu Yan didn't want to think about it. After all, anyone would want to harm him except the system. It wasn't that Wu Yan didn't think that there was someone controlling the system from behind. However, after thinking about it for a while, Wu Yan let it go. If there was someone who wanted to harm him, they would have done it when he transmigrated. Why wait until now? Therefore, no matter if the mission issued by the system was good or bad, at least it didn't pose any danger to him. Otherwise, the system wouldn't issue such a mission. Well, although the system has issued many missions that put Wu Yan in danger, looking at the crystal shard in his hand, Wu Yan sighed. I didn't expect that there was a monster inside. That's right. Back then, because of it, both the demons and humans suffered great losses. However, it was also because it killed the Demon King and his subordinates that the humans were able to suppress the demons today. Speaking of this, Yi Cheng's mother started to speculate. Even now, this monster has a great influence. Countless monsters are like the Monster King, coveting its flesh and blood. If they sense the aura of the crystal, these monsters will definitely come knocking. Wu Yan couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Then he gritted his teeth. No wonder since yesterday those monsters came one after another. So it was because of this. Damn it, I really want to beat someone up. It was no wonder that Wu Yan had such a huge grudge. No matter who it was, if they were attacked dozens of times in a single night and had to get up to kill demons when they were about to fall asleep, they would definitely feel unhappy. Shaking his head, Wu Yan looked at Yi Cheng's mother and said with a serious expression, "Then, Madam of the Heron Palace, do you know where the other crystal is?" Wait. Chuju couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. She quickly pulled Wu Yan and said, "Do you really want to gather this crystal? There are monsters in there." Wu Yan rubbed his head and spread out his hands. Monsters? I know. It's not the first time I've met one. Then why do you still want to collect it? Although this kind of thing looks very beautiful, it sounds very dangerous. It's better to throw it away. Looking at the crystal in Wu Yan's hand, the originally beautiful crystal was no different from a scourge in Chuju's eyes. Chuju said with a bit of worry. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and chuckled. Suddenly he threw the crystal at Chuju. What? Scared? Chuju was shocked and screamed. She hurriedly threw the crystal back and angrily stared at Wu Yan. This scoundrel, doesn't he know that I'm very scared? Don't worry, I'm here. Seeing that Chuju was truly scared, Wu Yan's heart softened. He stopped teasing her and comforted her. The anger gradually disappeared. Chuju rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. She snorted and turned her head. Holding Chuju's hand, Wu Yan said helplessly, "Well, don't be angry. I have a reason to collect it. You'll know later. Be good, be obedient." Hearing that Wu Yan was coaxing her like a girlfriend, Chuju's anger disappeared. She blushed and shook Wu Yan's hand. Then she broke away. This tsundere is so tiring. Yi Cheng's mother watched the drama from the side with interest. First she looked at Wu Yan, then at Chuju. She looked back and forth between the two. Seeing his mother's behavior, Yi Cheng, who hated getting lost, complained sincerely. Why didn't she get lost at this time? If she got lost, she wouldn't have brought Mr. Wu Yan and Miss Chuju here. Then she wouldn't be so embarrassed. His mother was really... After Wu Yan and Chuju finished talking, Yi Cheng's mother said with a smile, "You two are a couple, right? Your relationship is so good. I'm so envious." Back then Yi Cheng's father and I, hearing that Yi Cheng's mother was going off topic and that the topic was about shyness, Hinajika's face turned red as she shouted, "No, auntie, we're not a couple, not a couple, I'm just his sister, that's right, that's it." Ah, this tsundere is so tiring. And I've said it once. I won't complain anymore. Yi Cheng's mother was probably used to going off topic. She was clearly talking about monsters just a moment ago, but now she was talking about love history. Moreover, there were some things that she forgot as she spoke and now she had to say it a second time. This made the blushing Hinajiku feel embarrassed. Wu Yan said helplessly, "Then Madam of Heron Palace, do you know where the other crystal is?" You don't know. Actually, Yi Cheng's father is also very cute. He looked up and saw a gigantic ceiling. Hinajika did the same thing as Wu Yan, but compared to Wu Yan, Kaishisama looked much cuter when she did this. Mom. Yi Cheng reached out with both hands and grabbed his mother's hand. He pulled hard and saved Yi Cheng's mother from being killed by memories. However, Wu Yan and Chuju looked at Yi Cheng with gratitude. They felt that they needed to be saved more. Afraid that Yi Cheng Ma will go off the rails again, Wu Yan clapped his hands to get her attention. Putting on an expression that doesn't look much better than crying, Wu Yan asked in a soft voice. Heron no Mia, do you know where the other crystal is? I know. Okay, direct enough. Other than Yi Cheng's mom, everyone else didn't know how to react to the sudden turn of events. Even Wu Yan, who is usually the one to piss people off, didn't feel the joy of getting the answer he wanted. Instead, he felt a lump in his chest, and it's hard to describe how uncomfortable he felt. Wu Yan exhaled heavily. At the same time, he heard another exhale. He turned to look at Chuju. Chuju also looked at Wu Yan. Their eyes were filled with tragedy. Madam of Heron Palace, please tell me where the other crystal is. Wu Yan enunciated each and every word in a serious tone. If it wasn't for the fact that he's an elder, Wu Yan would have kicked him into space and brought him back. He would have used his own methods to get the answers he wanted. For example, torture or something. The sealing crystal, also known as the mysterious crystal, after that powerful monster was sealed, in order to prevent it from coming out and harming others, the chief of the exiling clan who was in charge of the sealing ceremony split it into two. One was kept in his clan's collection. The other was used as the core of another sealing ceremony. Yi Cheng's mother stopped here and looked at Wu Yan with a smile. Wu Yan was stunned. He said uncertainly, the core of another sealing ceremony? Could it be? That's right. It's the seal of the Heavyin land. It's the underground hall of the White Emperor College's old school building. Wu Yan understood. So that was the case. No wonder there were so many monsters in the underground hall of the old school building. It was the Heavyin land. The Heavyin land was the place with the heaviest energy. It attracted so many monsters, including monsters at the level of a ghost chieftain. It was understandable. No wonder the people of the White Emperor College didn't notice that so many monsters were in the White Emperor College. Even Yi Cheng didn't notice. Those monsters also didn't come out to attack humans. It was all because of the seal of this crystal. Although there were still some details that he didn't understand, such as why the mysterious crystal fragment appeared in his hands after killing the ghost chieftain, Wu Yan didn't plan to delve into the details. He just assumed that the mysterious crystal fragment was collected by the system as a treasure dropped by a monster. After understanding, Wu Yan's expression became serious. So the other mysterious crystal is in the hands of the Exterminator clan or their descendants? Yes. Where is it then? Wu Yan asked in a hurry. It's right here. Can you say that again? So, it's right here with me. Following Yi Cheng's mother's words, a crystal identical to the one in Wu Yan's hand was taken out of her pocket by Yi Cheng's mother and handed to Wu Yan. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead with a headache. He didn't know why, but after finding this crystal, Wu Yan didn't feel happy. Instead, he felt that it was a trap. How should he put it? It felt like a strong start but a weak finish. Patting his face, Wu Yan walked in front of Yi Cheng's mother and sincerely said, Madam of the Heron Palace, can you please give this crystal to me? It's very important to me. Of course. All right, Wu Yan admitted that although he had a bit of immunity, he couldn't help but be shocked. If that's the case, then thank you very much, madam. While sighing in his heart, Wu Yan also sincerely thanked Yi Cheng's mother. After all, she did him a big favor and didn't make things difficult for him. Just as Wu Yan was about to take the crystal, a delicate voice suddenly shouted. Although the voice wasn't loud, it gave everyone a fright. In fact, only Wu Yan and Chuju were startled. Yi Cheng naturally looked in the direction of the voice. As for Yi Cheng's mother, she acted as if she didn't care and continued to hand the crystal to Wu Yan. A figure flashed by, and before Wu Yan could react, the crystal that was supposed to be in his hand disappeared. Wu Yan hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. Then his expression turned awkward. Grandma Zhu, why did you come out? Yi Cheng asked the person with a confused expression. Grandma Zhu. Chuju looked in shock at the person who came, the corner of her mouth twitching. It's no wonder Wu Yan and Hinajiku reacted this way. The newcomer has a head full of snow-white hair and a height of less than 1.4 meters. She has a very delicate face and looks like a little lowly in her teens. And this little girl was called Grandma Zhu by Yi Cheng. How could Chuju remain calm? However, Wu Yan already knew, he just didn't expect her to jump out. Child's mother, how can you give such a dangerous thing to an outsider? What if the seal is broken by a demon? The little girl jumped and said. Allah. Yi Cheng's mother smiled and said, Wu Yan Kuan is a good child. He won't mess around. The little girl who was called Grandma Zhu looked at Yi Cheng's mother with a face full of disappointment. Who knows if he's pretending or not? What if he's tricked? That won't happen. No, I won't agree. Over my dead body. The little girl angrily turned her head away. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a headache. After all, he couldn't snatch it by force. However, Yi Cheng's mother smiled and said to her, You won't agree even if we ask him to help us do that thing? Wu Yan clearly saw that when Yi Cheng's mother said, Help us do that thing, to her Grandma Zhu, her eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Wu Yan and exclaimed in surprise, Okay, deal. Didn't you say you won't agree? Didn't you say you won't agree unless you die? Chapter 28. If he hadn't seen this creature's aged appearance in the original work, he wouldn't have believed that she's Yi Cheng's grandmother. No matter how you look at it, she's just a little lowly. Whether it was from the physical or psychological point of view, Wu Yan felt pressured as he looked at the bouncing little girl in front of him. If there's anything you need help with, I will do my best. Wu Yan felt a sense of relief when he said that. That's right. Such an important item was the last part of his mission in this world. Wu Yan felt that it was unrealistic if it could be completed so easily. Let me explain. Yi Cheng's mother pulled the little girl, and smiled gently. I will listen carefully and I hope you will be serious too. Wu Yan emphasized on the word, serious. He didn't want Yi Cheng Ma to get into the topic of love history as she rambled on. He didn't know if Yi Cheng's mom understood what Wu Yan meant, but she took out a talisman from her bosom. It wasn't any different from the other talismans. If one had to describe it, it was just a little shabby. It looked like it had been there for a long time. What's this? Wu Yan looked at Yi Cheng's mother in confusion. Wu Yan was very confused about the talisman that Yi Cheng's mother took out because he felt a different aura from it. Wu Yan had seen the talisman that Yi Cheng had used before. Although it was powerful, it was only Yi Cheng's power that had taken effect. The talisman was just like a switch that displayed its effect. It didn't have any power on its own. If Yi Cheng didn't add his own power to the talisman would be just an ordinary piece of paper. Now, the talisman that Yi Cheng's mother took out unexpectedly had a trace of aura. This proved that someone's power was attached to it. Judging from the shabby appearance of the talisman, Wu Yan guessed that the power on it didn't belong to Yi Cheng or Yi Cheng's mother. This talisman is a pass to a certain barrier. Yi Cheng's mother's expression gradually turned serious. Wu Yan glanced at Chuju. Seeing that she didn't have any intention of speaking, he looked at Yi Cheng's mother. Our Heron Palace is a family of exorcists. Up until now, the number of evil spirits and ghost demons we've gotten rid of is innumerable. Speaking until here, a hint of pride involuntarily appeared on Yi Cheng's mother's face. It seemed that she was quite proud of her family, but she returned to her original state in an instant. However, no matter how powerful our family is, there are demons and ghosts that we can't exorcise. They are much stronger than ordinary demons and ghosts and ghosts and ghosts and ghosts. Usually, we can only use seals to restrict them and prevent them from hurting humans. Seal? Wu Yan could already guess what Yi Cheng's mother wanted him to do. Nodding, Yi Cheng's mother continued, although there aren't many of these powerful demons and ghosts, after generations of accumulation, there are still quite a few of them. Thus, in order to prevent an accident from happening due to the excessive number of locations being sealed, a certain generation of the House of Heron's family combined the strength of the entire family to construct a huge sealing barrier. In other words, those demons and ghosts that can't be exorcised are all sealed in this barrier? Yes. As long as the demons and ghosts are too powerful to be completely exterminated, our Heron's palace will imprison them there. Wu Yan frowned. Although he didn't want to comment on anything, there were advantages and disadvantages to doing this. Seeing Wu Yan frown, Yi Cheng's mother sighed. I think Wu Yan Kuan has already thought of this. Yes, although doing this will save us a lot of trouble, it will create even more trouble. Create even more trouble? Chuju looked at Yi Cheng's mother in confusion. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly and explained, if I'm not wrong, although doing this will avoid the trouble of not taking care of them properly, gathering these demons and ghosts that are stronger than ordinary demons and ghosts together will cause the number of demons and ghosts to rise to an uncontrollable level. At that time there will be big trouble. What? Chuju looked at Yi Cheng in shock. but I Ching only shook his head. I Ching's mother smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, as time passed, the number of demons and ghosts in the barrier increased and they became stronger. Finally, one day something unexpected happened. The family head of that generation had just returned from exterminating his spirit. He planned on sealing the magical beast that he had subdued into the spirit formation. However, after that family head entered the spirit formation, he never came out again. At that time, the Heron Palace family almost caused an uproar because of this. After organizing a few people to enter the spirit formation to scout for information, not a single one of those people returned. So, the new family head strengthened the spirit formation and completely sealed it. He did not allow the family members to seal magical beasts inside." Wu Yan looked at I Cheng's mother and said, "Since that's the case, then what's the problem? Could it be that the barrier has been broken?" "It can't be." Chuju laughed dryly as she looked at I Cheng's mother. I Cheng's mother quickly waved her hand. "No, the barrier has been forbidden from sealing demons. With the current state of the barrier, as long as nothing unexpected happens, the barrier will definitely not be broken." Seeing Chuju sigh in relief, Wu Yan shook his head in amusement. Then he said to I Cheng's mother, "Since nothing will happen to the barrier, then Madam of the Heron's Palace, what you want me to do is related to this barrier?" "Yes." I Cheng's mother raised the talisman in her hand and said, "This is the only pass to enter the barrier. As long as you hold this talisman, you can enter the barrier." "Wait," Chuju said in shock, "could it be that you want to enter the barrier?" I Cheng's mother looked at Chuju and lowered her head in silence. "No. I absolutely won't agree." Chuju shouted, "Aren't you going to die? There are a lot of powerful demons there." Wu Yan quickly pulled Chuju over and said with a bitter smile, "Chuju, don't get agitated. Let's see what Madam of the Heron's Palace has to say." "Yan, you can't go." Seeing that Wu Yan didn't immediately refuse, Chuju couldn't help but worry. Wu Yan patted Chuju's back and indicated for her to calm down. Then he looked at I Cheng's mother. "Can you tell me the details?" I Cheng's mother sighed and said, "Actually, we want to ask Mr. Wu Yan to help us retrieve something." "Retrieve something?" Wu Yan looked at I Cheng's mother. "It's the treasure of our Heron's Palace, the jade of the Heavenly Palace." Following I Cheng's mother's words, a servant appeared in the living room with a simple book. He handed it to I Cheng's mother and then left. I Cheng's mother opened the book and placed it in front of Wu Yan. She pointed at a jade tablet and said to Wu Yan, "It's this jade tablet." What appeared in Wu Yan and Chuju's eyes was only an ordinary jade tablet. Looking at the jade tablet in the book, Wu Yan asked in confusion, "This is the treasure of the Heron's Palace? It looks like an ordinary jade tablet. Why is it in that enchantment filled with demons and ghosts?" Hearing this, I Cheng's mother lowered her head with a bitter smile. "The Heavenly Palace's jade is our family's treasure. Only the current family head has the qualifications to possess it and wear it. However, as I said earlier, one of the family heads of the Palace of Heron never returned after entering the spirit formation. He has likely been killed. However, at the same time, he brought the Heavenly Palace's jade into the spirit formation." Wu Yan nodded in understanding. He glanced at the jade tablet and was silent for a moment before saying, "Is it something very important?" I Cheng's mother's expression was firm. She sat up straight and looked at Wu Yan without blinking. She said to Wu Yan without hesitation, "Yes. Very important. Very important." Hearing I Cheng's mother's words, Chuju couldn't help but say, "Isn't it just a jade tablet? Even if it's important, you can't send people to their deaths." I Cheng's mother said expressionlessly, "If going to their deaths can take back the jade of the Heavenly Palace, then I hope that person is me." "Mom." I Cheng looked at his mother in shock, seemingly frightened. Wu Yan and Chuju were also shocked by I Cheng's mother's words. Everyone present could hear the firmness in I Cheng's mother's voice. "The jade of the Heavenly Palace, is it that important to you? You can even throw away your life?" Wu Yan frowned as he looked at I Cheng's mother. Although it was a family treasure of the Heron's Palace, with I Cheng's mother's personality, she shouldn't be so obsessed with worldly possessions. There must be some inside story. "I want to hear your reason, the real reason." Wu Yan waved his hand and he said in a serious tone. I Cheng's mother hesitated and looked at I Cheng with flickering eyes. For a moment, everyone was silent. "Although the jade of the Heavenly Palace is our family's treasure, its use is only a symbol. If you insist on saying what function it has, then it's just that it can stabilize the user's spirit power. However, it's this function that we really need right now." I Cheng's mother closed her eyes and sighed before speaking faintly. "Stabilize spirit power. Wu Yan was surprised and then looked at Yi Cheng. Wu Yan Kun really has godlike foresight. Yi Cheng's mother lovingly patted Yi Cheng's head, her eyes filled with the doting of a mother towards her child. Yi Cheng was born with spirit power that ordinary people couldn't match. Because of this powerful spirit power, Yi Cheng was able to become a powerful spirit exorcist at a young age, even surpassing everyone in the family including me and Yi Cheng's grandmother. However, because of this, Yi Cheng's spirit power isn't stable. If we don't find a solution, Yi Cheng won't be able to control his spirit power and become an ordinary person. Mother? Yi Cheng's eyes began to mist. Wu Yan and Chuju also became silent. Everything was for her daughter. For her daughter, Yi Cheng's mother would give away such a dangerous, mysterious crystal. For her daughter, Yi Cheng's mother would rather die. For her daughter, in the face of such great maternal love, Wu Yan and Chuju couldn't find a reason to refuse. Therefore they could only remain silent. Of course I won't force Wu Yan Kun, Yi Cheng's mother said with a smile, but her eyes were fixed on her daughter. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Not to mention the task at hand, Wu Yan couldn't bear to refuse Yi Cheng's mother's selflessness. Moreover, although it sounded very dangerous, powerful demons and ghosts also meant a large amount of experience. With his strength, he should be able to deal with this world that didn't have a high degree of mystery. At the very least, there were many heaven-defying things in the system. With the points he had accumulated over a long period of time, it shouldn't be difficult to protect his life. In other words, it seemed like this trip was a must. I understand, Madam of the Palace of the Heron. Leave the matter of the jade of the heavenly palace to me. Standing up, Wu Yan rubbed his shoulders and said with a smile. Yan. Chuju opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she lowered her head. Yi Cheng's mother raised her head in surprise and handed the talisman to Wu Yan. She bowed deeply and said solemnly, I'm counting on you. Chapter 29. Chuju that, I want to go. No, it's true, I want to go. But, I want to go. Looking at Chuju who couldn't even get a drop of oil into her ears, Wu Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. Wu Yan knew that Chuju must be very angry that he decided to go to such a dangerous place. After coming out of the Palace of Heroines, Wu Yan was prepared to die or die, and was prepared to receive the guild leader's training. However, when he just came out of the Palace of Heroines, Chuju said to him, I want to go. It wasn't that Wu Yan didn't think that the guild leader might beat him up, or give him a cold face, or give him a grand farewell, or even give him a kitchen knife. Wu Yan even thought about it. However, he didn't think that the guild leader would actually ask to go together. This time it wasn't like the trash headless giant from before. Even that time in the underground hall wasn't as dangerous as this time. Wu Yan could calmly ask to go not only because he had the system as his backing, but also because he lived in the behemoth forest and more or less had some experience in dealing with situations. However, if the guild leader was included, then it would really be troublesome. The guild leader was only level 18, stage 2. The enemies this time were all at least level 20, not to mention that it wasn't just one but a nest of them. Wasn't this asking the guild leader to go on a suicide mission? Therefore Wu Yan could only earnestly advise, Chuju, it's really dangerous this time. I might not even be able to take care of myself, how can I let you go? Chuju immediately turned her head and said, it's because it's dangerous that I have to go. But, do you think I'm annoying? Do you think I'm a hindrance? Chuju angrily looked at Wu Yan and shouted loudly. This misunderstanding was huge. Wu Yan quickly waved his hand and shook his head. It's not like that. I'm just worried that something might happen. I don't care. If you're going, I'm going. Wu Yan hesitated. Chuju didn't listen to him at all. Once she decided on something, even 9 bulls might not be able to pull her back. If he ran away without a care, then with Chuju's personality, the probability of her coming to find him alone was 100%. But if he let her follow him, sigh. Can't you listen to my advice? Wu Yan said helplessly. Chuju stared at Wu Yan's face with tears in her eyes. This can't be right. Wu Yan looked at Chuju dumbfounded. Was she going to cry? No, I can't do anything about a girl's tears, not to mention the tears of a girl I like. Anyone who knows Hinajiku would know that for this competitive girl, making her cry is harder than making the boys in the academy wear skirts. Wu Yan, on the other hand, has only known Hinajiku for less than a month and he almost made her cry twice. If he really made Hinajiku cry, then it would be a huge sin. Carefully looking at Chuju, Wu Yan said weakly, Chuju, I'm scared. Chuju suddenly said, interrupting Wu Yan's words. Wu Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Wiping her eyes, Chuju raised her head again, looking at Wu Yan, and said softly, I'm scared, I'm really scared. I'm scared that once you go there you won't come back. So I'm scared, really scared. As she spoke, Chuju's eyes started to moisten. So I want to follow you, at least I can stay by your side and help you. Faced with Chuju's words, Wu Yan was silent. He had completely forgotten that he could face danger calmly, but would Chuju be able to calmly watch him face danger? For someone like him who was planning to take the risk, the person he was most worried about was none other than Gui Chuju in front of him. As for Wu Yan, who planned to use the barrier as a training ground, how could he understand Chuju's worries? Lowering his head, Wu Yan laughed self-deprecatingly. That's right, I didn't think about your feelings when I agreed to someone else's request. I'm really bad. Chuju suddenly swayed directly into Wu Yan's arms, startling Wu Yan. In a fluster, he hugged Chuju's waist, his face was completely dazed. The guild leader threw herself into his arms? Wu Yan's mind was filled with such thoughts. This is completely out of his expectations, this kind of super development. Chuju was extremely embarrassed that she did such a thing. She didn't think about it at all, her body moved on its own. By the time Chuju reacted, she heard Wu Yan's heartbeat. Eyes closed, face red, Chuju's body trembled slightly, but since she had already done it, Chuju had no choice but to go all out. I don't know why you would take the risk for that crystal, but you have your reasons, I have mine too, let me go, please. Smelling the fragrance of Chuju's hair, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Don't you blame me? For a crystal I took the risk. Shaking her head, Chuju laughed and said, Didn't you say that one day you will tell me about your matter? This is our agreement, so I believe that you must have your own reasons. Hearing Chuju's words, Wu Yan couldn't help but tighten his arms, letting Chuju closer to his body. His heart was full of emotions. Wu Yan was an otaku. Wu Yan liked 2D beauties. There was no reason. This was a feeling that only an otaku would understand. And when the person you like treats you like this and trusts you, what kind of feeling is that? Wu Yan didn't know what other people's feelings were, but Wu Yan himself knew what kind of feelings he should have. I want to tell her, my feelings? Chuju, I like you, I like you, I like you very much, very much. When she heard Wu Yan's loving voice, Hinajiku's body couldn't help but tremble. She bit her lips to stop herself from expressing her emotions. However, the emotions that she didn't have an outlet to express rushed to her eyes and tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. Wu Yan, who was originally very afraid of girls crying at this moment, smiled at Chuju's tears, because he knew that the meaning of these tears was different. Raising her hand, Hinajiku hugged Wu Yan's neck and buried her head deep into his chest. She expressed her feelings without saying a word. Tears flowed down her cheeks, but she had a beautiful smile on her face that tugged at one's heartstrings. Reaching out to wipe Chuju's face, Wu Yan wiped the tears on her face and said to Chuju, Do you know? Actually, I'm not from this world. Chuju couldn't help but raise her head, looking at Wu Yan. She didn't speak, but her eyes were full of doubts. I'm from another world, Earth. It's not the same as this world. There are no demons, ghosts, or spiritualists. It's just a very ordinary world. For months ago, I woke up one day and found myself in another world. In that world, there are powerful people and magical beasts, but I only have a system. Qin Shu's voice slowly sounded in the world where only the two of them were in. As Wu Yan's affairs were slowly revealed, Chuju's face constantly showed expressions of doubt, astonishment, and confusion. It was no wonder Wu Yan's words were too shocking. Chuju's face showed all kinds of expressions, but there was no doubt. And Wu Yan, who saw everything, waited until he finished talking about his mission after coming to this world, then he couldn't help but ask, This is a fantasy story, don't you doubt it? In response to Wu Yan's doubts, Chuju opened her mouth, and her face couldn't help but blush. She said softly, Didn't you say that one day you'll tell me about your affairs? So, I've already mentally prepared myself. Besides, didn't you say that when you're hugging a girl, you won't say anything against your heart? Wu Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and the emotions in his heart burst out. Wu Yan raised Chuju's face, and under her shocked expression, he suddenly kissed her. Whoa! Chuju's eyes widened and her body stiffened. She didn't react at all. Everything happened too suddenly. If she said that she was mentally prepared for Wu Yan's matter, then Chuju wasn't mentally prepared for her first kiss at all. By the time she reacted, Wu Yan's tongue had already broken into her mouth, entangling with her own. Chuju's eyes couldn't help but widen a few more times. Under Wu Yan's attack, Chuju's body began to relax, and finally fell into Wu Yan's arms. Her eyes were open and she felt the sensation on her tongue. Was it a second? Was it a minute? Or an hour? Time was completely forgotten by the two who were immersed in love. When Wu Yan left Chuju's lips, Chuju was still in a daze. Her first kiss was gone just like that. Wu Yan licked his lips and laughed. "It's really sweet." Wu Yan's voice woke Chuju up from her daze. Seeing Wu Yan smirk, Chuju finally realized what she had done. Chuju's face quickly turned red, and her watery eyes were filled with disbelief. Her mouth slowly opened and Chuju screamed. She pushed Wu Yan away and raised a trembling finger pointing at him. You, what did I do?" Wu Yan looked at Chuju with amusement. He was very interested in Chuju's behavior. How could you? Chuju had a lot of words to say, but in the end she only said this sentence. "Why can't I do this? Without my consent, you?" Seeing Wu Yan's shameless face, Chuju's heart went crazy. You didn't?" Wu Yan pretended to be confused and tilted his head and said with a smile, "I remember there was. Someone said that when I fulfilled my promise, someone would fulfill the conditions owed to me, right? I've already told you everything just now, so it's only natural for you to return what you owe me, right?" Although that's what he said, Wu Yan complained in his heart, "I told you everything except that you're an anime girl." Wu Yan didn't have the guts to tell Hinajiku that she's just a character from an anime in my world. Otherwise, who knows what the Tsundere Kaishisama would do. Hearing Wu Yan's explanation, Chuju sullenly closed her mouth. Thinking of the kiss just now, Chuju's heart was filled with shyness. She was so shy that she didn't dare to face Wu Yan again. So, the president closed his eyes, covered his face, lowered his head, lifted his feet and immediately ran in the opposite direction. Touching his lips, Wu Yan's heart sighed. Things developed to this point, Wu Yan was a bit unable to react. After all, at that time he was infected by Chuju's words. His heart was already filled with Chuju's figure, and he only thought of how to vent this feeling. When he realized what he did, he was already in a state where he stole Chuju's first kiss. So Wu Yan could only use teasing to ease his violently beating heart. It was also his first time. Although such a shameful thing was hidden by him. "It's really easy to get shy, President. It seems like I have to train more in the future." With such a shameless thought, Wu Yan smiled evilly and then he chased after the president. After all, that was the opposite direction. Chapter 31. The light gradually faded, and the girl slowly appeared before Wu Yan's eyes. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her expression was indescribably serene, as if she was a princess waiting for her prince to wake her up. She had shoulder-length brown hair, a heroic and beautiful face and a petite figure. She was wearing the Tokuwadai summer school uniform that Wu Yan was very familiar with. Even though he had seen this figure countless times on the screen, Wu Yan still felt very excited. The feeling of seeing the real person and seeing it on the screen was naturally different. When the strong light completely dissipated, a dazzling silk thread suddenly shot out from the girl's heart. Before Wu Yan could react, it pierced through Wu Yan's skin and connected to Wu Yan's heart. Wu Yan looked at the light thread that pierced through his heart in horror. At the same time, two different heartbeats began to sound in Wu Yan's ears. The two heartbeats fought to beat each other, and as time passed, the heartbeats began to get closer and closer. Until a certain moment, when the two heartbeats became exactly the same frequency, the sound dissipated. The light thread that connected the two hearts also broke off from their bodies, and then began to distort. In Wu Yan's eyes, the light thread turned towards the center and gathered together to form a small light bead that was the size of a glass bead. The small light bead mischievously jumped up and down in Wu Yan's room. After it circled the room once, it suddenly trembled and quickly entered Wu Yan's body, fusing with him. Wu Yan's face was a little strange. He touched his body and it didn't seem like there were any changes. However, Wu Yan could feel that there was an additional feeling in his body. It was like adding a little more water to a half-filled cup. Was this the life fusion that the system mentioned? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. As he groped his body, he turned his gaze to the girl in front of him. The young girl's pretty face began to move. Her eyelids trembled as if she had just woken up. Her eyes, which were the same color as her hair, were filled with confusion as she opened them. The girl blinked a few times, tilted her head and looked around. Then her gaze landed on the only survivor on the scene. The two of them instantly looked at each other and just like that, they were in a deadlock. The girl's direct gaze made Wu Yan feel a little uncomfortable. Even if it was a normal girl staring at him, he would still feel a little embarrassed, let alone the fact that she was a 2D character that he liked very much. Even if Wu Yan's skin had been trained to be quite thick, he would still feel a little embarrassed. Misaka Mikoto's eyes darted up and down Wu Yan's body as if she was trying to familiarize herself with him. Just as Wu Yan was about to speak, Misaka Mikoto suddenly spoke. Are you my master? Instantly, a huge sense of dissonance surged into Wu Yan's heart. Wu Yan's face was filled with astonishment. Wu Yan raised his finger and pointed at his own nose. The master you're talking about, are you talking about me? Misaka Mikoto's small face made her look like an old-fashioned official. She nodded at Wu Yan and said, yes, it seems like you're my master. Wait. Wu Yan immediately raised his hand to stop her. He looked at Misaka Mikoto sternly. Are you sure you're Misaka Mikoto and not some heroic spirit, familiar, or whatever? I'm Misaka Mikoto. Misaka Mikoto raised her voice a little. Although she didn't know what a heroic spirit familiar was, she was still her. Being treated as something else made this girl, who had a bad temper, a little unhappy. Alright then, please tell me, why do you call me master? This was the most puzzling question Wu Yan had. Misaka Mikoto was taken aback. She scratched her face awkwardly. Shouldn't the summoned person address the person who summoned them that way? Who told you that? Wu Yan rolled his eyes. He finally figured out what's going on. Sis Cannon didn't know what she was supposed to say. Under Wu Yan's glare, Misaka Mikoto's face started to blush. She shouted angrily. Urusai, Urusai, Urusai. Alright, now Sis Cannon had changed from a heroic spirit to silly Shana. Well, although the way she appeared was a little different, it should be Sis Cannon. With a slight smile, Wu Yan shook his head and waved his hand. Hello, my name is Wu Yan. You can call me Yan. I know your name. Under Wu Yan's surprised gaze, Misaka Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her chest. She glanced at Wu Yan's room from time to time, as if she was curious about everything. Wu Yan, on the other hand, didn't know how to react to Misaka Mikoto's words. Know me? How do you know me? I knew when you summoned me. Misaka Mikoto's lips curled into a smile. When I woke up, my brain was invaded by a memory. Everything about you is in that memory, including your name. Everything about me. Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. Everything? How much is everything? Don't tell me he even knows about the fact that I'm trying to woo 2D girls in Hinajuku? Oh no, oh no. If that's the case, with Sis Cannon's personality, it's hopeless to woo her. Really, really everything? With a hopeful gaze, Wu Yan stared straight at Misaka Mikoto. His stare made her scalp tingle. This Wu Yan is a little strange. That was Misaka Mikoto's first impression of Wu Yan. However, Misaka Mikoto came to a realization. Everyone has their own privacy. If a stranger found out that she liked Gura for no reason, she wouldn't be happy either. Of course, if Sis Cannon knew that Wu Yan was thinking about how to woo her, she would be so angry that her face would turn green and she would give him a shot with her super electromagnetic gun. Not everything. It's just about transmigration, the system, summoning, and basic information about you. Misaka Mikoto smiled. Wu Yan could feel that Misaka Mikoto's tone was more of a consolation than an explanation. It was as if she was teasing a child. However, Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Good, as long as it's not everything, it'll be easy. Looking at Misaka Mikoto, who was fiddling with her bangs, Wu Yan hesitated for a while before saying softly, So, you know that if I die, you'll die too, right? Misaka Mikoto nodded, but Wu Yan frowned. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Like your life is in someone else's hands. Misaka Mikoto stopped fiddling with her bangs and looked at Wu Yan as if nothing had happened. It was as if she could see through his heart. Wu Yan, on the other hand, did not say anything. Instead, he looked straight at Misaka Mikoto. Misaka Mikoto suddenly laughed. Her slightly steady voice started to spread. To be honest, if my life is in someone else's hands, I should feel uncomfortable. However, I don't know why, but I don't feel that way at all. Instead, I feel very close to you. No, that's not right either. It's that, as she spoke, Misaka Mikoto looked around in embarrassment. The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. In the end, she did not know what to say. She paced back and forth, not knowing what to say. Wu Yan, who felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy, suddenly felt embarrassed. How should he put it? What Sis Cannon meant was that she felt close to him but felt that it was too ambiguous to say that. That's why she ended up like this. Seeing Wu Yan's embarrassed expression, Misaka Mikoto stomped her feet and shouted, I just feel that it's pitiful that you've transmigrated to an unknown world and have to fight non-stop. That's why I decided to help you. Yes, that's it. It's here. Sis Cannon's Tsundere. The real-life version of Sis Cannon was acting Tsundere in front of him. Wu Yan's gloominess disappeared without a trace. A smile appeared on his face and it grew bigger with Misaka Mikoto's movements. Wu Yan extended his hand and placed it in front of Misaka Mikoto. He ignored Misaka Mikoto, who was stunned by his actions, and smiled. "From now on I'll call you Mikoto." Mikoto looked at Wu Yan's extended hand and glanced at Wu Yan's smiling face. She turned her head away and placed her hand in Wu Yan's. Don't misunderstand. I'm just doing this for myself. If you die, I'll die too, so, I understand." Wu Yan praised in his heart as he squeezed Mikoto's fair hand. "For you I'll try my best to live on. It's good that you understand." Mikoto quickly pulled her hand out and turned around. "This guy who summoned me isn't too bad?" He regretfully retracted his empty hand, but a smile hung on his face. He was worried that Mikoto would be controlled by the system and obey his orders, but it seems like Misaka Mikoto is still Misaka Mikoto. Due to the fusion of life and death, Mikoto had a preliminary acknowledgement of him. This was also the reason why Mikoto said that she felt close to Wu Yan. After all, her life depended on him. However, it was only a feeling of closeness. It was impossible for him to be worried that Misaka Mikoto would be controlled by the system and forcefully increase her affinity with him. After coming to this conclusion, Wu Yan felt relieved. If the 2D character he liked had feelings for him due to external factors, no matter what, he wouldn't feel good about it. Luckily, the reality is that cis-canon is still cis-canon. Just as Wu Yan was thinking about how to improve his relationship with cis-canon, someone knocked on the door. "Yan, are you there?" "It's Chuju. Wasn't this girl hiding in her room to be shy?" "Coming." Wu Yan glanced at Mikoto, who was also looking towards the door. He gestured for her to wait before opening the door. Wu Yan's face appeared in front of Chuju. Chuju blushed slightly, but she forced herself to remain calm. "I think I heard you talking to someone. Is it a guest?" Chuju poked her head into Wu Yan's room. When she saw Mikoto standing in the room, Chuju's face darkened. "Who is she?" With a bright smile, Wu Yan quickly pulled Chuju into the room. "She's called Mikoto. She's a companion I summoned using the system I told you about before. She'll be coming with us to find the Jade of Heaven. You two should get to know each other." After Wu Yan finished speaking, the room was silent. Chuju's eyes were filled with hostility. It seems that Mikoto's cute appearance made her feel threatened. Mikoto's eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't understand why the person in front of her was looking at her like that. Looking at the two of them staring at each other, Wu Yan's heart started to beat faster. This won't suddenly start a fight. Suddenly, Chuju's and Mikoto's eyes lit up at the same time. Then they smiled at the same time. Chuju waved her hand in a friendly manner. "Hello, I'm Katsura Hinajiku, just call me Hinajiku." Mikoto also had a smile on her face. "Hello, I'm Misaka Mikoto. You're Chuju, right? You can also call me Mikoto." The two of them shook hands like sisters. In their eyes, there was also appreciation for each other. This sudden change stunned Wu Yan. When he noticed that they would occasionally glance at each other's breasts, Wu Yan felt awkward again. Chapter 32. It was the same as Wu Yan's original plan, but also different. Similarly, the two sisters got along very well. After the introductions, Wu Yan was tossed aside and the two of them occupied Wu Yan's bed to chat. When it was time to sleep, they even laid down in the same room. From an outsider's point of view, they are closer than real sisters. But from Wu Yan's point of view, they are more like Yuri girls. What's different is that the reason why the two can get along so well isn't the same as what Wu Yan initially thought. It's not because they have the same cuteness, but because they have the same body type. This made Wu Yan curse in his heart. Summoning Mikoto cost him 70,000 summoning points. Wu Yan only had 11,000 summoning points left. It wasn't that he didn't have cheap girls, but Wu Yan had already decided on his next summon, so now was the time to save up. Of course, the 70,000 summoning points weren't spent for nothing. At first, Wu Yan didn't pay attention to cis-canon's level, but when he did, character, Misaka Mikoto ability, Electromancer, LV5, Strength, C Endurance, C Agility, B Spirit, A Equipment, None level, 68. After Wu Yan summoned Mikoto, Wu Yan's status appeared under Wu Yan's status in the system. When he saw the level of Mikoto's character status, he stayed in his clicking position for a while. Level 68. Tier 7. No wonder she was one of the top espers in a world full of magic and superpowers. Even though she wasn't the strongest esper in the Forbidden World, as the third strongest esper in the Forbidden World, Mikoto's strength was second only to the strongest esper in the Forbidden World. The highest level Wu Yan had seen before was only level 60, which was Feifei's level. Now it was Mikoto's turn. With Mikoto, Wu Yan didn't know if he could find the Jade of the Heavenly Palace on this trip, but he was sure it would be safe. In a faraway area in the south there was a cliff. No one knew how high the cliff was and no one had ever tried it on themselves. This place was desolate and uninhabited. Usually no one would want to come here, but today a helicopter suddenly flew over from the top of the cliff. The helicopter flew straight down the cliff, bringing along a violent whistling sound. About 2 or 3 minutes later, it landed on an inconspicuous protruding rock and stopped at the edge of the cliff. As the helicopter's engine stopped, the helicopter's door was opened by a hand. Then 5 people came out, 1 male, 3 females and a driver. The Heron Palace's ceiling barrier wasn't actually in the Heron Palace. Instead, it was on the edge of a cliff. In order to prevent people from entering and leaving the location of the ceiling barrier and accidentally touching the barrier and causing irreversible consequences, the Heron Palace had spent a large amount of resources and manpower to open the barrier on the edge of the cliff. Ever since that unlucky Heron Palace's house master met with an accident, this place was completely forbidden. Because it was a cliff, no one would come here. So, no one had come here for at least 100 years. No one had even come to the top of the cliff, let alone come to this protruding rock on the edge of the cliff. Is this the entrance to the ceiling barrier? Raising his head, Wu Yan looked inside the rocky outcropping. There was a huge hole there. The hole flickered with a fluorescent light that couldn't be seen if one didn't get close. Yes, there's a barrier set up by our Heron Palace's ancestors in the hole and on the hole. All of the captured monsters will be thrown into the hole and locked up. Yi Cheng's mother answered casually on the side, then continued to look at Mikoto. How could Yi Cheng's mother not be interested when such a little girl suddenly appeared and wanted to follow Wu Yan into the barrier to find the jade of the Heavenly Palace? Moreover, it was impossible for Wu Yan to not know how dangerous it was inside, yet he didn't object. Yi Cheng's mother didn't believe that Wu Yan would let a little girl go in and throw away her life. Then there was only one explanation. This little girl had a bit of strength. I wonder who is more outstanding between Yi Cheng and me. There was a little girl about the same age as her daughter who also had a bit of mysterious power. Yi Cheng's mother couldn't help but compare Mikoto to Yi Cheng. However, what she didn't know was that Yi Cheng couldn't be compared to Mikoto. After all, the two came from different worlds. In terms of talent, one was born with spiritual power that could rival a veteran spirit master, while the other was a LV5 Esper. The difference in talent could be said to be not that big. It's just that different worlds would cause them to develop in different ways. Butler Whirlwind is a world with very few mysteries, while the Magic Forbidden world has magic, superpowers, angels and saints. Among the worlds that Wu Yan knows of, this world's mysteries are at the top. Butler Whirlwind's world is not something that can be compared to it. Mystery couldn't be compared in front of a higher-level mystery. Mikoto, who grew up in a higher-level mystery world, was naturally much stronger than Yi Cheng, who grew up in a lower-level mystery world. At this time, Wu Yan was staring at the cave in front of him. Other than the faint flickering light, it was no different from any other cave. However, the constant warning from the system almost made Wu Yan faint. One must know that the system's warning only sounded when there was a less than 10% chance of winning a battle. Just like when Wu Yan had just transmigrated when he fought a LV0 wind snake. Wu Yan had heard this warning the most when he was in the Behemoth Forest. With it, Wu Yan had avoided countless dangers that he couldn't win. And now the system's warning sounded again. This time it sounded no less than 10 times. In other words, there were at least 10 Wu Yans in this cave that had a less than 10% chance of winning against demons and ghosts. The tragedy was that Wu Yan couldn't avoid it. Instead, he had to charge in. Of course, if Mikoto was to act, there shouldn't be a problem. The only problem was whether or not Wu Yan would let her. Wu Yan turned around. Then, Madam of the Heron Palace, we'll go in first. Yi Cheng's mother stopped looking at Mikoto. She took out a tattered talisman and handed it to Wu Yan. Be careful. The food we brought is only enough to last us a week. If you don't come out in a week, then you don't have to wait for us. Wu Yan said with a smile. He took the talisman from Yi Cheng's mother and flipped it over. He held it in his hand and looked at Mikoto. Mikoto, are you ready? That. Mikoto pushed away a certain object that fell on her body and helplessly shook her head. You might have to wait a little longer. I told you didn't have to come, but you insisted on coming. Wu Yan looked at the object and said to Wu Yan. Maybe Mikoto's actions woke him up, or maybe Wu Yan's words woke him up. He tried his best to straighten his body, but his face is still ashen. His lips have turned completely white and his eyes are rolling around in a way that would make anyone feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. I said, I'll come, don't even think about leaving me behind. Chuju tried to move her lips but she couldn't. She could only give up. One of her hands was still on Mikoto's body. She used all her strength to support herself. You know you have acrophobia but you still forced yourself to come. Aren't you just looking for trouble? Chuju didn't look like she wanted to give up. Wu Yen could only smile bitterly. Who doesn't know that Kaisha-sama has acrophobia? Ah, it's nothing, big deal. Let's go. Chuju's eyelids were about to close but she still said to Wu Yen intermittently. Seems like it's impossible for her to give up. I Cheng's mother turned a blind eye to Chuju's acrophobia. More accurately, she found it amusing to see Chuju's unlucky face. She just smiled at her. Alright, let's go. Hinajiku stuttered as she supported Mikoto to prevent herself from collapsing to the ground. After all, they're on a high ground and below them is a cliff. Sighing, Wu Yen raised his hand that was holding the talisman at the entrance of the cave. The fluorescent light at the entrance started getting brighter and brighter. The talisman in Wu Yan's hand started rippling with visible ripples. When the ripples met with the fluorescent light, the ripples from the talisman pierced a hole in the fluorescent light. When the hole was big enough for one person to pass through, the ripples from the talisman stopped. Wu Yen couldn't help but smile at this. He put the talisman in his space ring and said to Mikoto, "Let's go, Mikoto. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Chuju." "I can do it." The weak voice was ignored by the two. They waved at I Cheng's mother and the two entered the cave together with the limp thing. "Be careful." I Cheng's mother couldn't help but shout. What she got in return was a swinging arm. After the three entered the cave, the fluorescent light at the cave entrance slowly closed. The light dimmed and the cave returned to its original state. The cave entrance was huge but the inside was even bigger. Wu Yan's group was currently walking in a huge tunnel. The deeper they went, the wider the tunnel became. At the end, the walls on both sides of Wu Yan's group were already 50 meters away from them. As the tunnel got wider and wider, there were no other sounds besides their footsteps. Mikoto couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you say there were a lot of demons and ghosts? Why aren't there any?" Turning his head, Wu Yen saw Mikoto's calm face. However, Wu Yen wasn't looking at her face but the sweat that was quietly flowing down her forehead. Wu Yen was also puzzled. After all, according to I Cheng's mother, there should be a lot of powerful demons and ghosts here. Wu Yan's group had been walking for almost 10 minutes. Let alone demons, they didn't even see a ghost. However, this didn't affect Wu Yan's mood to tease the girl. Curling his lips, Wu Yen looked at Mikoto who was pretending to be calm and directly said, "If you're scared, just tell me. Mikoto, I won't laugh at you." Mikoto stopped and looked at Wu Yen fiercely. She bit her lips. "I'm not scared. Something comes out, it's good. I'll definitely electrocute it into charcoal." As if to prove her words, sparks of electricity flashed on Mikoto's forehead. Blue arcs of electricity appeared around her body, adding light to the dark cave. Unfortunately, Mikoto forgot that she wasn't the only one on her body. What? Chuju, who was lying on Mikoto's body, was electrocuted. Chuju, who was originally lifeless, jumped up from the shock. Sorry Chuju. Are you okay?" Chuju chuckled and gasped for breath. "I'm fine. Actually, I'm a lot better. After being electrocuted by you." "Aha." Mikoto laughed dryly. The speechless Wu Yen could only choose to pretend he didn't see anything and continued walking. Mikoto and Chuju quickly followed. The two of them tacitly held each other's hands. "Alright, Kaisha-sama is also very afraid of demons and ghosts." Chapter 33. When Wu Yen, Mikoto, and Chuju first entered the cave, it was completely dark. They could only see each other. However, as Wu Yen and the other two went deeper into the cave, it became brighter and brighter. Even though it was still not as bright as day, at least the three of them could see things effortlessly. Looking around, Wu Yen didn't see anything that could shine. In a world without any mysteries, this strange situation could only be blamed on the ghosts. But in this place, it could only be blamed on the demons and ghosts. The two girls who were usually so bold were now cowering behind Wu Yen. Even the level 68 cis cannon looked scared. Only when Wu Yen turned around did she quickly straighten her face. She didn't know that all her actions were seen by Wu Yen. So, even if she was strong, a little girl was still a little girl. Walking in the quiet tunnel, the three of them didn't speak. There were many demons in this cave. Even if they didn't do anything, it was better to avoid alerting the enemy. When they entered the cave, Wu Yen took out his Kusanagi sword. He wasn't confident that he would have the time to retrieve his sword under the attacks of the demons. At this time, Wu Yen activated the detection function of the system. As long as something appeared in front of him, even if it was invisible, the detection function would be able to find it. Hey Yin, do you think the monsters here are all dead? After all, it's been so long, Chuju said to Wu Yen. Perhaps she couldn't stand the atmosphere. That's impossible, Wu Yen said with certainty. Although I don't know if these demons and ghosts are immortal like the legends say, their lifespan is definitely much longer than us humans. Even if we die, they might still be alive. Plus, Madame Heron said that there are many demons here. If that's the case, there must be females as well. Then they can reproduce. If that's the case, why haven't we seen any demons or ghosts? Although Mikoto was summoned for less than a day, the system had already passed on some necessary knowledge to her. Compared to the unbelievable system, demons and ghosts weren't something she couldn't accept. However, as a 14-year-old girl, accepting demons and ghosts didn't mean she wasn't afraid. Well, although Sis Cannon always acted fearless in front of Wu Yen, she wouldn't be called Tsundere Cannon if she wasn't Tsundere. That's what I thought too, up until just now. Wu Yen stopped in his tracks. Mikoto and Hinagiku couldn't help but be surprised. They looked around vigilantly with fear in their eyes. What's wrong? Yeah. Chuju gulped and asked nervously. Wu Yen turned around with a puzzled look on his face. Wait. Wu Yen waved his hand and looked left and right. He frowned and lowered his head. Phew. Just as Wu Yen lowered his head, a light breeze blew in from nowhere and gently caressed the trio. It lifted Wu Yan's hair and lifted Chuju's and Mikoto's skirts. Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto were facing each other. Wu Yan's head was also lowered, so when the wind lifted Chuju and Mikoto's skirts, Wu Yan's eyes were on them. 2 pairs of safety pants, one white and one black, appeared in front of Wu Yan's eyes. Wu Yan's eyes widened as he kept his head down. Looking at the 2 pairs of safety pants in front of him, Wu Yan's face was full of shock. Although they were usually very tomboyish, they were still girls. When their skirts were blown up, no girl wouldn't feel embarrassed. The 2 of them exclaimed at the same time and pressed down on their skirts. Then they looked at Wu Yen with reddened faces. You didn't see it, right, Yen? A crystal sword appeared in Chuju's hand. Chuju looked at Wu Yen with an unfriendly gaze. As long as Wu Yen shamelessly said that he saw it, Chuju would cut him in half. After all, she had seen Wu Yan's shamelessness more than once. For example, last time when she was seen naked. Feeling Chuju's gaze, Wu Yan's head shook like a rattled drum. Beep beep beep. A burst of electric sparks sounded. A blue light flashed, making Wu Yan's shaking motion freeze. Like a robot, he turned his head to the other side. Don't tell me you purposely stopped because of something like this. Mikoto lowered her head, her forehead flashed with electric sparks. Her voice was so cold that it almost froze Wu Yen. No wonder Mikoto thought that way. After all, the angle and timing of Wu Yan's head was too perfect. Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this point. This is just an accident. It really was an accident. The heavens pity him. This time Wu Yen really spoke the truth. Looking at the 2 girls who were like kegs of gunpowder, Wu Yan's heart was full of tears. Mikoto was fine. Even though she was wearing safety pants, she didn't spread it around. But what's going on with Chuju? In the original work, when they first met Seo Ayasaki, didn't Chuju take the initiative to take off her skirt to prove that she was wearing safety pants? Why is it that if it's me, I can't even look at safety pants? This doesn't make sense. Don't try to guess a girl's thoughts. Looking at Mikoto and Hinagiku's increasingly unfriendly faces, he quickly raised his hand to stop them from flipping out. He then said in a grief-stricken voice, "Wait, please listen to my last words. What else do you have to say?" The 2 girls said in unison. "If I say I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me?" Looking at Chuju and Mikoto with a bitter smile, Wu Yen gave his final explanation. "Then tell me, why did you stop?" Chuju stopped Mikoto, who was about to electrocute Wu Yen, and said to Wu Yen in a bad mood. Looking at Chuju with gratitude, Wu Yen only got a cold humph. Wu Yen coughed and quickly became serious. "The reason I stopped is because I found out that we've already been here before." The 2 girls were stunned. Even Chuju, who didn't expect Wu Yen to give an explanation, was the same. She thought that Wu Yen really wanted to see the scenery under their skirt, so he purposely acted mysterious. She didn't expect Wu Yen to say this. It can be seen that Wu Yen has a very good impression in Kaisha-sama's mind. This place? Chuju turned her head and looked around. We've been here before? Mikoto also stopped using her powers and looked around. She then exchanged a look with Hinagiku. Both of them had the same blank look in their eyes. Wu Yen shook his head. It's no wonder they couldn't find out. Other than the rock walls and rocks, there's nothing else. Things that can be used as a reference are very few and things that can attract people's attention are even rarer. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's perfect memory ability, he probably wouldn't have found out either. Have we really been here before? I didn't notice anything. Mikoto twisted her face and looked at Wu Yan. But Wu Yan didn't answer Mikoto. Instead, he turned to Chuju. Chuju, did you forget my memory? It's impossible for me to remember wrongly. Seeing Mikoto's confused expression, Chuju nodded. Yes, Yen won't remember wrongly. His memory is exceptionally good. He can remember everything he saw once. Since he said we've been here before, it must be true. You saw it once and you remembered it? Mikoto looked at Wu Yan in surprise. That's already in the category of ability, right? As expected of Sis Canon, LV5 doesn't make you stupid. She instantly saw through Wu Yan's perfect memory ability. So you're saying we're lost? Chuju said with uncertainty. You can't say we're lost. Wu Yan raised his hand to refute. You should say we're in a maze. Maze? The two girls looked at Wu Yan in surprise. Yes. Wu Yan walked to the wall and patted it. Have you forgotten? Ever since we entered this cave, we've been walking on the same path. There's no fork in the road. How could we be lost? So you're saying? Chuju said in a low voice. We've been walking in circles. Mikoto saw through the situation. Yes. Wu Yan opened his system list. I think this is a tunnel with very little distortion. The tunnel is in a circle. Ever since we came in, we've been walking around it. Because the distortion is very small and the tunnel is very big, we didn't notice anything. Is that so? Chuju lowered her head and pondered. Of course. Otherwise, do you really think I stopped because I wanted to look at two pairs of safety pants that have nothing to look at? Of course, Wu Yan swallowed the last sentence back into his stomach. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to fight for his life. He might as well just die. Then what do we do now? Turn around and go back? Mikoto asked. Although she's quite smart, but at this time, the man should make the decision. No. Wu Yan shook his head. Even if we turn around, we probably won't be able to get out. Chuju and Mikoto looked at Wu Yan. Why? Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Do you even need to say it? After we entered the cave, we circled around it. However, after circling around it, did you see the entrance of the cave when we came in? Mikoto and Chuju froze. That's right, after walking around we should be able to see the exit. Could it be? Chuju shrunk her head. Is this the legendary ghost wall? It can't be. Mikoto, who was still frowning and pondering, suddenly didn't know what to do after hearing Chuju's words. She laughed dryly. Rolling his eyes at the two girls who are still scaring him, Wu Yan deeply felt that if he wanted to rely on the two of them, he would really have to go around the ghost wall for the rest of his life. Seeing Wu Yan shaking his hands, Chuju asked, Yan, what are you doing? Have you thought of a way? Compared to Chuju, Mikoto curiously stretched her head and leaned in front of Wu Yan. Oh, this is the system? Wu Yan paused and looked at Mikoto in surprise. He pointed at the system list. Can you see the system list? Mikoto. Mikoto nodded. I can see it, it's right in front of you. System? That's the system you were talking about? Why can't I see anything? Chuju kept looking left and right but still couldn't see anything. Wu Yan tapped his chin. Looks like as my summon you can also see the system. Then Mikoto, can you use the system? No. Mikoto answered without hesitation. Although it's very cool and interesting, but I can't use the system, I can only see it. Why can you all see it but I can't? Chuju was dissatisfied. Wu Yan and Mikoto's actions gave her the feeling of two people's secret. And the subject wasn't her. This made her very unhappy. How is it? Do you have a way? Seeing Wu Yan fiddling with the system, Mikoto asked. Wu Yan chuckled. He flipped his hand and a compass appeared in his hand. Chapter 34. What is this? It's a double-sided needle that's no different from a compass. But if it's something exchanged from the mysterious system, it shouldn't be anything ordinary. At least that's what Chuju thinks. Could this compass help us find the exit? Mikoto pointed at the compass in Wu Yan's hand and said with a smile. Even though she knows about the system and can see the list, but she doesn't know anything about the system. If it wasn't for the fact that it's in Wu Yan's hand, she might even have the mood to look at it. Shaking the compass in his hand, Wu Yan looked at Mikoto speechlessly. Are you sure you're not mistaken? We're going in, not out. Mikoto flinched and awkwardly scratched her head. Then what's the use of it? Is it just to find the exit? You guessed right. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. He raised the compass and said, This is a special compass. Normal compasses can only point south, but this compass can guide the user in the direction of concepts, such as enter. So mystical. Hinagiku looked at the compass with interest. She's heard Wu Yan talk about the mystical things in the system, but this is the first time she's seen it in action. Other than the summoning, she's never seen with her own eyes. Let's give it a try. Makoto was also curious. Even though there are many strange things in Academy City, but in that world full of science and technology, everything can be explained by science. She's never seen an item that uses concepts as its driving force. As a 14-year-old girl, it's normal for her to be curious about new things. This means that she's still at the age where she likes to play. I'm already using it. As soon as he said that, the compass in Wu Yan's hand floated up into the air. It gurgled and spun twice before shooting in a certain direction. Hinagiku and Mikoto were stunned as they looked at the compass that was shot out in surprise. This compass can lead the way automatically? Chuju pointed in the direction where the compass flew, her mouth wide open. Shouldn't the so-called compass only have a finger? How could Hinagiku, who was still living in a normal world a month ago, not be surprised when she learned how to lead the way? Looks like it's going to be fun. Let's catch up. Mikoto excitedly clenched her fist and said. Then she took a step forward and ran away without waiting for Chuju and Wu Yan. Wait. Chuju quickly chased after them. Attracted by the novel items, the fear in the hearts of the two women had more or less disappeared. Wu Yan chased after them with a wry smile. For the sake of this fun, I spent 1,000 item points on it. In the passageway that wasn't too dark and had a bit of light, the three of them immediately started running, chasing after the compass that had been shot in front of them. The chaotic sound of their footsteps spread far and wide in the wide passageway, bringing about echoes of their footsteps. Until a certain moment, the compass flying in front of Wu Yan's group suddenly stopped and pointed in a certain direction. Wu Yan's group quickly stopped. Chuju looked at the walls and rocks around them and asked doubtfully, "Is there a path here? I don't see anything. Is that compass okay?" Mikoto pointed at it. "It seems to be pointing at a wall." Wu Yan nodded. He was a bit confused. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and looked at the wall that the compass was pointing at. His eyes flashed with a complicated light. Wall, level 20. Wu Yan's face fell. A wall has a level? How is that possible? If a wall has a level, then Buddha's golden statue's level should be heaven-defying. The only explanation is that this isn't a wall but a monster. Moreover, it's a monster called a wall. It looks like a wall and can block people. Isn't this a scam? Such a monster was standing there, yet they had not discovered it along the way. Why hadn't the system detected it just now? Actually, it wasn't Wu Yan's fault. The main thing was that Wu Yan didn't pay attention to the wall. He didn't have the habit of looking at the wall. The system's detection function only detects things within sight. Naturally, it didn't detect anything. What's wrong? Mikoto immediately asked when she saw Wu Yan's expression change. Pointing at the monster called a wall, Wu Yan weakly said, "That should be the entrance." Chuju frowned. "Where is the entrance? That's clearly a wall." "Ha." Wu Yan sighed and waved his hand. "That is indeed the entrance. It's just that the monster is blocking it." "Monster?" Chuju's body trembled and nervously said. "Monster, where is it? That's why." Rubbing his forehead, Wu Yan rolled his eyes. "That wall is the monster that's blocking the way." "Wall?" The two girls were stunned. "You're saying that the wall looks like a wall but it's actually not a wall. It's a monster that looks like a wall?" Mikoto's mouth twitched. She felt that this was ridiculous. Everyone has heard of monsters, but this is the first time someone said that a wall is a monster. Looking at the two girls in disbelief, Wu Yan didn't say anything. He pulled out his Kusanagi sword and slashed at the wall. Logically speaking, if it was a normal wall, then with Wu Yan's strength, this slash should have shattered the wall into pieces. But now there's a huge wound on the wall. Roar, a huge roar came from the wall. Rather than a roar, it's more like a cry of pain. The sound reverberated throughout the tunnel, causing a violent echo. Hinagiku and Mikoto looked at the wall in horror and screamed. The sudden sound, and such a loud one at that, really scared them out of their wits. The tunnel started to shake. Some stones fell from above. Wu Yan quickly retreated to Mikoto and Chuju's side and looked at the wall. The shaking slowly weakened until it stopped. The strange situation made Mikoto and Chuju nervous. They didn't say anything and just pulled on Wu Yan's clothes. Wu Yan was speechless. Although she's strong and Mikoto is stronger than him, she's still young. Afraid of monsters? Suddenly, the wall that Wu Yan slashed started to wriggle like a piece of pudding. Under the gaze of Wu Yan and the others, the wall broke away and slowly floated in front of Wu Yan and the others. The wriggling speed became more violent. 2 huge rocks seemed to have been shaken off from the wall and fell to the ground, creating 2 more holes in the wall. A crack split open under the 2 holes, and a strange cry came out from the crack. It was clearly an eye and a mouth. Finally, a bit like a monster. Wu Yan said with a bit of relief. Compared to Wu Yan's relief, Mikoto and Chuju hugged each other tightly. They looked at the wall that turned into a human face with tears in their eyes. Roar! The wall roared, turned in the air and slammed towards Wu Yan and the others. Get out of the way! Wu Yan yelled and he quickly dodged to the side. Mikoto and Hinajiku reacted quickly and dodged in a fluster. The wall brushed past Wu Yan and the others. It didn't slow down and slammed into the wall behind them. It shook its body twice, turned around and continued to slam towards the 3. Dodging the wall again, Wu Yan raised his long sword. Mikoto's body started to flash with electricity. It was normal for a girl to be afraid of a demon. But Mikoto was a level 68 ranker, and she was usually very tomboyish. So, after the initial fear, she was able to quickly adjust herself when she saw a real demon. The unknown is the scariest. Mikoto showed this very well. Hinajiku, on the other hand, still had a frightened look on her face. After all, she was most afraid of ghosts, and demons were also included in this category. Wu Yan's eyes were fixed on the wall. But Wu Yan kept an eye on Chuju so that he could support her at any time. It's not that Wu Yan didn't care about Mikoto. Mikoto's strength was many times stronger than his. He didn't need to worry about her. But Chuju was the weakest of the 3. If something were to happen to her, Chuju wouldn't be able to revive. After all, she wasn't Wu Yan's summon. As expected, Chuju couldn't do anything about these supernatural items. Wu Yan sighed in his heart. He raised his sword and rushed towards the wall. Since Chuju was afraid of these things, then it's better to get rid of her quickly. She's only level 20 anyway. The wall had used charge on Wu Yan's group and was dodged by Wu Yan's group. Right now, the wall was still in a charging position, preparing to ram into the wall like last time. But Wu Yan quickly rushed behind the wall and cut off a corner of the wall. Before the wall could cry out in pain, Wu Yan crouched down on the ground. A blue electric current flashed past Wu Yan's head and hit the wall, slamming it into the wall. It's not over yet. Mikoto waved her hands and 2 similar electric currents shot out from her forehead. One after the other, they hit the wall, causing 2 huge explosions and a large amount of rubble to fly everywhere. Standing up and patting the dirt off his body, Wu Yan shook his head. Why didn't you just let me hack you to death? Great, now you're being whipped by a violent girl? Is it dead? Chuju took 2 steps back and asked weakly. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He already said, don't come if you're afraid. Should be dead. Mikoto said casually as she brushed her bangs. It was as if the wall wasn't a monster but a hooligan that she usually taught a lesson to. Looking at Mikoto who brushed her bangs, Wu Yan ridiculed in his heart. I wonder who was the one who was scared to death just now. While Wu Yan was ridiculing, Mikoto was acting cool, and Chuju was feeling uneasy. An explosion sounded. Instantly, debris flew everywhere. The 3 of them were shocked. Wu Yan swung his sword and deflected the debris. Mikoto stood in place. Her body flashed with electric currents again. The moment the debris came into contact with her body, it turned into dust. As the debris was continuously deflected, the wall that had shrunk suddenly rushed out and crashed into Chuju. Wu Yan and Mikoto were shocked. They wanted to help Chuju, but who knew? Looking at the wall that was about to crash into her, the fear on Chuju's face became deeper and deeper. Just as she was about to be hit, the fear on her face suddenly collapsed. Don't come over. With a broken expression, Hinajiku smashed the wall to the ground with a single punch. With a clench of her fist, the crystal sword White Cherry appeared in her hand. She continued to smash the wall with all her might. Don't come over, don't come over, don't come over, don't come over, don't come over. Looking at the wall that was getting smaller and smaller under Chuju's relentless attacks, Wu Yan and Mikoto couldn't help but take a step back at the same time. The 2 of them looked at each other and laughed dryly. They had the same thought in their eyes. Chuju is someone that they definitely can't mess with. Chapter 35. Even if he didn't do it himself, Wu Yan is sure that the monster named Wall is also a wall. It's dead as can be. Under Chuju's merciless attacks, the monster's 3 to 4 meter tall body was already shattered into a pile of rocks. However, Chuju's attacks didn't stop. Chuju's eyes were tightly shut as she swung White Cherry around. She kept yelling and smashing the ground as if the ground had a grudge against her. Wu Yin and Mikoto have been watching Chuju's actions for nearly 5 minutes. They were originally a little afraid of Chuju going crazy, but now that fear has completely turned into shame. Wu Yin felt that if this continued, even if Kaishisama didn't get tired, he and Mikoto would get tired of watching. So it's better to stop her. Chuju. Wu Yin had the most fake smile on his face. He pointed at the crater that appeared under Chuju's attacks. That piece of wall is already broken, don't hit it anymore. Chuju stopped smashing the wall. Panting heavily, she looked at Wu Yin with a scared expression on her face. She stuttered. Broken. Broken. Is it dead? Looking at Chuju, who still hasn't recovered from her state, Wu Yin started to doubt whether bringing Chuju here was the right choice. This is only the first demon they encountered, and Hinajiku is already showing signs of going berserk. What's more, there's bound to be hordes and hordes of demons coming their way. When that happens, thinking of this, Wu Yin shuddered. It's already dead. So, Chuju, don't hit it anymore. It's clear that even LVL-5 and LVL-68 Mikoto is afraid of Kaishisama going berserk. Dead. Dead. Chuju slowly lowered her head and looked at the ground that she smashed. Other than a meter-wide crater, there was nothing left. The wall monster also died who knows where. It died just like that. There's nothing to be afraid of. Chuju breathed a sigh of relief. The white cherry blossom in her hand scattered. She panted a few times and put her hands on her waist. She laughed dryly. That smile was as fake as it could be. The two onlookers felt that it's best not to interrupt Chuju's performance. Wu Yin decided to ignore Chuju and walk to the hole that appeared when the wall broke away. Inside the hole was a much smaller passage. The passage didn't extend inwards but downwards instead. It looked like a slide. The surface of the passage was very smooth. It seems that it's possible to slide down directly. This should be the correct passage. Mikoto walked to Wu Yan's side and looked at the slide-like passage. After seeing a monster, Mikoto's fear of monsters has completely disappeared. It should be. Wu Yan said with uncertainty. Since the concept compass is pointing here, then this should be the passage that leads deeper into the seal. Then, should we go down? Mikoto asked. Next it's going to be really dangerous. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword. Hesitation, fear, or excitement. Looking at the complicated emotions in Wu Yan's eyes, Mikoto couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, I'm with you." Wu Yan turned to look at Mikoto. He stared at Mikoto until her face turned red and her eyes drifted away. Don't misunderstand. I'm only doing this for myself. Yes, for myself. If you die, I'll die too. Wu Yan laughed. His laughter made Mikoto's face redden even more. Before Mikoto could act like a tsundere again, Wu Yan said solemnly, "Yes, thank you, Mikoto." Mikoto was stunned. She humphed and turned her head away without saying anything. "Don't forget about me. I'll help too." The voice behind them made Wu Yan and Mikoto's body stiffen. Both of them giggled like idiots. Hinajiku walked over with a face full of dissatisfaction. There's even a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Even though she was out of line for a bit, she still saw the interaction between Wu Yan and Mikoto. However, she didn't glare at Mikoto, instead she glared at Wu Yan like she's looking at a big heartless rat. Scratching his face, Wu Yan smiled at Chuju. This made Chuju even more dissatisfied. Better to change the topic. With that in mind, Wu Yan quickly turned back to look at the passage. "Okay, let's go." Wu Yan jumped into the passage and slid down. "Let's go down as well, Chuju," Mikoto said and slid down as well. Chuju stood at the entrance and watched the two leave. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. She quickly followed them. The passage wasn't very long. After a while, Wu Yan saw the exit of the slide. He slid down quickly. A sense of discomfort came over him. Wu Yan quickly adjusted his posture. He looked down and saw that he was in midair. The ground was at least 10 meters away from him. Wu Yan was shocked when he realized that he was in midair. He quickly adjusted his posture and stood firmly on the ground. A scream came from above. Wu Yan looked up and saw a creature named Misaka Mikoto falling down on his head. Her skirt fluttered and her safety pants were exposed. Wu Yan was stunned. He quickly reached out and caught her. "I'm going to faint. How did you fall down? I thought you could use electromagnetic force to stick to the wall?" Wu Yan was speechless as he looked at the girl in his arms. Being carried like a princess by Wu Yan, Mikoto's face couldn't help but redden. I didn't make it in time. She needs training? This is the consequence of not having any combat experience. Even though Mikoto was LV5, she hadn't fought a single real battle yet. Those fights weren't called battles, they were called sparring sessions. Was that why she couldn't maintain a good battle mentality and react in time under any circumstances? Wait. If Mikoto fell down, that means, Hinagiku shrieked as well, startling the two who are having an affair. Wu Yen put Mikoto down and caught Hinagiku in the same way before opening his dead fish eyes. I really don't know if I'm suffering or enjoying. Helplessly putting down Chuju, who was still in a state of shock, Wu Yen picked up the Kusanagi sword he threw on the ground and looked at the two girls. Come on, can you be a little more alert? If I didn't catch you, you'd probably fall to your death from a height of 10 meters. Under Wu Yan's helpless and teasing gaze, the two girls lowered their heads like defeated roosters. Then they raised their heads again and refuted loudly. What, I just didn't react in time. Next time I'll definitely. By Mikoto. Yeah, you just didn't react in time. How dare you teach us a lesson after taking advantage of us? By Chuju. Too damned, Sundra, even though I like it. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, causing the three of them to be stunned. Wu Yen quickly reacted and hugged Chuju and dodged to the side with Mikoto. A shadow flashed past where they were standing and stopped. What is that? Mikoto exclaimed while Wu Yen was still hugging Chuju. Wu Yen quickly looked up and saw a werewolf monster standing there. Its green eyes were staring at them and saliva was dripping from its mouth as if it was looking at a delicious meal. Big Wolf Demon. Level 30. Wu Yan's expression turned serious. Level 30 in the Heron Palace, only I Ching can reach this level of strength. Now, a random wolf demon that came out of nowhere is already level 30. No wonder the Heron Palace's people died one after another when they came in. This is a werewolf? Lying in Wu Yan's arms, Chuju ignored her embarrassment and looked at the werewolf in shock. Demons are really strange. One moment it's a wall, the next it's a werewolf. Mikoto actually started complaining. Come on, is this the time to complain? Oh. Although this wolf demon is nothing to you, it's just that you don't need to worry about it. Do you want to go or should I? Mikoto said to Wu Yen with an excited expression. For this competitive girl, being able to fight was indeed something to be excited about. At first, she was afraid of demons, so she didn't show this excitement. Let me go. This wolf demon is not for you to fight. Putting down Chuju, Wu Yen raised his sword and pointed it at the wolf demon. Even though Mikoto could take care of the big wolf demon in a matter of seconds, and even if Mikoto did manage to take it down, he would still gain experience. But, if he had to hand over a monster that he can handle himself to someone else, he doesn't think he's going to become a real strong person. At the same time that Wu Yen rushed towards the wolf demon also howled and rushed towards Wu Yen on all fours. Under Wu Yan's narrowed eyes, the wolf demon clawed down. In a hurry, Wu Yen raised his sword and blocked the wolf demon's claw attack. A huge force passed through the sword and sent Wu Yen flying. Wu Yan's body swayed and pressed his hand on the ground. Then with a push, he appeared in front of the wolf demon and stabbed his sword towards the wolf demon's eyeball. Ding! A hard feeling came. Wu Yan's sword stabbed the wolf demon's claw. Then the wolf demon grabbed the sword in its hand. Wu Yan's face turned serious. With a twist of his hands, the sword spun rapidly. The friction between the sword and the wolf demon's claw created sparks. Ouch! The wolf demon cried out in pain and let go of Wu Yan's Kusanagi sword. Wu Yen held the sword in his hand again and kicked the wolf demon away. So strong? Yen. Chuju muttered as she watched the battle nervously. Not bad. If I have time, I must fight him once. If Wu Yen knew that he was targeted by the violent cis cannon, what kind of expression would he have? After being kicked away by Wu Yen, the big wolf's green eyes turned a bit red. It howled in a frenzy and left a trail of afterimages as it appeared in front of Wu Yen and swiped at him with its claws. Raising his sword to block, he clenched his teeth and managed to stop his body that was almost sent flying again. The wolf demon was strong and fast. If not for his slower reaction, he would have lost. The veins on his arm bulged, indicating that Wu Yen had used 120% of his strength. Although Wu Yen stopped himself from flying, he was still weaker than the wolf demon. Wu Yan's body was constantly pushed back, leaving 2 marks on the ground. Wu Yen tightened his grip on the sword hilt and used all his strength to stop his body from retreating. He raised his head and looked at the wolf demon's ferocious face. The wolf demon's saliva almost dripped onto his body. Wu Yan's eyes shot out a cold glare. I can't win in terms of strength and speed. A protracted battle is disadvantageous for me. I'll finish it in one go. A circle of white light flashed on the blade of the Kusanagi sword. The surrounding atmosphere began to fluctuate. Wu Yin smiled and shouted. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. The white light turned into an arc, and the great chi turned into a sharp blade. The arc hit the wolf demon's body, creating a loud boom. Chapter 36. Awu, the arc-shaped chaotic return to Horizon Dance hit the big wolf demon's body. The big wolf demon let out a howl of pain, blood splattered everywhere. The arc-shaped sword pierced through the big wolf demon's body and took away one of its wolf claws. Ah! Seeing such a bloody scene, the two girls let out a scream at the same time. Before Chuju met Wu Yen, she was just an ordinary student. Although it's not like she hasn't seen blood from killing chickens, fish, or sports injuries, but seeing such a bloody scene, Chuju couldn't help but feel a little scared. As for Mikoto, although she was second only to the strongest in the magic forbidden world, she was like a flower in a greenhouse. She lived in the bright side of Academy City and studied at Tokuwadai where the milady studied. She really hasn't killed a chicken before, how could she stand such a bloody scene? Hearing Mikoto and Chuju's screams, Wu Yan's face was expressionless. He once again swung his sword at the big wolf demon that lost an arm and howled in pain. Although he knew that the two girls behind him were definitely not calm, but to care for them, he had to wait until the battle was over. Otherwise, if he was careless and got hit, then it would be other people's turn to care for him. The sword cut a huge wound on the big wolf demon's body. Blood splashed out again and the big wolf demon howled in pain again. A pair of wolf eyes stared at Wu Yen, blood vessels began to fill the wolf demon's eyes. The big wolf demon angrily roared, opened its mouth and bit towards Wu Yan's head. The distance between Wu Yen and the big wolf demon was less than 2 meters. Therefore, the big wolf demon's mouth quickly reached Wu Yan's face. In this moment of crisis, Wu Yen quickly lowered his head and avoided the big wolf demon's sharp teeth. Although the big wolf demon's attack was very sudden, Wu Yen had more than one encounter with wolves when he was in the behemoth forest. Their special characteristic is that the bigger the injury, the crazier they get. Even if he didn't know what kind of attack the wolf demon would use, Wu Yen was already prepared, so he should be able to deal with it. Lowering his head to avoid the big wolf demon's mouth, Wu Yen crouched under the big wolf demon's body, twisted his body and turned in the air. Aiming at the big wolf demon's neck, Wu Yen raised his sword up. The long sword pierced the big wolf demon's skin, the big wolf demon's neck, and the sword blade came out from the back of the big wolf demon's neck. Time at this moment stopped. I won. Hinajiku shouted in surprise as if she had won. She was no longer afraid of monsters or blood. Just like that, she cheered on the spot and laughed happily. Not bad at all. Mikoto clicked her tongue. Wu Yen and the big wolf demon's fight didn't intimidate someone of her level, but it's still something else. After all, the Mikoto of the past only fought with electric shock, electric shock, electric shock, electric shock. If not, she would just use her railgun to finish off her opponent. However, Wu Yan's fighting style may not be on her level, but he is fighting in a different style. When it comes to technique, Mikoto would resort to trickery and use a bit of iron sand to attack. Thus, this battle made Mikoto realize that fighting can be done this way. Mikoto's level may be high, but she might not even be able to defeat Fei Fei, who is 8 levels lower than her. Fei Fei came from the cruel world of Silveria, while Mikoto's strength was developed step by step through the use of technology. Fei Fei's combat experience was much higher than Mikoto's by a notch. Fei Fei's combat experience was much higher than Mikoto's. From this, it could be seen that Mikoto was still very malleable. She still had a lot of room for growth. Once she experienced a real battle, maybe her level wouldn't increase by a lot, but her strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. Wu Yen kicked the big wolf demon's body and pulled out his sword. Because the wolf demon was under him, when it died, it fell on top of Wu Yen. Wu Yen can only brace himself to prevent the blood from staining his clothes. After pulling out the sword, Wu Yen handed over the big wolf demon's body to the system. Because there are no magic crystals, there are no ability points, only some item points. But it's better than nothing. Seeing the wolf demon's body disappear, Mikoto and Chuju's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but they quickly recovered. With the system, anything can happen, not to mention it's just a body disappearing and it's not like Wu Yen disappeared. Are you okay? Sizing up Wu Yen, Chuju said as if nothing happened. She had already forgotten about the bloody scene. Mikoto was in a similar state. If it was a human, she might feel a little uncomfortable, but for this kind girl, even the most heinous crimes are forgivable. Otherwise, in the original work, when she saw her sister being tortured to death by accelerator, she wouldn't have subconsciously diverted the railgun away from the opponent's vitals. Isn't that the embodiment of her kindness? But this time it's not a human, it's a group of demons and ghosts. Although it's inevitable that she would be frightened when she saw the blood, compared to a human, the impact on her was not as great. This also made Wu Yan sigh. With this personality, if she were to meet a real enemy, she might get herself killed. But this is the real Sis Cannon, Wu Yan will not be dissatisfied. After all, Sis Cannon's enemy will be his enemy in the future. If she doesn't dare to take care of it, I'll take care of it. Ugh, wait for me to be a little stronger, it's okay? Wu Yan smiled and swung his Kanagi no Tsurugi sword to get rid of the blood on it. Seeing that the two girls didn't change their expressions, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh in relief. If they can't even handle this situation, what will happen next? But it's okay. Just as Mikoto was about to say something, suddenly, Wu Yan and Mikoto both jumped in front of Chuju with a serious expression. What's wrong? Not knowing why the two suddenly did this, Chuju pulled on Mikoto's clothes and asked curiously. Wu Yan and Mikoto looked at each other and smiled bitterly. We're in big trouble. Suddenly, one after another, gigantic shadows appeared and streaked across the sky above the trio's heads. From afar, they could see a bunch of invisible figures moving towards them, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Judging by their numbers, it seems like they're not small in number. What's going on? Looking at the crisscrossing shadows above, Chuju's eyes were a little dazed. These shadows are exactly the same as the ones left behind by the big wolf demon. Holding his Kanagi no Tsurugi sword, Wu Yan tensed up and forced a smile. It seems like we've entered a demon's lair. Mikoto rolled her eyes at Wu Yan and refuted. You're wrong, we came here to enter the demon's lair from the beginning. That's true. Wu Yan paused and then smiled bitterly. The shadows passed by, bringing along a gust of wind. The dust got closer and closer, causing the ground to shake. The three of them had different expressions on their faces as they looked at this scene. Finally, it's close. The dust settled, the shadows disappeared, and the enemy appeared roaring. On Chuju's face there was a smile, there was no fear or despair. In her eyes, Wu Yan's figure was reflected. Mikoto's body emitted a huge electric current. The current was stronger than any time before. Beep beep beep, sounds rang out continuously. Her bangs fluttered under the influence of the electric current. Her brown eyes stared straight ahead without fear. Fiercely waving the Kanagi no Tsurugi sword in his hand, the blade shone brightly and drew an arc in the air. Wu Yan held the sword with one hand, all of his expressions disappeared at this moment. His heart was as calm as an ancient well. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer he had to be. For victory, for survival, and for the girls behind him and beside him, in front of them, there were demons of different sizes, different appearances, different strengths, and different voices. Every pair of eyes had a bloodthirsty glint, their mouths were constantly opening and closing, the roars reverberated in the air without any pattern. That number, there are hundreds? Thousands of them? Or tens of thousands? Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Chuju didn't know because the figures behind them were completely blocked by the figures in front. That terrifying formation is enough to scare any coward out of their wits. Chuju, Mikoto, are you scared? Wu Yan suddenly said to Chuju behind him and Mikoto beside him. The two girls were stunned for a moment, then they laughed at the same time. Cherry blossoms appeared out of thin air around Chuju and gathered in Chuju's hand, slowly forming into a crystal katana. Chuju held the white cherry blossoms and smiled, a beautiful smile. It's really strange. I should be very scared, but why don't I feel scared at all now? The sand rolled, small black particles flew out from the rock layer and gathered in the air around Mikoto, forming a wave of iron sand. Mikoto stood in the middle and smiled, her smile was full of heroic spirit. Who do you think I am? I'm number 3, Super Railgun. Listening to the two girls, Wu Yan shook his head, his face was full of helplessness, but in his heart, there was a surge of warmth. Wu Yan took a step back, under the doubtful eyes of Mikoto and Chuju, he pointed in the air a few times. Then 2 bottles of medicine and a few beans appeared in Wu Yan's hand. He shoved the 2 bottles into the hands of the 2 girls. Chuju, Mikoto. 1 bottle for each of you and drink it. Holding the bottle in their hands, Hinajiku and Mikoto couldn't help but stare blankly at the golden liquid in their hands. What's this thing? This thing is called Resplendent Breath. It's a life-saving item. Just 1 bottle and your body will be in an invulnerable state for 3 hours, so hurry up and drink it. Invulnerable for 3 hours. The two girls looked at the bottle in shock. Isn't this invulnerable in disguise? Daisy, on the other hand, noticed another problem. We'll drink it. What about Yu Yan? Why aren't you drinking it? Chuju's eyes kept darting around Wu Yan's body, but she couldn't find a third bottle of medicine on Wu Yan's body. At this moment Chuju was anxious. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Resplendent Breath. Costs 100,000 item points per bottle. All my item points are only slightly more than 260,000. I don't even have enough item points to exchange for a third bottle of Resplendent Breath. How can that be? Then what are you going to do? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Chuju was even more anxious. Before Chuju could object, Wu Yan stopped her. Alright, hurry up and drink it, they're about to attack. Seeing that the demon army was about to attack, Wu Yan quickly shouted. At the same time, he quickly came in front of the two girls and raised the sword in his hand. Yan, you should be the one drinking this medicine. As long as you don't die, I can revive even if I die. Mikoto was starting to panic. Now that only Wu Yan wasn't safe, how could she be at ease? Wu Yan smiled. He didn't turn his head, but his firm voice rang clearly in the two girls' ears. Mikoto, although it's more appropriate for me to drink it, Mikoto, you have to know that other than being your summoner, I'm also a man. As a man, how can I not protect a woman from the wind and rain? Chapter 37. As a man, how can I not protect a woman from the wind and rain? His firm and serious words echoed in Mikoto's ears. Mikoto stared blankly at Wu Yan, who had his back facing her. Her grip on the potion bottle tightened unconsciously. Yan? Chuju's voice sounded like she was about to cry. Chuju's heart was heavy with regret. If she didn't insist on following him, she wouldn't have wasted a bottle of life-saving potion. If I hurt Yan because of this, then don't worry, Chuju. Although he didn't see Chuju's face, Wu Yan didn't know why, but he felt like he could hear Chuju's heart. Although I don't have the Resplendent Breath, I have another life-saving item. It's called Senzabine. No matter how heavy the injury, as long as I'm not dead, I can recover in an instant. So, don't worry about me. Wu Yan said with a smile as he tossed the green beans in his hand. These Senzabines weren't cheap. 10,000 item points for one bean. Wu Yan exchanged for 6 of them in one go. Adding on the 100,000 item points for a bottle of Resplendent Breath, Wu Yan had spent a total of 260,000 of his 268,000 item points. The remaining 8,000 was exchanged for the wolf demon's body. Also, I still have a lot of things to tell you, a lot of things to do with you. So I won't die like this. Chuju stared at Wu Yan. She opened the bottle and poured the golden liquid into her mouth. Wiping her lips, Chuju said, Yan, if you dare lie to me, you're dead meat. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Can you not talk about death at this time? Yan, are you really not going to drink it? Now is not the time to let your emotions affect your decisions. Mikoto lowered her head and said in a weak voice. Although she said that, she didn't have much hope. Even though she's only known Wu Yan for a day, Mikoto already has a certain understanding of Wu Yan. Not only because of the information given to her by the system, but also because of the short time they've spent together. Based on his personality, he might not be lying. Now was not the time to lie. Hurry up, Mikoto, they're coming. Wu Yan ignored Mikoto's words and shouted at her. At the same time, the huge army of demons finally lost their patience. With deafening roars, demons of various sizes immediately charged over. Like a swarm of locusts passing through, the demons left huge marks on the ground as they charged. Gravel flew all over the sky as dust was swept up. The ground shook violently as though it was a volcanic eruption. Looking at this terrifying scene, Wu Yan and the other two's hearts couldn't help but tremble. Their hearts started to beat faster. However, this didn't mean that Wu Yan and the rest were afraid. The situation was on the verge of eruption. Mikoto didn't have the chance to persuade them. Gritting her teeth, Mikoto pulled open the bottle cap and poured it down her throat as if it could vent her anger. Then she shouted, Listen, if you die and drag me down, then I'll be your slave in my next life. Wu Yan shouted. Holding his sword with both hands, he stomped his foot and his body quickly flew out. At the same time, the iron sand around Mikoto started to roll faster. Under Mikoto's control, it turned into iron sand whips and flew towards the demons. Chuju took a deep breath, raised her white cherry and followed behind Wu Yan towards the army of demons. Cutting an oncoming level 20 rat demon in half, Wu Yan ignored the blood splattering on his body. His eyes emitted a deadly cold light as he swung his Kusanagi sword. One demon after another fell under Wu Yan's body. As Wu Yan pushed forward, corpses were everywhere. Demons' corpses were thrown all over the ground like sacks. Blood was like water, forming a bloody path on the ground. Demons from all directions surrounded Wu Yan, trying to surround him. Wu Yan jumped, the Kusanagi sword in his hand glowing. Wu Yan looked at his surroundings and spun. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. The arc-shaped blade formed a circle. As Wu Yan spun, it spread to the surrounding. The demons that surrounded him collided with the circle. They were either cut in half or shredded into pieces. Some were even crushed into powder. Hinajiku pierced a demon's heart with her white cherry blossom, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Hinajiku suppressed her trembling body and the fear in her heart, biting her lips so hard that she didn't even know when her lips were bitten open. Chuju knew that she was very weak. Any one of these demons was stronger than her. If it was before, she would have died under the claws of the demons. However, due to the protection of resplendent breath, whenever a demon attacked her, an invisible wave would bounce out from the attacked area and nullify the demon's attack. Relying on her invincibility, Hinajiku risked her life to slay any demon that failed to attack her. Over time, Chuju gave up on defense and focused on attacking. If she couldn't defeat a powerful demon, she would immediately give up and change her target. As for the weaker ones, they would be killed by her. In a short period of time, the number of demons that died under Chuju's hands was at least a few dozen. They're not humans, they're just demons. They're not humans, they're just demons. Mikoto kept repeating this sentence. She controlled the iron sand whip to kill the demons that attacked her. Every time blood splashed, Mikoto's face would turn a shade paler. At this point, Mikoto's face was as white as paper. The iron sand whip danced in the air. Every time it danced, a demon would fall. Mikoto didn't charge forward like Wu Yan and Chuju. She just stood there and used her abilities. But not only did she kill the most demons, she was also the strongest. Mikoto knew that Wu Yan was only level 30. In this group of demons, at least half of them were level 30 and above. Without the protection of resplendent breath, Wu Yan might not even have the time to eat senzu beans if he ran into a few more level 30 demons. Not to mention Chuju was only level 18. Even though she drank resplendent breath, that didn't stop Mikoto from wanting to help them. And so, Mikoto controlled her iron sand whip and circled all the level 30 and above demons. Even though she couldn't use the system to exchange items like Wu Yan, she could use the system's detection function. She could clearly see who was level 30 and who wasn't. Putting aside whether or not she missed anything, 90% of the demons were taken by Mikoto. It was because of Mikoto that Wu Yan could charge forward and kill the demons so easily. Two kind-hearted girls, for themselves and their companions, were suppressing their fear of blood and slaughter. They were swinging their blades and killing the demons. After using chaotic return to Horizon Waltz again and sending a bunch of demons to the afterlife, Wu Yan freed up his hands and swallowed a senzu bean with great difficulty to restore his body to full health. The battle had been going on for quite some time. Mikoto and Chuju had resplendent breath protecting them, so Wu Yan didn't have to worry about them. That was why Wu Yan put all his focus on killing the demons. His clothes were already dyed in all sorts of colors. There were red, black, green, blue and everything else. This was the blood of the demons he killed. Every single one of them. Of course, part of it was his own blood. Wu Yan, who had been using the system's detection function since the beginning, naturally knew that Mikoto had taken care of most of the level 30 demons. That was why he was able to fight until now. He couldn't help but consume a senzu bean due to his exhaustion and injuries. Mikoto may have blocked most of the level 30 Yama, but the ones Wu Yan is facing are at least level 20. Facing so many level 20 Yama, even Mikoto has to rely on resplendent breath to protect herself. After all, a quantitative change can lead to a qualitative change. Once the numbers reach a certain point, even a level 86 would have a hard time dealing with them, let alone a level 68. Even though the demons weren't strong enough to threaten a level 86, they could still threaten a level 68. If Mikoto wanted to run, she could definitely do so. However, it was impossible for her to leave Wu Yan and Chuju behind. Wu Yan remembered everything that Mikoto had done and continued to wield his Kusanagi sword to kill the demons. Gradually, as time passed, the number of demons dwindled. Wu Yan's senzu beans dwindled as well. Until now there was only one left. The pain in his body and the exhaustion in his mind kept telling Wu Yan to fall. Wu Yan used all his strength to kill the incoming demons. However, he couldn't care less about the demons that were attacking him from behind. His back, chest, thighs, arms, face, there wasn't a single spot on Wu Yan's body that wasn't injured. However, there was only one senzu bean left. Therefore Wu Yan really didn't want to use it until the very last moment. Because if he used it, it would mean that he was at the end of his rope. Against such a large number of enemies, if he didn't exchange for the super strong equipment, then the effect would be similar to the Kusanagi sword. However, he didn't have enough equipment points to exchange for the super strong equipment. As for the ability, what should he exchange for? A group attack. He already had the chaotic return to Horizon Dance. There was no need to exchange for a single target. That was even more unnecessary. As for the ability to turn the situation around, he had the same problem. He didn't have enough points. As for the character summon, he could summon it with 11,000 points. However, how strong could the character summon be? Even Mikoto had to rely on the resplendent breath. Otherwise, she would have a few scars on her body, let alone the others. Just as Wu Yan was about to use the last Senzabine, a wide net of electricity came from afar and turned the demons behind Wu Yan into charcoal. As the electricity disappeared, a crystal sword appeared beside Wu Yan and cut down the demons that were about to pounce on Wu Yan. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the two figures in front of him in a daze. The one standing on the left was a pink-haired girl with a crystal sword in her hand. The one standing on the right was a tea-haired girl with blue electric arcs flowing all over her body and making crackling noises. Although he could only see the side of their faces, Wu Yan could clearly see the fear of unknown creatures and bloodshed in their eyes. Even with this emotion, the two girls stood there unwaveringly and killed the demons that attacked them. A smile appeared on his bloodied face. After swallowing the Senzabine, Wu Yan stood up and walked to the two girls to fight side by side. Chapter 38. 3 hours. That's the duration of resplendent breath. At this time, almost an hour had already passed. The two valiant-looking girls have lost their protection for almost an hour now. Their clothes are riddled with holes and their faces are stained with blood. It's unavoidable that there are some wounds on their bodies. Even Mikoto has some minor injuries under the continuous barrage of attacks. Fortunately, the stronger demons were the focus of the trio at the beginning. What's even more fortunate was that there weren't any demons above level 40. At most, there were 10 level 40 demons, and these 10 level 40 demons were killed by Mikoto at the beginning of the battle. So when the effect of resplendent breath ends, there aren't many level 30 demons left in the huge demon army. If it wasn't for Mikoto having to protect Chuju, these little demons wouldn't have been able to do any damage to her. Wu Yan, on the other hand, is very thankful. After using up all the Senzabines, Wu Yan has completely lost his protection. If it wasn't for Mikoto killing most of the demons and giving him a lot of EXP which allowed him to level up and recover to full health, Wu Yan might have really lost his life here. A completely unfair battle, after 4 hours of uninterrupted fighting, came to an end just like that. When the last demon was electrocuted by Mikoto's taser gun, Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Chuju were still panting while maintaining their attacking posture. They stood there motionless as they stared blankly at the ground full of demon corpses. After who knows how long, they finally recovered from their daze. Mikoto and Chuju looked around at their surroundings. Looking at the ground full of broken limbs and blood, they squatted on the ground and vomited non-stop. Wu Yan's face is abnormally pale. Even if it's him, when he saw the hellish scene, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. It's like there's a bunch of worms crawling around inside his heart. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he quickly patted the two girls on the back in an attempt to make them feel better. Yan. Chuju's eyes were filled with tears. Her face was as pale as Wu Yan's. For some reason, Chuju felt cold all over and wanted to seek some warmth. After feeling Wu Yan's presence, Chuju immediately squeezed into Wu Yan's embrace and hugged Wu Yan tightly. She didn't even dare to raise her head. It's okay, it's all in the past. Feeling Chuju's body trembling, Wu Yan hugged her and patted her back to comfort her. Suddenly Wu Yan felt his clothes tighten. When he turned to look, Mikoto was also trembling. Her face was pale as she looked at him. She looked like a little girl who was afraid of her mother leaving the house. Her expression was indescribably desolate. After being stunned for a moment, Wu Yan immediately reached out and pulled her into his embrace. He hugged her tightly to comfort the two girls and himself. Before this, these two girls were just ordinary students. Even Wu Yan, who lived in the behemoth forest, couldn't help but tremble when he saw this scene, let alone these two girls. Not to mention they were the ones who caused this scene. When they were fighting, they didn't have the time to think about it. Now that the battle is over, the two kind-hearted girls almost collapsed when they thought about how their hands were stained with blood. On the spacious field, in the middle of countless corpses, a boy and two girls are hugging each other. It's a very sad scene. After half a day, Wu Yan felt the two girls in his embrace calm down. He looked down and saw two sleeping faces covered in blood. At this moment, Wu Yan was confused. Is this my fault? If it wasn't for me, this wouldn't have happened. I casually barged into their lives, changed their lives, stained their hands with blood. This is all my fault. Meeting them, summoning them, is this the right thing to do? Shaking his head, Wu Yan buried this question deep in his heart. He placed the two girls on the ground and looked at the monster corpses. If it weren't for Resplendent Breath and Senzabine, the three of them would have suffered casualties. Just Hinajiku alone, Wu Yan doesn't have the confidence to protect her from such a large army. Maybe even Mikoto can only protect herself. From this, it can be seen how important item points are. For this battle, Wu Yan used up almost all of his item points. If something else were to happen, he would be in big trouble. Fortunately, the corpses of monsters could also be turned into organic materials and handed over to the system in exchange for item points. Even the level 30 big wolf monster could be exchanged for 8,000 item points. How many item points could this floor of corpses be exchanged for? There were hundreds of level 30 little monsters and 10 level 40 little monsters. The rest were all level 20 little monsters. Even if there were not thousands of them, there were definitely more than level 30 little monsters. Thinking about the large amount of item points he'll get, Wu Yan's pale face turned red. What a practical guy. Wu Yan waved his hand and the hundreds of meters of corpses disappeared. Wu Yan turned them over to the system. Ding. Obtained 8322000 item points. 8 million item points. Awesome. Looking at the large amount of item points, Wu Yan's face finally showed a smile. If it wasn't for the fact that he just went through a slaughter and his mood was a little heavy, Wu Yan would be jumping for joy. 8322000 item points plus the 8,000 item points he had on him made up for a total of 8330000 item points. The item points he squandered were all recovered in an instant. In fact, they were multiplied by more than 10 times. From this huge amount of item points, one could see the scale of the monster army just now. One had to know that a level 30 big wolf demon only cost 8,000 item points. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yan didn't have to turn them over one by one, Wu Yan's hands would probably go soft from exchanging item points. The scene became spacious again and all the corpses disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. If it wasn't for the blood on the ground telling others that there was a cruel battle here. Wu Yan carried the two girls to the wall and let them lean against it. Then he kissed Chuju's forehead. After hesitating, he kissed Mikoto's forehead before standing up. Looking at the clothes on his body in disgust, he tore off the red and green clothes on his body and threw them to the side. He didn't even leave the pants behind as he tossed them away. Wu Yan frowned. Although he threw away his clothes, there were still bloodstains on his body. Some of his wounds were still bleeding. During the battle, he didn't feel anything, but now Wu Yan only felt pain, accompanied by the smell of blood. Opening the system list, he used 9,000 item points to exchange for 3,000 item points for 3 bottles of quick healing potion. Wu Yan immediately drank one of them. After waiting for a while, the wounds on his body slowly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the healing speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, all the wounds disappeared. Seeing this, Wu Yan smiled. Then he fed the other 2 bottles of quick healing potion to Mikoto and Chuju. Thinking for a bit, Wu Yan walked to the side and exchanged for a gemstone that glowed with water. Portable hot spring. Normally in the form of a gem. If thrown on the ground, it will quickly expand into a 5-meter hot spring. Can be recycled at any time. Has automatic water purification function. 20,000 item points. Satisfied with the gem in his hand, Wu Yan threw it on the ground. Like a stone falling into water, the gem melted into the ground, and a circle of ripples appeared on the ground. When the ripples expanded to 5 meters wide, the ripples turned into a circle, and inside the circle the ground disappeared, turning into a hot spring that was emitting steam. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a strange color. How magical! After doing all this, Wu Yan chuckled and looked at the 2 girls who were still sleeping. Suddenly, the smile on his face widened a bit. Wu Yan walked to the 2 girls with small steps. He nodded and said seriously, "Mikoto Chuju, look, you're covered in blood. You must feel uncomfortable like me. It's okay, leave it to me. I'll definitely wash you clean, okay?" After muttering to himself to Mikoto and Chuju, Wu Yan immediately said, "Why aren't you answering? Are you shy? It's okay, I understand. Since you're not answering, I'll take it as a yes." As if it's true, Wu Yan smiled. His smile was very sly. Then he reached out his evil hands and slowly took off the 2 girls' clothes. His mouth kept muttering. If you look closely you'll see that he's saying, I won't be polite anymore. Poor Mikoto and Chuju. They just experienced a cruel psychological impact. Before they could wake up, they were already stripped naked by a certain wolf. After taking off all their clothes, the pure white body that appeared in front of him almost blinded his wolf eyes. He stared at the bodies of the two girls and after a few fierce glances, he stood up, picked up Hinajiku and walked to the edge of the hot spring. With a splash he walked in. His wolf claws kept touching Chuju's body. Wu Yan's face had a beep, smile. His heart was very happy. When his hand reached Chuju's chest, Wu Yan sighed regretfully. Still needs to be developed. After groping around for a bit, he reluctantly put down the 2 meat buns and moved to another location to continue the siege. A certain part of his body is already so shamefully hard that it can't be helped. Looking at the delicate body in his arms, then looking at Chuju's tightly shut eyes, Wu Yan sighed again and carried her to the shore. Who told me to be a pure person? I never take advantage of people when they're in danger. This is the thought of a certain wolf who stripped and touched a sleeping girl. After changing into a set of clean clothes and putting it on Chuju, Wu Yan put Chuju back in her original position. Then he carried the naked Mikoto and walked into the hot spring. Her body was not much different from Chuju's, but Wu Yan really enjoyed it. After cleaning off the blood on Mikoto's body, Wu Yan didn't stop. He continued with a new round of oil collecting battle. After touching the girl's body from head to toe, Wu Yan started to regret. He realized that he shouldn't have taken advantage of these two girls. It's not that he found his conscience or anything, but as he washed, Wu Yan started to feel uncomfortable. But these two proud girls, he absolutely couldn't take advantage of them. Taking advantage of them is fine, but if he ate them in their sleep, would Wu Yan die a horrible death? Even a child could guess the answer. After changing into another set of clothes and helping Mikoto put it on, he dived into the water with a plop. Lying in the hot spring, Wu Yan couldn't help but cry. Why not cold water? Chapter 39. When Wu Yan's hand touched a certain part of the hot spring, it quickly shrunk and turned back into a gem, lying quietly in Wu Yan's hand. Tossing the portable hot spring into the S.P.C. ring, Wu Yan sat down on the spot. He picked up a few random rocks and gathered them together. Then he took out a black circle from the S.P.C. ring. Wu Yan placed the circle on the stones. Wu Yan fiddled with the circle for some unknown reason. When Wu Yan was done fiddling with the circle, a fire suddenly lit up from the center of the circle. Wu Yan ignored all of this. He took out a few bottles and jars from the space ring and put them aside. Then he took out a few pieces of meat and a metal handle. He put the metal handle on the meat and put it on the fire to roast. From time to time he would pick up the bottles and jars beside him and sprinkle them on the meat. Wu Yan roasted the meat in an orderly manner as he opened the system status option. Character: Wu Yan. Abilities: Swordsmanship Expert, Cooking Expert, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance Equipment, Kusanagi Sword, Rank D, Summon, Misaka Mikoto Equipment Points, 51,000 Item Points, 83,000,000 Ability Points, 81,000 Summoning Points, 11,000 Level, 45. When he saw his own level, Wu Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Then he felt relieved. Wu Yan is a bit surprised to see that he has gained 15 levels in such a short time. But after thinking about it, it's not that strange. That terrifying monster army was completely wiped out by the 3 of them. With such a terrifying amount of monsters, there were even 10 level 40 monsters and a few hundred level 30 plus monsters. It's reasonable that they could level up to this level. What's more, monsters above level 20 came in heaps. This could be seen from the 83,000,000 item points that Wu Yan had left after purchasing the portable hot spring, quick healing potions and clothes. Although level 20 little monsters could not provide Wu Yan with much EXP, and some of them were killed by Chuju, the number was still terrifying. Chuju was only level 18. How many little monsters could she kill? Therefore they couldn't handle the large quantity. Now that he thought about it, even though he had the cheat that allowed him to level up through battle, after killing so many monsters, he only leveled up by 1 rank according to the Spalier World's calculation system. What a disgrace to the transmigrators. Mikoto's status didn't change much under Wu Yan's status, but, character, Misaka Mikoto ability, Electroshock user, LV5, Strength, C Endurance, C Agility, B Spirit, A Equipment, none level, 69. Compared to his previous status, there wasn't much change. He only leveled up by 1. But this one level was not easy to level up. After all, Mikoto couldn't be compared to himself. Among the little monster army, there were a lot of monsters that were higher level than him when he was still level 30. Their EXP to Wu Yan was like fighting above his level. Of course, he gained a lot of EXP, that's why he leveled up so many times. However, there wasn't a single monster that was higher level than Mikoto. The highest level monster was only level 40. Compared to Mikoto, it was much weaker. The amount of EXP Mikoto gained was very little. Even so, the amount of EXP Mikoto gained was still enough to pull him up a level. It wasn't easy. Wu Yan closed the system and began to ponder. Now that I'm level 45, I'm equivalent to a medium tier 5 warrior. It's about time for me to upgrade my equipment and abilities. And then, a sound woke Wu Yan from his thoughts. Wu Yan turned his head and couldn't help but smile. Her eyelids fluttered a few times before she opened her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand and yawned. Only then did she wake up completely. When she woke up, the first thing she saw was Wu Yan grinning at her while roasting some unknown meat in front of a bonfire that she didn't know when he started. "You're awake." Wu Yan waved at Mikoto with his empty hand. His other hand was still twirling the metal handle in his hand. It seems that distracting his attention won't affect his cooking. Mikoto was shocked. She quickly got up and looked around. When she saw that the corpses on the ground had disappeared, she let out a sigh of relief. If she really had to sleep next to a corpse, even if it wasn't a human corpse, she wouldn't be able to bear it. Every time she thought of that bloody scene, Mikoto quickly shook her head. Even though she's feeling a lot better now, she still felt a bit uneasy in her heart. Wu Yan, who was watching Mikoto from start to finish, couldn't help but sigh. Of course, he knew that Mikoto still hasn't completely accepted the fact that her hands were stained with blood, even if she was prepared. Rolling his eyes, Wu Yan suddenly laughed out of the blue. He laughed out of the blue. Hearing Wu Yan's strange laughter, Mikoto frowned. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a wave of unhappiness. Even her other emotions were completely suppressed by this unhappiness. "Why are you laughing so hard?" Mikoto glared at Wu Yan. "Nope." Wu Yan stopped laughing, but he didn't stop smiling. That hippopotamus face of his only made Mikoto even more annoyed. Beep 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 beep, a burst of electric sound started, indicating that the owner is very unhappy and the consequences are very serious. Wu Yan's expression stiffened. He timidly glanced at the electric current on Mikoto's body. In the end, he steeled his heart and looked at Mikoto without moving his eyes. His expression changed again into an expression of reminiscence. Wu Yan's wretched expression finally made Mikoto realize that something was wrong. She looked at herself and instantly her eyes widened. Her eyes were blank and her mouth was wide open. She didn't even release the electric current. Snow-white short-sleeved shirt and an ordinary gray skirt. It was a very ordinary and simple outfit. But it was this outfit that made Mikoto's expression look like she's seen a ghost. My clothes were changed. Mikoto now understood what happened. But it wasn't her who changed the clothes and Chuju was still sleeping. So there's only one answer. Why? Mikoto's face was blank. She turned to Wu Yan and her mouth opened and closed. As for why she asked why, it's just that she didn't want to face reality. After seeing the effect he wanted, Wu Yan's smile became even more brilliant. But why? Her hands slowly pressed on her body like a machine. Mikoto crossed her arms and said blankly, My clothes? Wu Yan stretched out his hand and waved his finger in front of his face. Is there even a need to say it? It's covered in blood. Of course it had to be changed. Beep. The electric arcs that were jumping around restlessly showed that Mikoto's heart wasn't calm at all. She forced a smile on her face and asked, Then, who was it that changed my clothes? Did you change it when Hinajiku woke up? Mikoto's hopeful eyes stared at him, making him feel a lot of pressure. He's already regretting using such a method to distract Mikoto's attention. Wu Yan stopped smiling. After taking a deep breath, he said confidently, How is that possible? In this world only I'm so considerate. So be grateful to me. Mikoto's face became hotter and hotter. At an unimaginable speed, the temperature on her face broke through the limit. Finally, with a bang, a cloud of smoke came out from her head. Her mind went blank. Mikoto's head started shaking uncontrollably from left to right, up and down. Wasn't this reaction a little too exaggerated? Wu Yan's mouth twitched as he watched Mikoto's eyes turn into circles. Her face was red as she shook her head. She's so pure. While Wu Yan was feeling proud, Mikoto suddenly stopped. She lowered her head with a gloomy expression. Beep beep beep. A blue light suddenly burst out. Electric arcs crazily flashed on Mikoto's body. With a wicked smile, Mikoto looked at Wu Yan. A chill ran from Wu Yan's spine to his head. Wu Yan's body couldn't help but shiver. Looking at Mikoto, who slowly stood up like a thunder god, a big drop of cold sweat slid down Wu Yan's head. Revealing a smile uglier than crying, Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Calm down. Mikoto, calm down. A devilish voice came out from Mikoto's mouth. What last wish do you have? Tell me. Although I don't know if I'll remember it, but if one day I happen to remember it, I'll consider fulfilling it for you. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yan laughed dryly at Mikoto. Don't joke around, Mikoto. You see, I'm doing this for your own good. You're a girl, you should be clean. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Mikoto's voice rose a little, but it didn't make Wu Yan happy. Instead, it made him feel even more despair. So that's how it is. To you, it's not a big deal. If that's the case. Blushing, Mikoto glared at Wu Yan and shouted, No need for last words, you, Mikoto. If I die, you'll die too. Wu Yan let out his last cry. Die, beep beep beep. Ah. As soon as Hinajiku woke up, she was startled by the terrible sound, thinking it was a demon attacking. She jumped up and summoned Sakura in her hand, looking ahead vigilantly. When she saw the situation clearly, her vigilant expression froze. Mikoto's face was blood red, smoke was coming out of her head from time to time. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared fiercely at the mess on the ground. On the ground, Wu Yan was lying there. Unlike Mikoto's red face, his face was black and so was his body. Smoke was coming out of his mouth and he kept spitting it out. What's going on? Chuju looked at the crime scene in shock. She couldn't react at all. Mikoto looked at Chuju, who was still in shock. Tears welled up in her eyes, she covered her face and lowered her head. How was she supposed to say this? Scratching her head in confusion, Chuju looked at Mikoto, who was blushing to the point that smoke was coming out of her face. She felt a little strange, but she couldn't figure out what was so strange about it. Rolling her eyes helplessly, Chuju walked towards the two. But as soon as she took a step, Chuju froze. Why did she feel a little cold down there? Reaching out her hand, Chuju froze. She could feel that the underwear she was wearing was different from before. The edge of the underwear that reached her legs was slanted, and it was quite slanted. Her underwear was gone. Combined with Mikoto's performance and Wu Yan's pitiful state, coupled with her slightly fresh body and wet hair, as well as the fact that she's wearing the same outfit as Mikoto's, a bad idea formed in her mind. Chuju's face started to turn red. Looking at Mikoto, Chuju whispered, Mikoto, could it be that our clothes and the blood on our bodies are? Hearing Chuju's voice, Mikoto didn't put down her hand. Instead, she opened her fingers, revealing two watery eyes. Looking at Wu Yan on the ground, she wanted to cry but no tears came out. She nodded her head. After Mikoto nodded, Chuju's face turned even redder than her hair. Her heart was burning with anger. She strode in front of Wu Yan and gave him a vicious slap. Slap. Chapter 40. It's probably night time. As for why I added, probably, it needs to be explained. Because in the cave, Wu Yan and the other two couldn't accurately judge the time, and they couldn't bring their phones with them. So I added probably. It's still the same fire, the same barbecued meat, and Wu Yan is still roasting it. The only difference is that this time, Wu Yan has a red palm print on his left cheek, and his skin is a bit darker. The two girls are now awake, sitting next to the fire. Their faces are red and they're glaring at Wu Yan. After roasting the meat, Wu Yan lifted the meat in his hand and handed it to Mikoto and Chuju. Take it. Watch. Halfway through, Wu Yan felt the red palm print on his face burning with pain. His mouth twitching, Wu Yan wanted to cry but no tears came out. Even though he knew that the two girls would teach him a lesson when they wake up, he didn't expect the lesson to be so deep. It can only be said that the lack of awareness before transmigrating killed him. Because in Wu Yan's subconscious mind, even if he saw the two girls naked, they can't do anything to him, right? Could it be that he could be so ruthless? Unfortunately, he had already forgotten that this is no longer the harmonious society that he once lived in. The girls from the 2D world are not the kind of people who would show mercy to others. But Wu Yan can be proud that he saw the two girls naked. Mikoto glared at Wu Yan fiercely before taking the barbecued meat from Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan laughed foolishly and handed it to Chuju. She snatched it, snorted, and threw it to the back of his head. Clapping his hands in dissatisfaction, Wu Yan mumbled. What, it's not like I haven't seen it before? Blushing again, Chuju immediately turned her head, gritted her teeth and glared at Wu Yan. She wanted to eat him alive. Shrinking his head, Wu Yan quickly raised his hands indicating that he surrendered. When Chuju no longer wanted to look at him, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. At the same time he was even more determined in his heart. Next time he would definitely summon a soft girl. At the same time Mikoto, who was sitting there chewing on a piece of barbecued meat, couldn't help but look at the meat in her hand with surprise. This is a little too delicious. The eyes of a certain super electromagnetic gun who had never eaten Wu Yan's dishes immediately lit up. She chewed even faster. As for the previous uncoordinated feeling, it was thrown to the back of her mind. As for why there was a feeling of disharmony, it was very simple. It was because the super electromagnetic gun's underwear, which was the safety pants, had been thrown away by Wu Yan just like Chuju. Although the fact that they like to wear safety pants is their cute point, compared to the cute underwear, this point can be discarded. Moreover, Mikoto and Chuju already have a lot of cute points on them. Chuju's situation was similar to Mikoto's. Although she had already tried Wu Yan's dishes, she still couldn't stop herself from eating them every time. Who told these two girls to not get fat no matter how much they eat? Let them be. Helplessly shaking his head, Wu Yan finished the barbecued meat in a few bites. After filling his stomach, Wu Yan opened the system list and clicked on the equipment option. As of now, Wu Yan is already level 45, which is the 5th step of the Spalier world. Although the Kusanagi sword has only accompanied him for 4 months, it's time to change it. The current Kusanagi sword can no longer keep up with Wu Yan's needs. If Wu Yan's idea was heard by the warriors in the Spalier world, they would definitely spit at him to death. One must know that common armaments are the dream equipment of warriors and mages below the 7th step. Armaments are extremely precious in the Spalier world. Even the lowest common armaments can only be worn by warriors or mages with good conditions. There are 2 reasons for good conditions, one is family background and the other is strength. Having a good family background is easy to understand. If you have a good father and your father is very rich, he will naturally prepare a common armament for you. Of course it has to be a big family. Even if it's not at the level of a lorry family, it has to be at least a big family in the area. Having good strength is even easier to understand. With strength, do you have to be afraid of not having enough money? Go into the giant beast forest and hunt high-level demonic beasts for 10 days to half a month. The money you can get from that would be enough to buy a mass armament. As for how strong you need to be, it's not much different from Wu Yan's current strength, around tier 5. A tier 5 warrior or magician would only be able to equip a common armament at this point in time. Yet, Wu Yan thinks that common armaments can't keep up with his needs? How can those warriors and mages below the 5th step who don't have a good family background and who still have iron armaments endure this? Well, with the system, this heaven-defying thing, Wu Yan can be considered to have a good family background, so he can't be counted. And now Wu Yan wants to change his equipment. Naturally, he won't be interested in common armaments anymore. What he wants to change is a C-rank equipment, which is a rare armament. In the Spalier world, rare armaments can only be worn by those above the 7th step. Also, only those with good family background can have one, such as Fei Fei. Of course, people like Lulu are the real good family background. She is only at the 4th step and she already has a rare armament. But she is the only daughter of the first family of the Ailu Empire, one of the 3 big empires. If you compare yourself to her, you will only be angered to death. Some of the poorer 7th step warriors and mages may not even have a rare armament. This is the main reason why Wu Yan didn't exchange for a rare armament in the Spalier world even though he had enough equipment points. In the Spalier world, robbing people and robbing the rich to help the poor is not illegal. But now it's different. Even though he is only at the 5th step and can't compare to a 7th step, he has Mikoto who is at the peak of the 7th step. What is there to be afraid of? As for those 8th and 8th step warriors and mages, if they don't have a rare armament, they will be looked down upon by others. As for the 9th step, there is no need to worry. They will also look down on you with 1 or 2 rare armaments. At this level, who doesn't have a family background? 9th step warriors use gold armaments. Moreover, the 9th step is a rare existence. Wu Yan doesn't even know if he can meet one. Even if Wu Yan heard about it, he only heard from Fei Fei that the previous head of her family, which is Lulu's grandfather, was a 9th step warrior. The number 1 family in an empire only has 1 tier 9 fighter. Even though he doesn't know how many tier 9 fighters there are in Silveria, there are less than 5 Tier 10 demigods in Silveria. How many Tier 9 fighters could there be in Silveria that are a tier lower than a Tier 9 fighter? So now is the time to exchange for a rare armament. Even Lulu, that half-natural girl, has a rare armament. If he doesn't have one, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Under the watchful eyes of the two girls who are munching on their food, Wu Yan flipped through his system inventory and started looking for equipment. D-tier equipment is automatically ignored since he doesn't need them anymore. He's mainly looking for C-tier equipment. As for B-tier equipment, sorry, he's embarrassingly short on funds. With Kendo Mastery and Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Wu Yan naturally looked for sword-type equipment. Katanas like the Kusanagi sword are also included. After looking for a few times, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and stared at one of the equipment. Shana of the Nippon Den, C-grade from the Blazing Eyes Shana, the Blazing Eyes Crusader Shana's Noble Phantasm points, 20,000 equipment points. This is it. Not for anything else, just because it is Shana's weapon, that is. Wu Yan tapped on the list and a simple katana and a scabbard appeared in his hand. A mysterious aura surrounded the sword, attracting the attention of Mikoto and Chuju. The hilt of the sword was black, but the end of the hilt was golden. The black guard was a square with 4 corners missing, and the middle was empty, connecting the hilt and the blade. The blade was bright silver, and in terms of color, it was much brighter than the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword. As for the scabbard in Wu Yan's other hand, it is completely black. Wu Yan nodded with satisfaction. Wu Yan is quite familiar with this katana that can be turned into a sword or a sword. The blade is relatively small, so it is easy to control. Although it is not easy to hit, it is light and convenient. Tightening his grip on the sword, he swung it with all his might. The bright silver blade flashed with white light in the air. He waved it around a bit before sheathing it back into its scabbard. Did you get a new weapon? Chuju curiously looked at Wu Yan's katana. After all, she is also a good swordsman, so she is quite fond of this kind of sword. Well, after today's battle, my strength has increased a lot, so it is inevitable to exchange for a more powerful weapon. Wu Yan said to Chuju after putting the katana into the interspatial ring. Mikoto nodded and said, "Then you don't want to exchange for some defensive equipment?" Wu Yan was surprised. After thinking for a while, he opened the system list and looked at it. Mikoto's words are not without reason. In today's battle against the army of monsters, if he had a decent defensive equipment, he would have saved a lot of effort. He could also extend the use of Senzabine so he would not have to risk his life. Of course, Wu Yan does not like to wear armor. Not only is it heavy, it is also not in line with his concept. So Wu Yan looked at the system list with a nonchalant attitude. But then again, he really did find a suitable one. Mental Dragon Armor, rank C, formless, weightless, exists in the form of a concept. When the wearer is attacked, a formless dragon-shaped armor will burst out. Completely immune to attacks below level 50, weakens attacks below level 60. Equipment points, 30,000. Wu Yan was delighted. Formless? Weightless. That's good. Now I don't have to carry a piece of armor everywhere, and I don't have to worry about its weight. Wu Yan immediately took it off. A ray of light shot out from the system list and shot into Wu Yan's forehead. At the same time, Wu Yan felt a floating dragon-shaped armor in his mind. It is the mental dragon armor. It usually stays here. Only when Wu Yan is attacked will it appear and block the damage for Wu Yan. After exchanging for 2 rank C equipment, Wu Yan only has 1,000 points left. Wu Yan's mood is very good. Only a little bit of regret. Wu Yan said with regret, "Mikoto, if only I still have some equipment points. I'll help you exchange for one too." Mikoto waved her hand casually. "No need. I don't need any equipment. Esper power is enough." "That won't do," Wu Yan said with dissatisfaction. "What if we go to the Spalier world and meet the real strong?" Chuju raised her head when she heard this. "Yan, are you guys going to leave this world?" Wu Yan and Mikoto both choked on their saliva. Wu Yan looked at Chuju with annoyance. "What do you mean we're going to leave this world? We're not dead yet. You know that's not what I mean." Chuju shouted excitedly. Wu Yan smiled and looked at Chuju. He half-jokingly said, "Don't worry. When we get there, I'll summon you. Of course, when that time comes, our lives will be fused together. If I die, you won't be able to live." Hearing this, Hinagiku finally smiled happily. "Then let me protect you." Wu Yan blanked out for a bit before he became speechless. "Is this a declaration to raise a gigolo? Please give me an explosion votes. Rewards. Click. Collection. Comment. Urgent, 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 urgent. LT/AGT, LT, AGT, LT/AGT. Chapter 41. Night, Mikoto and Chuju were already asleep. Although the two girls had slept for quite some time, their mental exhaustion still hadn't fully recovered. After all, the two girls were only 14 or 15 years old. They had just gone through a cruel slaughter. Even with Wu Yan's antics, it wasn't easy for them to relax. Wu Yan sat alone beside the fire. He was in charge of keeping watch. No one knew if there would be another demon attack in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep. Even if it wasn't on the same scale as before, he couldn't be careless. Thus, as a man, Wu Yan consciously accepted the task of keeping watch. It's definitely going to be boring, but looking at the sleeping posture of the two cute things, it's not like he can't get through it. Wu Yan is an otaku, staying up late is a common occurrence. This place was very wide. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate such a terrifying demon army. However, the only real passage, other than the slide that Wu Yan's group slid down, was the passage directly opposite of Wu Yan. Of course, Wu Yan wouldn't let his guard down in other places. The heavenly jade should be right in front of him, Wu Yan thought to himself as he looked at the seemingly endless passageway. As long as he obtained the heavenly jade and exchanged it for the other half of the mysterious crystal from the Heron Palace, he and Mikoto would leave this world. At that time he would summon Chuju over. This world wouldn't have much to do with Wu Yan anymore. Although before he transmigrated, Wu Yan was also very fond of Butler Whirlwind's world. However, that didn't mean that Wu Yan would be satisfied. He still remembered the familiar dungeons on the system's list. Those were all his dreams. Now that he had the chance to realize them, how could Wu Yan be satisfied if he didn't go through all of these places? Perhaps Wu Yan would bring Chuju back in the future. However, it was impossible for him to stop here. Butler Whirlwind was just the first stop. Your so-called night watch is just standing here in a daze. Just as Wu Yan's thoughts were about to drift away, a voice saved him. When Wu Yan looked up, Sis Cannon was looking down at him with dissatisfaction. Aren't you asleep? Why are you up? Wu Yan scratched his head awkwardly. He had indeed been distracted just now. He hadn't even noticed that Sis Cannon had gotten up and approached him. He had neglected his duty. Yeah, I suddenly woke up. Maybe it's because I couldn't sleep anymore. Maybe it's because I just slept. Mikoto said casually as she sat across from Wu Yan. Well, that's right. She's more like Sis Cannon when she's full of energy, Wu Yan said without any hesitation. Mikoto glared at Wu Yan. What do you mean? Are you saying that I don't look like a girl? Also, what's up with Sis Cannon? Are you making fun of me? Chuckling dryly, Wu Yan reached out his finger and pressed it against his cheek. Don't be angry, girl. I'll give you a smile. Don't act cute in front of me. Disgusting. Mikoto resisted the urge to punch Wu Yan's face. If Chuju wasn't still asleep, she would have flirted with him. Smiling at Mikoto, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Mikoto had fully recovered. He was afraid that Mikoto would be stubborn because of this. Luckily, it seemed that the sacrifice from before wasn't in vain. Hey, don't change the topic. What's up with Sis Cannon? Seeing Wu Yan laughing like an idiot, Mikoto was unhappy again. Wu Yan calling her Sis Cannon felt like an insult to her. Mama. Scratching his face, Wu Yan said, Mikoto, aren't you a super railgun? Calling you Sis Cannon is a form of respect. Mikoto stared straight at Wu Yan's face. Why do I feel like that's not the case? Don't mind the details. Those who care about details are all 9. How can I not mind? Mikoto retorted loudly. Why are you calling me sis? You're much older than me, you uncle. Uncle. Faced with Sis Cannon who evolved a venomous tongue, Wu Yan felt like he was struck by lightning. He was completely stunned. I'm only 20 years old. I'm not an uncle. You half lowly. Wu Yan screamed in his heart. But if he really screamed, he wouldn't be far from death. This made Wu Yan feel extremely aggrieved. Seeing Wu Yan's expression, Mikoto smiled and looked at the bonfire in front of her. Gradually she lost her focus. Wu Yan, who recovered at an unknown time, for some reason he couldn't help but want to talk to her when he saw her like this. What's wrong? Are you homesick? Wu Yan asked softly. Mikoto nodded blankly and then shook her head. This made Wu Yan confused. Perhaps Mikoto sensed Wu Yan's confusion. She glanced at him and said, Actually, I'm not homesick. Although I'm not dissatisfied with my previous life, living in Academy City feels a little normal. Every day I go to school, leave school, play video games. Maybe it was because of her life fusion with Wu Yan or because she had no one to talk to. Mikoto felt like she had to get it off her chest. And in this world there are a lot of exciting things. There are exorcists and monsters. When she mentioned monsters, Mikoto's expression was a little unnatural. She was probably thinking about the previous battle. But soon Mikoto continued, "But now, I miss Academy City. I miss Mom and Dad and I miss my junior." Although that junior is a little abnormal. Looks like Mikoto was harmed by that Yuri girl Shiroi Kuriko. So you're saying that you're conflicted. You want to go home but you also want to stay here and look for excitement. Wu Yan said bluntly. At the same time he sighed in his heart. As expected of Sis Cannon, she loved excitement. No wonder she went to flirt with those delinquents every day. Although it's similar to what you said, why do I feel uncomfortable hearing it from you? With your temper, the only time you feel comfortable is when you electrocute people. Wu Yan mumbled softly. What did you say? Nothing. Wu Yan shook his head after being glared at by Mikoto. Mikoto pouted unhappily and turned her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. Was life in Academy City normal? Wu Yan sighed in his heart. He didn't know how to tell Mikoto about that. About the Misaka sisters. The system already said that if the character Wu Yan summons didn't enter the world of that character, then the character he summons will be the same as the character from the day before the start of the storyline. Although he didn't know if the day before the storyline began was the time in the Super Railgun or the time in the Forbidden World, Mikoto didn't know about the existence of the Misaka sisters. It could be seen from the original novel that this kind-hearted girl regarded the Misaka sisters as important. Otherwise, she would not be willing to sacrifice her life for the sake of ending the superpower project. But now Mikoto was summoned by him. Even if the time in the Forbidden World was still frozen, Misaka sister had already been born. How many of the Misaka sisters died on the day before the storyline began? Even Wu Yan didn't know. If Mikoto knew about this, she'd be worried sick. This girl who blamed Misaka sister's fate on herself. But if he didn't tell her, then it would be even more cruel. After all, the Misaka sisters were Mikoto's sisters. How should he put it? Wu Yan's face started to change. After some hesitation, Wu Yan said in a low voice, "Mikoto." She turned around and looked at Wu Yan. Seeing his hesitant face, Mikoto was confused. What? Sighing, he looked at her with a straight face and said in a serious tone, What if Academy City isn't as beautiful as you think it is? What would you do? Not as beautiful as I imagined it to be?" Mikoto's face froze when she heard Wu Yan's what if. As a LVL5, she had extraordinary computing power. Her IQ was definitely higher than Wu Yan's. Now that Wu Yan said something like, "What if?" Mikoto didn't believe him. Mikoto frowned. "Yan, don't you know something?" Don't try to brush me off." Before Wu Yan could answer, Mikoto stopped him. "I know. As my summoner with such a magical system, you must know a lot of things. Otherwise, you wouldn't summon someone you don't know for no reason. You must know me very well. That's why you summon me, right?" Wu Yan flinched for a bit before replying. "That's not necessarily true. At the time, I wanted someone to protect Hinajiku. That's why I chose to summon a character. That wasn't a lie. No matter how much Wu Yan liked 2D characters, Wu Yan summoned someone to protect Chuju. Of course, liking Sis Cannon was also a part of the reason." Mikoto didn't believe Wu Yan at all. She said, "If you had told me this reason before, I might have believed you. But after this period of time, Yan, I realized that every word and every action you took with me was targeted. I don't believe that you can understand a newly summoned character to this extent. Or maybe it's the system that sent me your information. Just like how you had my information back then." Mikoto laughed at Wu Yan's words. She said, "After your explanation, I'm even more certain that you already knew a lot about me before you summoned me." Wu Yan looked at Mikoto blankly. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "You're trying to trick me? Tell me, Yan." Mikoto widened her tea-colored eyes and said sternly, "Why did you say that Academy City isn't that great?" Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. Under Mikoto's watchful gaze, he fell silent for a moment before he slowly spilled the beans. About the clones, the Misaka sisters, Accelerator, and the Aptitude Project. As Wu Yan spoke, Mikoto's face turned green. Her eyes were filled with anger. When Wu Yan talked about the Aptitude Project, Mikoto's face turned pale. When Wu Yan finished, Mikoto lowered her head. "It's all my fault." Mikoto looked up at the ceiling. Her eyes were empty. "I knew it would be like this." Wu Yan stood up abruptly and walked to Mikoto's side. Then he pulled her into his arms. Mikoto was shocked and quickly regained her senses. She wanted to struggle, but Wu Yan's voice slowly entered her ears. Mikoto couldn't help but stop. There's nothing wrong with being kind, Mikoto. You have to face reality. Don't worry, right now the time in your world has stopped. The sisters will be fine for the time being. Once we become strong enough to defeat Accelerator, we'll go back and save them. Mikoto fell silent after hearing Wu Yan's words. Until a certain moment when he felt the person in his arms nod, Wu Yan smiled. Chapter 42. Holding a piece of meat that Wu Yan just roasted, Chuju slowly chewed on it while looking at Wu Yan and Mikoto strangely. Her heart was full of doubts. Ever since she woke up, Chuju felt that the atmosphere between the two was a little different. Chuju didn't see anything wrong with Wu Yan's words. When it's time to roast meat, he'll roast meat. When he speaks, he's still so casual. But Mikoto's behavior is really strange. Every time Wu Yan looks at Mikoto, it wouldn't take more than 2 seconds for Mikoto to turn her head away, not daring to look at Wu Yan. Whenever Wu Yan turns his head away to do something else, Mikoto would sneak a peek at him, and in less than 2 seconds, she would shake her head like crazy and look away. Although she said she looked away, it didn't take long for her to look at Wu Yan again. Then she looked away and looked at him again. She didn't get tired of repeating the same thing. Such unnatural behavior made Chuju feel like a kitten was scratching her heart. She couldn't wait to ask what happened. After everyone finished eating, Wu Yan pointed at the fire ring and the fire suddenly disappeared. Wu Yan picked up the fire ring and threw it into his space ring. Then he turned to the 2 girls. Alright, let's go. There shouldn't be many monsters left in this place. After all, the number of monsters we killed yesterday wasn't small. Wu Yan's words reminded Mikoto and Chuju of the monsters that piled up into a mountain. Both of them nodded solemnly. Seeing the 2 girls' reaction, Wu Yan's expression didn't change, but he was actually very happy. If the 2 girls didn't get used to it, then it would be really bad for the next battle. There's only one passage here. Wu Yan pointed at the wide road in front of them. So, we can only go forward. Let's go quickly find that jade of the heavenly palace, and then leave this damned place. Mikoto said with a little excitement. Not only because they could leave this place after finding the jade of the heavenly palace, but more importantly, there must be demons and ghosts ahead. And demons and ghosts meant experience. After Wu Yan's explanation and consolation, Mikoto looked like she didn't care about Misaka's sister anymore. But in reality, she had already taken this matter to heart. Even though Wu Yan had said that his world was still in a frozen state, that time had stopped, and that nothing would happen to his sisters, Mikoto was still worried. She only wanted to become stronger as soon as possible, to become stronger than Accelerator. That way she would be able to save her sisters. Of course, being anxious is unavoidable. Wu Yan is already very satisfied. Compared to the original work where Mikoto looked helpless and hopeless, the current Mikoto's performance is undoubtedly much better. Part of the reason was because time had stopped, another part was because it wasn't as hopeless as the original. In the original work, Mikoto wanted to save her sister, but she couldn't. Even though Mikoto was the 3rd and Accelerator was the 1st, it didn't seem like a big difference, but it was actually wrong. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. In the original, Mikoto had a simple fight with Accelerator in order to save one of the Misaka sisters. But under Accelerator's overpowered strength, Mikoto lost miserably in his hands. Plus, there were people from the council behind the scenes. Because of this, Mikoto wanted to use the method of suicide to save her sisters. But now it's different. Mikoto, who couldn't beat Accelerator before, has become Wu Yan's summon. As long as there are enough battles, Mikoto will continue to grow stronger until she surpasses Accelerator. As for the Misaka sisters, after Mikoto pushed him away with a red face last night, Wu Yan spent the whole night explaining the inside story to her, including the real purpose of the Misaka sisters being used, Alistair's plan, and the support of the council. This made Mikoto feel a bit dejected. Becoming the enemy of the entire Academy City, the place you've been living in all your life, it's unbearable. Of course, Mikoto has already prepared herself. Even in the original she had this kind of determination, let alone now. But this also made Mikoto understand that as long as she can defeat Accelerator, at least for a short period of time, the sisters will be fine. Alistair won't let anything go wrong with his plan, this much is certain. As for what to do after defeating Accelerator, Wu Yan assured her that the system will find a way to deal with it. Mikoto was relieved. Without a doubt, compared to the original Mikoto who fought to the end by herself, The current Mikoto has someone whose life is intertwined with hers as her shield. She has someone she can absolutely trust to help her. She's undoubtedly much happier. But still, it's good to be strong. Under Mikoto's impatient urging, the three once again embarked on their journey to find the heavenly jade. The environment is the same as before, there are rocks and walls everywhere, there isn't even a drop of water. The three walked on a path that could easily become boring to the eyes, but the vigilance in their hearts didn't decrease at all. Compared to when they first came in, the current Mikoto and Chuju have undoubtedly changed a lot. Yesterday's events are still deeply engraved in their hearts. That kind of battle where it's either you die or I live has toughened up their hearts a lot. But there's still one thing they're not used to. Looking at how careful Mikoto and Chuju are walking with their legs clamped together, Wu Yan was speechless. Wearing safety pants all year round, now that they've taken it off, their behavior has changed so much. What should he say about them? Mikoto and Chuju are gnashing their teeth in anger. The two of them who are usually carefree decided to wear safety pants because they don't want to worry about anything. Occasionally they would have to take care of their skirts. For tomboyish girls like them who exercise a lot, it's too tiring. So, they've gotten used to wearing safety pants. Now that they suddenly changed, it's really awkward. Plus, they have to guard against the wolf behind them. The two girls knew that once they accidentally exposed themselves, the shameless wolf behind them would definitely continue to admire them openly. However, once the battle started, this kind of thing was unavoidable. There was nothing they could do but swallow their grievances. If Wu Yan knows what they're thinking, he'll definitely laugh and say, "I've seen everything on your body, do I still need to pay attention to your underwear?" What Mikoto and Chuju don't know is that their bodyguard is currently lying quietly in Wu Yan's interspatial ring. What is shameless? This is shameless. Look, there's light in front. Chuju raised her white cherry and pointed at the road ahead. There's a faint light, it looks like an exit. Wu Yan's face tensed up, he quickly stood in front of Mikoto and Chuju and said to them, "I don't know what's going on in front, everyone be careful, we can't rule out the possibility that there's a demon in front." Mikoto and Chuju nodded solemnly, they've already mentally prepared themselves after yesterday's battle. Mikoto even secretly calculated the calculation formula of her superpower in her mind. She's prepared to use her superpower at any time to prepare for battle. After all, Wu Yan is the leader here, but she's the strongest. After passing through the tunnel, Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Chuju immediately saw a bright light in front of them. Then a circular plaza appeared in front of them. Compared to the previous plaza, this place is much wider, it doesn't look like it was man-made. On the surrounding walls, there are holes of different sizes. The holes aren't deep, even from the bottom of the plaza Wu Yan and the other two can clearly see the bottom of the hole. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a beehive. In front of Wu Yan and the other two, there's a hole that's a lot bigger than the other holes. In front of the hole, there's a wide dragon throne. Although it's made of stone, it looks quite domineering. At this point, Mikoto's face darkened. Wu Yan and Hinajiku couldn't help but flinch. "What's wrong, Mikoto?" Chuju walked to Mikoto's side and said. Mikoto frowned, she pointed at the dragon throne and said, "That's a dragon throne, isn't it? Isn't it obvious?" Wu Yan rolled his eyes, anyone can see that it's a dragon throne. Receiving Wu Yan's eye roll, Mikoto immediately glared back. "So stupid, anyone can sit on a dragon throne. Isn't it just an emperor?" Wu Yan suddenly shook, he kind of understood Mikoto's meaning. "You're saying?" Chuju's mouth is wide open, looking at the tall dragon throne, she's speechless. Looks like she also kind of understood. "That's right." Mikoto looked at Wu Yan and Chuju. "Here there are only a few small holes, we can see the bottom of the holes including the one behind the dragon throne. This means that there's no other way, this is the innermost place." After saying that, Mikoto's face tensed up. Since this is the innermost place, then where did the demon army come from? Pointing at the holes, Mikoto said, "There's only one answer, those holes are the demon's nest, and there." Moving her finger to the hole behind the dragon throne, Mikoto smiled and said, "It's the king of these demons. The nest they're living in." Boom. Following Mikoto's words, the ground suddenly shook violently, the domineering cis cannon immediately revealed her true form. Her body tilted and fell into Wu Yan's arms. Red clouds floated onto Mikoto's face. Chuju on the side also fell into Wu Yan's arms from the sudden tremors. Wu Yan didn't refuse, he directly hugged the two girls and used the method of deflecting the force to stabilize his body. The ground started to crack, rocks rolled everywhere in the tremors, some even rolled towards Wu Yan's direction. Wu Yan was shocked. He quickly carried the two girls and jumped, dodging the rolling rocks one after another. When he couldn't dodge, he stepped on the rolling rocks and used the momentum to fly. The tremors became more and more violent. Just when Wu Yan was worried that the cave would collapse, a tree vine suddenly shot out from the cracked ground and arrived in front of Wu Yan like a gust of wind, whipping onto Wu Yan, who couldn't react in time. At this moment, a wave of energy came from Wu Yan's mind. It passed through his mind and spread to Wu Yan's body. Just when the tree vine was about to hit Wu Yan, the wave suddenly changed into an invisible dragon armor, blocking the tree vine's attack. With a muffled sound, the attack of the tree vines was blocked by the dragon-shaped armor. When the attack was blocked, the dragon-shaped armor flickered for a moment before disappearing. Only then did Wu Yan react. He quickly stepped on the tree vine, somersaulted in the air and landed on the ground, a drop of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. If it wasn't for the mental dragon armor, he would have been seriously injured just now. Failing its attack, the tree vine retreated, but more tree vines started to shoot out from the ground. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of tree vines shot out. A giant tree rose from the center of the tree vines. There was a face on the tree trunk. It was gaping at Wu Yan and the girls. This is a tree demon? Or a tentacle monster? Chapter 43. Tree Demon. Level 45. The 5-meter-tall giant body and the vines that were even longer than its body swung in the air. The moment the vines touched the rolling stones on the ground, they were surrounded twice. Then, with some unknown method, the vines crushed the large stones into pieces. Wu Yan's butthole tightened when he saw this. He hugged Mikoto and Chuju tightly and shuddered. This tree demon that was familiar with the tentacle monster's skills was a great enemy. Wu Yan made up his mind in an instant. He cautiously looked at the tree demon waving its vines and decided that it would be best to end this as quickly as possible. If he was entangled, he would lose his chastity. If the two girls in his arms were entangled, Wu Yan wouldn't even have a place to cry. If he was NTR'd by a tree, Wu Yan might as well just die. Wu Yan had forgotten that Mikoto was level 69. Is it the king of this place? Chuju poked her head out of Wu Yan's embrace. She was used to Wu Yan's embrace. With Mikoto by her side, Chuju was still a little shy. She glanced at the tree demon and quickly turned her attention away. I don't know. If Hinajiku is a bit shy, then Mikoto is very shy. This isn't the first time Wu Yan hugged her, but the first time was when her mental state was a bit off after the massacre. The second time was when she first heard about the sisters and her mental state was a bit off as well. This is the first time she's been hugged so blatantly by someone like Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't think too much about it. Let's not talk about hugging them, he even bathed them. What's there to be concerned about? He only cares about this tentacle tray ant, he can't wait to kill it. Ignoring the fact that it's a male nemesis, even if it isn't, Wu Yan still remembers the grudge he had with the Tree of Vines. If it wasn't for the mental dragon armor's immunity to all attacks below level 50, that whip would have rendered him impotent. How could Wu Yan not hold a grudge? You girls wait here, I will cut it into pieces first. Putting down the two girls, Wu Yan said this, making the two girls feel a bit weird. Did Yan Imo have a grudge against the tree demon? You don't need me to do it? After Wu Yan put her down, Mikoto blushed and lowered her head. She's mad at herself. It's just a small tremor, a little bit of electromagnetic force would have been enough to stabilize it. Why didn't she think of that? Why did she fall into Yan's arms? Let's do it together. Let's get this over with. In order to avoid being NTR'd, Wu Yan went all out. Mikoto adjusted her state of mind and nodded indifferently. A level 45 monster is just a small monster to her. If it was together with the demon army from before, she would be a bit more afraid. Just this one? Then what about me? Hinajiku hurriedly made her presence known. You stay by Mikoto's side, Wu Yan said quickly. He waved his left hand and a katana appeared in his hand. Okay. Chuju was a little reluctant. She was weak and couldn't help Wu Yan. Chuju cared a lot. But the situation was different now. Without the resplendent breath, rushing in recklessly would only lead to death. Seeing Hinajiku's expression, Mikoto patted her shoulder and whispered in her ear, wait until you become Yan's summon, you'll be able to grow infinitely stronger. At that time, come and help him. Chuju felt a little better after hearing Mikoto's words. She nodded firmly, indicating that she understood. It's coming? A tree vine whipped towards the three of them. Wu Yan quickly reminded them as he pulled out his new Nietono no Shana. The simple yet shiny blade flashed and the tree vine that was as thick as a thigh fell to the ground. Damn. As expected of the weapon of the 10,000 years cute thing. Wu Yen touched the Nieto no Shana in surprise. Although he knew that there was a huge difference between each level of equipment, Wu Yen was still surprised by the power of the Nieto no Shana. At least in terms of sharpness it was enough. No wonder the common armament and rare armament were only one level apart. One could only be used by low-level warriors or magicians, while the other could only be used by at least level 7. While Wu Yen was pleasantly surprised by his new equipment, the tentacle tray ant ignored the sliced vines as if they were nothing. It waved its other vines and sent Wu Yen flying. Yen? Seeing Wu Yen being sent flying, the two girls cried out in alarm. Wu Yen crawled up from the ground and waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. At the same time he glared at the tentacle tray ant, his eyes filled with anger. Damn it, even my mother has never hit me before. It's fine if you hit me once, but you even hit me twice. I can't stand it anymore. Although Wu Yen had the protection of the dragon armor, this was the first time Wu Yen had been put in such a difficult situation by a monster of the same level. Therefore Wu Yen was furious. With a turn of his body, Wu Yen dodged the tentacle trent's second attack. He continuously stepped on the ground and arrived in front of the tentacle tray ant with the speed of the wind. He tightly held onto the Nieto no Shana and chopped it down. When Wu Yen got close, the leaves on the tentacle trent's head formed a circle and covered its body from above. Wu Yan's attack only managed to cut off countless pieces of leaves. After his attack failed, Wu Yen stepped on the ground and moved behind the tentacle tray ant. Before his attack could land, another circle of leaves fell and covered the tentacle trent's body. Helpless, Wu Yen could only chop off another pile of leaves. At this time, several vines fell from the sky and whipped towards Wu Yen. Wu Yen was shocked and wanted to dodge, but a sound stopped him and he continued to slash at the tentacle tray ant. The vines instantly arrived behind Wu Yen and wanted to whip him 3 times, but several black swords came from afar and shredded all the vines that attacked Wu Yen. Wu Yan's attack successfully landed on the tentacle trent's body and took away a piece of wood. Roar! The tentacle tray ant finally cried out in pain. Wu Yen was good at kicking a man when he was down. A red halo flashed around the Nieto no Shana as Wu Yen viciously slashed down with the glowing Nieto no Shana. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. With a cold shout, a red arc of sword light came out from the Nieto no Shana and slammed into the tentacle trent's face. The huge force cut the tentacle trent's body into pieces. With the remaining force, the tentacle tray ant shot backwards and cut off all the vines in front of Wu Yen. The Nieto no Shana in his hand started to burn and ignite. Wu Yen looked at the Nieto no Shana in shock and then became happy. He didn't expect the chaotic return to Horizon Dance to be able to trigger the power of the Nieto no Shana. The already powerful chaotic return to Horizon Dance was strengthened to such a degree. What a surprise. One hit kill. Stroking the Nieto no Shana's body, Wu Yen laughed and returned the sword to its scabbard. Are you alright? Seeing that the battle was over, Mikoto and Chuju came to Wu Yan's side. I'm fine. I have to thank you for the iron sandsword just now, Mikoto. Wu Yen smiled at Mikoto, making her blush. Thus, Sundra Cannon decided to act Sundra. I only acted because I saw that you couldn't handle it. Don't misunderstand. Clap 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 clap. A burst of applause woke up Wu Yen, who was enjoying Mikoto's Sundra act. It also woke up Mikoto and Chuju. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and felt their hairs stand on end. A man was sitting on the highest dragon throne. The man had super white skin like a frozen corpse. His long black hair reached his waist and his bangs covered one of his eyes. The other eye that was exposed outside of his hair was a snake's eye. King Orochi, level 50? Wu Yan's serious face fell. Orochimaru? Uncle Snake, don't tell me you also transmigrated? Or did you use the reincarnation technique to transmigrate into Butler Whirlwind? Looking at King Orochi sitting on the dragon throne, Wu Yen felt that he looked more and more like Orochimaru. If Wu Yen didn't ask the system before and knew that there were no transmigrators other than himself, Wu Yen would have thought that he was Orochimaru. Serpent King was still clapping his hands with an evil smile on his face. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't think that you guys would be able to break all my toys. It's a pity that there's nothing in this damned place. Otherwise I would definitely reward you guys. Wu Yen looked at King Orochi in shock. He was speechless. Does he feel like he's going to eat me to death? If I was alone, I might have been eaten to death by you. But here we have a girl who broke through the sky. Yen, look. While Wu Yen was speechless, Chuju suddenly exclaimed. She pointed at King Orochi's neck and shouted, Look, that's the heavenly jade. Wu Yan heard and quickly turned to look at King Orochi's neck. Indeed, there was a jade pendant on King Orochi's neck. It was swaying there. It looked exactly like the illustration handbook that Yi Cheng's mother showed them. Heavenly jade? So that's how it is. You're here for this jade tablet? Great Serpent King said with a look of realization on his face. As he spoke, he began to laugh out of the blue. Are you the king here? Mikoto took 2 steps forward and shouted at him. This level 50 guy was so arrogant that Mikoto was especially annoyed. That's right. King Orochi looked down at Wu Yan and the other 2 arrogantly. He stretched out his arms as if he was hugging something and said, I am the king here. The strongest Dragon King. Dragon King. Dragon. Chuju was shocked. Wu Yan's mouth opened wide. Even Mikoto, who could use the system to detect King Orochi's name, was stunned. She tried her best to hold back her laughter. She covered her mouth with force and looked like she was having a hard time holding it in. After hearing King Orochi's words, Wu Yan no longer treated him as Orochi Maru. This was because he had a strong Chinibyu aura on him. Wu Yan almost laughed out loud. This Chinibyu Orochi actually said that he was a dragon? Although it wasn't that he hadn't heard of dragons and snakes being family, and some fantasy novels and dramas didn't have scenes of snakes transforming into dragons, but for King Orochi to say that he was a dragon, that was a joke. Dragon, the legendary dragon, how could it be so white that it was about to enter the ground? How could a dragon be level 50? Alright, even those lizard-like dragons in the west wouldn't be so weak. Wu Yan already thought that King Orochi was a joke sent by the will of the universe. Of course, Wu Yan also spoke his own words honestly. Are you here to be funny? Wu Yan's words made Mikoto burst out laughing. Her hand that was covering her mouth moved to her stomach. She laughed so hard that Mikoto's tears almost came out. No, they already came out. Chuju looked at the laughing Mikoto and Wu Yan in confusion. What was going on? How dare you? King Orochi roared. How dare you look down on me, the great Dragon King? Mikoto laughed even harder after hearing King Orochi's words. Wu Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing Wu Yan and Mikoto's reaction, King Orochi couldn't hold back his anger. King Orochi stuck out his tongue and licked his chin. His snake eyes glowed coldly as he looked at Wu Yan and the other 2. I've decided I'll grind your bodies into powder and use it as insect repellent for my dragon cave. I've decided to. Wu Yan announced with a smile as he raised the Neotono Shana in his hand. For the development of comedians, I've decided to send you to hell to show off your talents. Chapter 44. I want you to die. The mocking tone finally caused the Orochi's king to explode. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of purple liquid towards Wu Yan like a bullet. Its speed was unbelievably fast. On the surface, Wu Yan didn't care about the Orochi's king. However, inside he was already very worried. Even if the opponent was Chinibyu and arrogant, the level 50 was no joke. Wu Yan knew that there was only a 5-level difference between him and the Orochi's king. However, even if Wu Yan was only level 49 and only had a 1-level difference, Wu Yan wasn't confident that he could win against the opponent. After all, this was the difference between the tiers. Level 50 was already tier 6. Although Wu Yan was level 45, he was still tier 5. The difference between the tiers wasn't small. As the tiers increased, the difference between the tiers would become bigger. At tier 5 or tier 6, the difference between the 2 was already very big. If it wasn't for the 2 rare armaments, Shana and Dragon Armor, Wu Yan wouldn't have dared to fight the Orochi's king one-on-one. Especially the Dragon Armor, it was simply a low-tier artifact. It was completely immune to attacks below level 50 and could even weaken attacks below level 60. It was a great opportunity to exchange for it. Although he didn't know if a level 50 bag was included in the range of immunity, Wu Yan didn't want to test it with his own body. This guy was a snake. The ball of liquid that was spat out from its mouth was undoubtedly poison. Mikoto, protect Chuju. As he pulled out Shana, Wu Yan quickly shouted. He then waved the sword in his hand and a gust of wind blew the flying ball of poison away. Be careful. Mikoto, who had already seen Wu Yan's intention to fight one-on-one, immediately used her superpower. Her entire body emitted a bluish-white electric current. She pulled Chuju, who was beside her, and stretched out her hand towards the wall. The 2 of them flew backwards as if they were being pulled by a rope. You still want to escape in front of me? What a joke. King Orochi laughed maniacally. Thinking that Mikoto and Chuju were trying to escape, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of poison towards Mikoto. Would the level 69 Mikoto care about the level 50 Orochi King's attack? The answer was no. Without even looking, Mikoto's body surged with electricity and the venom was instantly dissolved. When King Orochi saw this, he was startled. A strong gust of wind came behind him while he was still in a daze. Wu Yan lowered his head and faced King Orochi's back. Being distracted in the middle of a battle, Wu Yan slashed at the Orochi King's neck as he muttered the lines that would appear in many melodramatic dramas. But someone will die. King Orochi King's mouth curved into a sinister smile. Facing Wu Yan's slash, King Orochi King only twisted his neck a little. His neck strangely extended forward, causing Wu Yan's slash to hit empty air. Without moving his body, King Orochi King's head turned back. His snake eyes stared at Wu Yan's face and shot a ball of poison towards Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan cursed in his heart. You actually imitated Uncle Snake's soft body modification and even wanted to shoot me in the face. You're not a girl. At this time, Wu Yan still maintained his slash. Seeing the poison shooting towards him, not only did Wu Yan not pull back his katana, he instead used more strength to slash down. The Yamano Shana was cut into the ground, deeply embedded into the rocky ground. Wu Yan used his katana to pull his body over, avoiding the oncoming poison. King Orochi King was very surprised by Wu Yan's actions. It was as if he didn't expect it. Thus, Wu Yan unceremoniously turned around and rewarded him with a punch, sending him flying with a backhand. King Orochi King flew backwards in the air with a furious expression. He forcefully swung his leg. Following his movement, King Orochi King's leg suddenly extended and kicked the stunned Wu Yan away. For God's sake, he can even use Luffy's move. Wu Yan, who was cursing in his heart, quickly fell to the ground with King Orochi King. In their first confrontation, the two were actually evenly matched. So fast I can't even see their movements. Chuju rubbed her eyes. She forced herself to watch a battle of this level, using her eyes too much. Mikoto, who was beside her, didn't say anything. She just stared at King Orochi King and muttered to herself. Your claws actually touched this king. King Orochi King lay on the ground motionlessly. But if one looked carefully, one would discover that his snake eyes were filled with astonishing killing intent. With such a soft body, ordinary attacks couldn't cause any harm to him. But Wu Yan was able to send him flying in the battle. This made King Orochi King, who believed himself to be invincible, unable to accept. Kill. I must kill him. In contrast to King Orochi King, Wu Yan quickly got up from the ground. He touched the part of his body that was a little painful from the kick and rejoiced in his heart. If it wasn't for the mental dragon armor, it wouldn't be as simple as just a little pain. Sure enough, not all protagonists can fight above their level. If he didn't exchange for these 2 C-grade equipment, he might have already lost after that kick. Holding the Nyandanza, he pointed at King Orochi King who was still lying on the ground. Wu Yan mocked, "What? The Honorable Dragon King also has the habit of lying on the ground after losing a fight." Just as he finished speaking, Wu Yan's expression immediately changed. A chill rose from his back. Wu Yan fiercely slammed his foot on the ground and retreated. A small snake came out from the ground when Wu Yan retreated. It brushed past Wu Yan's face and slithered up. After being dodged by Wu Yan, the snake twisted its body and bit at Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression changed again and again. Seeing that he was about to be buried under the snake's mouth, the mental dragon armor once again turned into an invisible shield and blocked the snake's attack. The small snake hit the mental dragon armor and made a crisp sound. Before it could attack again, its body was cut in half and fell to the ground. After cutting the small snake in half, Wu Yan stabilized his body. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Phew. Chuju let out a breath and patted her chest. Her heart was filled with fear. Mikoto smiled and put down her hand that was pointing at King Orochi. Ha ha ha. King Orochi stood up and looked at Wu Yan with a smile. However, there was no smile in his eyes. Not bad. Even this move can't do anything to you. No wonder you can break all my toys. Licking his lips, the Serpent King held his forehead with his hand and laughed so hard that his entire body trembled. Wu Yan gripped his sword and coldly stared at King Orochi. He wanted to cut him into pieces. He almost died just now. Let me explain again. Wu Yan is a very vengeful person. The wind started to howl. The ground started to shake. The atmosphere started to swirl. The blade started to whistle. Right hand holding the blade, left hand pressing down on the hilt. The blade lit up with red light and a scorching aura started to spread. King Orochi stopped laughing when he felt the oppressive atmosphere. His face darkened and his body started to tense up. It's funny, isn't it? Wu Yan said faintly and then chuckled. Well then, let's see if you can still laugh after this. Wu Yan's body turned into a blur and he appeared in front of King Orochi. Chaotic return. His cold eyes stared at King Orochi. King Orochi narrowed his snake eyes and the blade flashed in front of him. Horizon dance, bang, with a loud explosion. A red light shrouded the area where Wu Yan and Orochi King are standing. Dust and pebbles were blown into the air by the explosion. The ground around them cracked and turned into a barren wasteland. Ah! Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. They quickly covered their faces with their hands to block the wind and dust. They tried to open their eyes to see what was going on. A corner of the dust cloud protruded out of the cloud of dust. Not long after, Naruto King flew out of the cloud of dust. Wu Yan followed closely behind as he arrived in front of Naruto King. He raised his knee and rammed it into Naruto King's abdomen. Wah! King Orochi's eyes popped out. He opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Then he was pushed to the ground by Wu Yan. He slammed into the wall and a human figure was blasted out. After getting his revenge, Wu Yan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. After the buff from Horizon Dance, the power of chaotic return to Horizon Dance had reached a new level. Wu Yan was very satisfied with its power and momentum. If Wu Yan could use the art of freedom, it might be even stronger. After all, Horizon Dance was a noble artifact of the Flame Mist Warriors. If Wu Yan wasn't fighting against someone of a higher rank, he would have killed King Orochi with one move. You damned ant. King Orochi was furious. Ever since he became the king of this place, he had never suffered such a loss before. In his rage, King Orochi opened his mouth wide. Venom shot out like a machine gun towards Wu Yan. The overwhelming amount of venom blocked Wu Yan's path. Wu Yan's eyes focused. He gently twisted his body and rushed towards King Orochi. He waved the long sword in his hand and scattered the venom. Wu Yan, who had the sword mastery, had calculated every move carefully. Not only did he block King Orochi's venom attack, but he also opened a path for himself. After Horizon Dance knocked away the venom, the blade was still silver. It was not affected by the venom that could melt human bones. Wu Yan immediately approached King Orochi. Die. His hands turned into two huge Orochi's mouth. King Orochi grinned as he attacked Wu Yan. The mental dragon armor appeared and blocked the two huge snake mouths. Wu Yan already knew that he could not be completely immune to a level 50 attack. However, he could still weaken it. Therefore, Wu Yan ignored the residual force of King Orochi's attack and allowed it to hit him. His body shook slightly. Wu Yan's footsteps paused for a moment. He then continued to attack King Orochi as if nothing had happened. He arrived in front of him at 0 distance. What? King Orochi looked at Wu Yan in shock. In an instant, Wu Yan waved the long sword in his hand. The red sword light descended once again. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. After King Orochi was completely smashed into the wall, Wu Yan laughed. Just as he was about to withdraw his sword and retreat, a fist suddenly reached out from the wall and sent Wu Yan flying. With his other hand, King Orochi slowly walked out from the wall. Many years ago he was only a slightly stronger snake demon. After being sealed in this place, he was humiliated and bullied by countless older demons. They were stronger than him, so the Great Serpent King could only endure with all his might, all so that one day, he could stand at the top and kill all the creatures that dared to offend him. Gradually as time passed, the Great Serpent King grew stronger and stronger. In this place filled with powerful yaos, the Great Serpent King kept on fighting until he killed all the yaos that had bullied him in the past. Then he became invincible and became the king. I am invincible. Kill, kill, kill. King Orochi twisted his body and a low voice filled with killing intent spread out. Kill, 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 kill. The low voice turned into a violent roar. The powerful sound waves shook the stone walls. A powerful aura rose from King Orochi's body, causing Wu Yan to be shocked. Bang! King Orochi's body suddenly exploded into pieces. A green light flew out from the broken body and into the air. The light grew brighter. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto couldn't help but close their eyes. A huge snake head peeked out from the light and looked at the shocked Wu Yan on the ground. The snake opened its mouth and let out a loud roar, sound, shaking the earth. Chapter 45. Hiss! Its 50-meter-long snake body was casually placed on top of the beehive-like structure. Its 2-meter-thick snake head that looked like the head of a dinosaur swayed lightly. Its pale-sized snake eyes stared at Wu Yan, who was on the ground with a cold and murderous look. The tender flesh at the side of the snake's mouth twitched as if it was sneering. It roared loudly at Wu Yan. The sound wave swept away a large amount of dust and gravel, blowing towards Wu Yan, who was standing in front of the giant snake. Orochi monster, level 60, standing under the giant snake head, Wu Yan resisted the trembling of his body. He held Shana tightly until the web between his thumb and index fingers split open and blood dripped down. Wu Yan did not care. He only looked at the Orochi monster with bitterness in his heart. He did not expect that in the previous battle, King Orochi did not use its true strength at all. But it made sense. If it was only level 50, it might be able to defeat any monster in this huge monster horde. However, it was not enough to suppress such a large number of monsters. To suppress such a large number of monsters, it would require at least the current level and a body that surpassed everything. Orochi monster. King Orochi monster's true form. Level 60. Level 7. Relying on Nippon no Shana, Psyche Dragon Armor and Chaotic Return to Horizon Waltz, Wu Yan can challenge the level 50 Orochi King, who is one tier above him. Furthermore, with Psyche Dragon Armor and Chaotic Return to Horizon Waltz and Nippon no Shana's attack power, Wu Yan can slay the Orochi King. But 2 levels higher. Even if they had B-grade equipment and gold-grade armaments, it was still impossible. Unless, like the demon army from before, they relied on their terrifying numbers to attack in a frenzied manner, as if they were sending themselves to their deaths. But was it possible for one person? The answer was, of course it was possible. Under the cold gaze, Wu Yan took a deep breath. He raised his right hand holding the sword and pointed at King Orochi monster. Run. In this sealed cave, where could he run to? Therefore they could only fight. Of course, attacking blindly would only lead to death. But don't forget, Wu Yan's real trump card was the 8300000 item points. Disregarding everything else, as long as he could exchange for a bottle of resplendent breath, he would definitely have a chance of winning the upcoming battle. The resplendent breath could force one's body into a state of invincibility. As long as one drank it, they would be invincible for 3 hours. This was probably Wu Yan's surname. At this moment, other than killing intent, the Orochi demon felt smug. In its imagination, when it revealed its true form, that ant should have a face full of fear and despair. Then it would start to run away. Then it would tease him and vent the resentment in its heart before dealing with him. But what he didn't expect was that this damned ant didn't seem to be afraid at all. He didn't run away as he thought, and he even dared to point his weapon at him. At this moment, King Orochi monster's smugness completely turned into endless killing intent. Wu Yan, who was shrouded in killing intent, froze and began to tremble uncontrollably. Wu Yan laughed at himself in his heart. Then he clenched his teeth and prepared to open the system list to exchange for the resplendent breath. Yan, the next battle belongs to me. A bolt of lightning flashed in front of Wu Yan from afar, crackling incessantly. Mikoto stood there looking at the great snake demon. Her eyes were filled with the will to fight. Mikoto. Opening the system list, Wu Yan looked at Mikoto, who suddenly appeared in front of him. His heart was filled with joy. Yes, there's still Mikoto. I'm not alone. But, can you kill it? Wu Yan hesitantly took a few steps forward and asked in a low voice. Mikoto closed her eyes. She knew that Wu Yan wasn't asking if she could kill Orochi monster, but if she dared to kill Orochi monster. But Mikoto immediately opened her eyes again. It's not a human. It's just a monster that harms people. I will kill it. Wu Yan muttered in his heart and looked at Mikoto. Can you do it? Hearing this, Mikoto raised her head proudly with a face full of confidence. Who are you asking? I'm Tokuwadai's trump card, the LVL5's third place, Railgun Misaka Mikoto. Wu Yan was stunned. Looking at the confident Mikoto, a smile bloomed on his face. Then it's up to you, Mikoto. Wu Yan opened the system list and used 100,000 item points to exchange for a bottle of resplendent breath, and stuffed it into Mikoto's hand. If there's an accident, drink it. Although Mikoto's life was fused with his, as long as he didn't die, he could use half of the summoning points to revive Mikoto. But Wu Yan had subconsciously forgotten that in his heart, Mikoto was just a girl who needed to be doted on. Mikoto wanted to use this excuse to reject Wu Yan, but when she saw the serious look in Wu Yan's eyes, her heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned her head and touched the potion bottle in her hand. She drank it once, so she naturally knew what it was. She put it in her pocket and nodded. Be careful. Waving her hand, Mikoto looked at the snake demon that was getting more and more irritable. Blue and white electric sparks flashed again. The electric current covered her body, and the ends of her brown hair fluttered. Cool. Free and easy. Wu Yen couldn't help but glance at her. Then he kicked off the ground and moved to Chuju's side. Seeing Wu Yen backing away, the Orochi monster wanted to attack Wu Yen. An inexplicable sense of vigilance rose from its heart. The Orochi monster quickly focused its mind. It saw Mikoto staring at it. The electric sparks on her body jumped even faster, causing the Orochi monster to feel a sense of danger. Seeing this, the Orochi monster understood that the most threatening thing here wasn't Wu Yen, but the girl in front of it. Yen, how are you? Chuju moved closer to Wu Yen and asked silently. Wu Yen shook his head. I'm fine, but it's up to Mikoto now. Hinajiku nodded solemnly. She couldn't see Mikoto's and the great snake demon's level, so she didn't know how Mikoto would win against such a monstrous monster. However, since Wu Yen chose to believe in Mikoto, then she would also choose to believe in her comrades. As the electric sparks flashed on Mikoto's body, the Orochi monster's sense of danger intensified. The Orochi monster believed that this little girl was definitely in existence that could kill it. The sense of danger had completely overtaken its self-esteem. Normally, if a little girl dared to stand in front of it and provoke it like this, the Orochi monster would have killed her without a word. But although it was a little arrogant, it wasn't an idiot. The sense of danger in its heart told it that if it underestimated the girl in front of it, it would definitely die. Thus, the Orochi monster retracted its killing intent and focused its thoughts. The gloomy aura on its body began to fluctuate. Aren't you going to attack me? Mikoto shouted loudly. She couldn't help but be excited to duel with a strong opponent. She was a competitive person to begin with. Even if the opponent was a monster, even if this duel had escalated to the point where life and death were up to fate, Mikoto only had one thought in her mind. Since you're not going to attack me, her bangs rose slightly, electric sparks flew to Mikoto's forehead and converged into an even brighter electric current. Then it shot towards the Orochi monster. Then I won't hold back. The electric spear was Mikoto's most common move. It didn't have much attack power, but it had the advantage of being extremely fast. Under Mikoto's command, the electric spear caused a series of sonic booms wherever it passed. Before the monster could react, the electric spear had already hit the Orochi monster's snake head. The Orochi monster only saw a flash of blue and white light, and then a sharp pain came from its head. In front of its huge body, the electric spear's attack power could only cause it a little pain, but it was enough to numb it. It wasn't until 2 or 3 seconds later that it reflexively raised its head. However, at the same time the Orochi monster raised its head, another electric current just happened to pass through its head. The Orochi monster raised its head just in time to deliver its own head. The electric spear hit the Orochi monster's eye. This wasn't just a momentary numbness. The eyes were the weakest part of the human body, even for monsters. Therefore, when the electric spear pierced the Orochi monster's eye, the pain was transmitted to the Orochi monster's brain, and a mournful snake hiss sounded. One of the snake's eyes was already closed and blood was flowing down. The Orochi monster shook its head in pain, but it exposed more of its weakness to Mikoto. Mikoto smiled lightly and slowly raised her hands. In the midst of the electric current explosion, a wave of black sand flowed out from the ground, forming a black wave. Iron sand. A derivative of Mikoto's superpower, using electricity to generate electromagnetic force to control the iron sand, and then using it to attack. Seeing that the Orochi monster had stepped into her trap, Mikoto pulled her hand, and the iron sand wave suddenly surged, forming iron sand swords above Mikoto. Only when there were over 100 iron sand swords, all the iron sand was formed. Over 100 iron sand swords were pointed at the Orochi monster, and each of them was violently vibrating like a chainsaw. Mikoto activated her superpower, and the iron sand swords shot out, piercing through the Orochi monster's scales, and piercing its huge body. Hiss! The iron sand swords pierced through the Orochi monster's body like black needles, and Orochi monster howled in pain. Blood flowed out from its wounds and covered the iron sand swords, dyeing them red. So strong. Chuju covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming. She knew that Mikoto was strong, and she could tell from the previous battle between humans and monsters. However, Chuju still underestimated Mikoto's strength. After becoming Yan Summon, can I also be this strong? Chuju looked at Mikoto in a daze, and then looked at Wu Yen who was watching Mikoto fight with a smile. Chuju's eyes became resolute. I must be this strong. I must. Wu Yan, on the other hand, had another thought in his mind. He didn't expect the difference between Mikoto and Orochi Monster to be so huge. Of course, Mikoto was level 69, and Orochi Monster was level 60. There was a gap of 9 levels between the two. Although it wasn't as big as the difference in tiers, it was still a big gap. If Mikoto was a peak Type 7 powerhouse on the verge of breaking through to the Type 8 realm, then the Serpent Demon was a newly ascended Type 7 powerhouse that had just broken through to the Type 6 realm. One was a peak Tier 7, the other a newly ascended Tier 7. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. What's more, Mikoto didn't hold back at all. This kind-hearted girl would usually restrain her superpower in order to prevent it from harming others. In the original work, Mikoto only used her full power against Fantasy Beast and Accelerator. Other times her superpower was at most LV4. If it wasn't for this, the original main character Kamijutoma wouldn't have been able to nullify all of Mikoto's attacks. That was lightning. Kamijutoma had the ability to nullify anything that didn't belong to the human world, and also had omen perception. But to put it bluntly, he was only LVL 0. It was normal for him to block 1 or 2 attacks. Blocking 5 or 6 attacks could be considered putting his life on the line. But to block all of them, that was too unrealistic. The difference between LVL 5 and LV4, Wu Yan conservatively estimated it to be the difference between Tier 7 and Tier 6. The difference in tiers isn't that easy to overcome. Right now the opponent was a monster, not a human. After experiencing a massacre, Mikoto had seen through things a lot. So, with her full power, killing an Orochi monster was more than enough. Wu Yan firmly believes in this point. Mikoto is just as confident. Chapter 46. Ouch ouch ouch. The iron sand sword stabbed into the great serpent demon's body was still vibrating. Every time it vibrated, blood would spurt out. The great serpent demon was in so much pain that its long tail lashed out madly, smashing its dragon throne, its residence, and the honeycomb-like building into pieces. Blood dyed its black snake body red. Orochi opened its remaining snake eye and looked at the tea-haired girl on the ground who was wrapped in electricity. Its eyes were full of resentment. Do you hate me? Mikoto unexpectedly understood the resentment in Orochi's eyes. She was usually soft-hearted, but this time she was incomparably tough. Lifting her heroic face, she looked at Orochi and shouted. Then who should those existences you call toys, those existences you use as cannon fodder, hate? With a shout, the sound of thunder followed. The flashing blue and white electricity formed a net in the air. Under Mikoto's control, it enveloped Orochi. Suddenly, the sound of electric current exploded once again, followed closely by the great serpent demon's blood-curdling screams. The net of electric current covered the great serpent demon's body unceasingly, and the great serpent demon's body, which was under the electric shock, emitted a roasted meat fragrance, and its scales turned from black to charred black. The serpent demon wriggled its body and struggled with all its might, trying to break free from the electric net. Unfortunately, the electric net was not a fishing net or a snake-catching net. As long as Mikoto's calculations continued, the electric net would continue until the electric current was extinguished. Orochi was a bit desperate. After being tortured by Wu Yan, it had just returned to its original form. It originally wanted to turn the tables on Wu Yan. It didn't expect that just as it used its huge body to intimidate Wu Yan, this little girl would jump out of nowhere and torture it to death again. Even if all of its subordinates had died, even if its human body had exploded, even if it had reached the point where it had to revert to its original form, the great snake demon had never felt despair. But now, it's just a little girl, just a little girl. How can I die in her hands? Roar. With a violent roar, Orochi's snake body stretched out. The net of electricity was actually broken by its movement. What? Mikoto was a bit surprised. She planned to use this net of electricity to end this battle. She didn't expect it to be broken. Roar. The roar from Orochi's mouth was no longer a snake's hiss. It was more like a beast's howl. Orochi had gone completely crazy. Now it only wanted to kill. Kill the girl who brought it pain. With a swing of its tail, the great serpent demon's tail broke through the stone wall and crushed countless stones in its path. Then it swept towards Mikoto. With the sweep of the tail, a strong wind blew towards Mikoto. Mikoto's body was blown away and she almost fell to the ground. After all, she was only a 14-year-old girl who weighed less than 40 kilograms. The wind pressure was enough to blow her over. Chuju. Orochi's tail was very long. Even if it wasn't long enough to reach the other side of the square, Wu Yan and Chuju were just within its attack range. Looking at the sweeping tail, Wu Yan cursed. He hugged Chuju and jumped, dodging the tail. Seeing Wu Yan and Chuju dodging Orochi's attack, Mikoto, who was hanging upside down on the cliff, let out a sigh of relief. She didn't realize that she was wearing a skirt. When she was hanging upside down, she revealed the little cutie that Wu Yan put on himself. When Wu Yan saw it, he couldn't help but want to poke Orochi's eyes blind. It was fine if Chuju saw it. After all, they were both girls. To be seen by a disgusting Orochi was a big loss. No, this snake must die. Mikoto. Hurry up and get rid of it. Wu Yan shouted at Mikoto. He hoped that she wouldn't expose herself again. It's fine if she showed it to him, but don't let others take advantage of it. No, don't let other snakes take advantage of it. So noisy. Just be a good girl and watch. Although he said that, he waved his hand and shot out 2 electric spears, hitting the big snake demon's body. Unfortunately, the advantage of the electric shock spear was its speed, but its attack power was really not high. Against a monster with a huge body like the Great Snake Demon, its attack power was obviously insufficient. Unless it was like before and attacked its eyes, it would only be able to numb it. As expected, it's better to use Iron Sand to attack. Before she could finish her sentence, the Naga demon's head came crashing towards Mikoto. Mikoto calmly stretched out her hand again and pulled the Naga demon to the other side like Mount Tai. Bang! The rock wall was smashed into smithereens, pieces of rock started falling down. The Naga demon pulled its head out of the rock wall, roared and charged towards Mikoto again. Iri, so annoying. The frequent and frenzied attacks in addition to its huge body caused Mikoto to only be able to dodge for a moment. She didn't have the time to launch a powerful attack. One must know that a powerful attack requires a longer time to calculate. This made Mikoto a bit mad. A railgun who can't attack isn't a good railgun. Only a submissive like Wu Yan would feel good in such a situation. Do you need help, Mikoto? Wu Yan hugged Hanajiku and jumped up and down to dodge the attacks. He's having a lot of fun dodging the attacks. So he's a submissive after all? I don't need your help. Super railgun, I know. Hurry up and take care of it, Sis Cannon. Wu Yan really wanted to take care of the Orochi that saw Mikoto's eyes. You bastard. Sparks flew. Wu Yan used his taunt skill and successfully triggered Mikoto's aggro. Mikoto's aggro was maxed out and she transferred it to Orochi. He waved his hand at the Iron Sand Sword on the big snake demon's body. The Iron Sand Sword vibrated again, and like a vampire, it sucked out the big snake demon's blood. The sudden pain caused the big snake demon's attack to deviate, and it plunged into a pile of rocks not far away, causing it to howl in pain. Chance. Mikoto's small face lit up with joy. She stood on the ground and pointed with her little finger. Iron sand poured out again and formed into iron sand swords. Then, with a shout from Mikoto, the swords covered the sky and pierced towards the big snake demon's body. Seeing this, the serpent demon couldn't help but be shocked. Being pierced by these black needles was no joke. Dying from blood loss was a small matter, but dying from pain was a big matter. It quickly twisted its body and dodged the incoming iron sand sword. However, Mikoto was the one controlling the iron sand sword. Under Mikoto's control, the iron sand sword changed direction and continued to stab towards the serpent demon. Once again, the serpent demon rolled its body and dodged all the iron sand swords. After that, it swung its tail and swept all the iron sand swords away, leaving nothing behind. Behave yourself. Mikoto pulled at Orochi's body again. The iron sand swords on Orochi's body were pulled out by Mikoto's electromagnetic force. Without the iron sand swords, Orochi's blood gushed out like a fountain. With a wave of her hands, all the iron sand swords gathered together and scattered into a wave. They surged towards Orochi's head and formed a whirlpool. It was as dense as a dark cloud. Hey! Suddenly, iron sand swords shot out from the iron sand cloud towards the serpent demon. If Orochi was like a hedgehog before, now it was like a rooster. The iron sand swords fell from the sky and pierced its head. Blood splattered everywhere and flowed like a rooster's comb. Orochi looked like a rooster now. Feeling the pain, the big snake demon couldn't help but become even more frenzied. Not only did it not stop attacking because of its injury, it instead increased the frequency of its attacks. Its snake tail swung like a whip, leaving behind afterimages as it attacked Mikoto. Mikoto quickly raised her hand. The iron sand cloud dispersed and flew to Mikoto's side. It formed an iron sand shield and blocked all of Orochi's attacks. The ground was not so lucky. Under Orochi's frenzied attacks, the ground was smashed to pieces. At this time, the place where Mikoto was standing had a huge crater. But the rain of attacks didn't stop because of that. The serpent demon was determined to beat Mikoto to death. It kept swinging its tail and slapping the iron sand shield. Crack. The iron sand shield began to crack. Hearing this, Mikoto's face changed. Blue and white electricity surged all over her body. Her speed increased greatly and she dodged to the side. Bang. The iron sand shield was shattered in an instant. The snake tail fell down and made the crater even bigger. Mikoto had a headache. Although Orochi was strong, there was still a gap between their levels. If it was a normal level 60 monster, Mikoto's first round of attacks would have been enough to kill it. However, the great serpent demon's body was too big. The iron sand sword that was supposed to be fatal had pierced its body back and forth countless times, but it still couldn't kill it. Moreover, the blood that flowed out from its wounds was almost enough to fill a pond, but it was still full of energy and didn't seem tired at all. If this was compared to a game, the great snake demon would be the most classic meat shield. It had high stamina and high HP. If this continued, let alone waiting for it to bleed to death, even if it was stabbed a few more times and bled a few more times, it would still not be enough to kill this Orochi. Mikoto's other moves were also enough to deal with normal people. However, against Orochi the damage was too small. It was not enough to defeat it. What Mikoto didn't know was that Orochi was purely relying on its insane willpower to survive. Although it was thanks to its huge body that it was still not defeated, it was still 9 levels lower than Mikoto. This was a huge gap. A gap was a gap. Orochi was now in a frenzied state. It did not care about its own body. It only wanted to defeat Mikoto. As long as it did not die, it would not stop attacking. Therefore, it led to this situation. It became an existence that could not be defeated. Unless it was a killing move that could kill it in one hit. And Mikoto just happened to have such a killing move. On a piece of undamaged ground, Mikoto stood there. She stared at Orochi, who was about to turn around and look for a target to attack. In an instant, the electric current on her body surged. The blue and white electric current flowed rapidly, emitting a powerful blue light. Mikoto's hair and clothes fluttered as if they were being blown by a gust of wind. Beep beep beep, sounds of electric current could be heard incessantly. At some point, Mikoto slowly reached out her hand. She pinched a coin in her hand and extended it towards the big snake demon that turned its head towards her. With a flick of her finger, the coin bounced up. At the same time, the electric current on Mikoto's body flowed towards her outstretched hand. It came to Mikoto's upside-down thumb and gathered together to form a white dot. Orochi roared and charged towards Mikoto. Mikoto ignored it. The electric current on her body flowed again. Under the electromagnetic force, the coin floated in the air and fell towards Mikoto's upside-down thumb. Looking at Orochi that was about to hit her, Mikoto's eyes narrowed. The coin came to her thumb and she flicked it out. An orange beam of light shot towards the great snake demon. The beam of light pierced through its head, through its body and out from its tail. It streaked into the distance. Chapter 47. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level, 46. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level, 47. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level, 48. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level, 49. Looking at Mikoto, who was still in her shooting position, Wu Yen was in a daze. What a classic scene. When was Mikoto the most attention-grabbing moment? 10% of the people would answer that it was when Mikoto was acting like a tsundere. The other 10% would answer that it was when Mikoto was hugging Kota. As for the other 80%, they would answer the same question, that it was when Mikoto used the railgun. This was a scene that made people feel Mikoto's domineering side. It was a scene that could only be seen on the screen. But now it was happening right in front of Wu Yen. Mikoto's image was once again etched into Wu Yan's mind. Domineering, heroic and handsome. Compared to this feeling, the joy of leveling up was much smaller. After all, the opponent was a level 60 monster. Even though he was 15 levels higher, he only leveled up by 4 levels. Wu Yen could only say that the wall between the tiers was too thick. As for Mikoto, she didn't even level up once. Wu Yen couldn't even level up to tier 6. If Mikoto wanted to level up to tier 8, it would probably take a long time. So cool. Even Chuju couldn't help but praise. Chuju's image as cool was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. She said so, then it really was cool. Yen this. Mikoto came to Wu Yan and Chuju's side and handed a piece of jade to Wu Yan. At this time the Orochi monster was already dead. Naturally, the jade of the heavenly palace was taken by Mikoto. I finally got it. Wu Yan took the jade of the heavenly palace and couldn't help but sigh. In just one day and one night, the three of them had experienced a lot. From the wall demon in the beginning to the wolf demon, the demon horde, the tree demon, and the Orochi demon, although it was just one day and one night, the process was indeed not easy. Mikoto and Hinajiku also fell into deep thought. Compared to Wu Yan, the two of them had to endure a lot more psychologically. That massacre might have changed them quite a bit. At the very least, Mikoto, this kind of Yakuza who only brings harm and no benefits, is now capable of killing. Although Wu Yan doesn't think it's possible for her to kill someone. But the rewards were also great. At first, Wu Yan was only level 30 tier 4. In just one day and one night, not only did he level up to level 49, almost tier 6, he also received a huge sum of money. 8300000, no, 8200000 item points. Even Mikoto leveled up to level 69. He also received the Jade of the Heavenly Palace. As long as he took the Jade of the Heavenly Palace to Yi Cheng's mother for the mysterious crystal shard, Wu Yan's quest would be completed. The rewards were not small. Wu Yan walked up to the head of the Orochi monster and sighed. Mikoto's railgun had blown through it from head to tail. Perhaps even at the moment of its death, the Orochi monster still hadn't reacted. Ding. Received 50,000 item points. After handing over the Orochi monster's ridiculously large body to the system in exchange for 50,000 item points, this trip to the seal barrier had come to an end. At the same time, Wu Yan's journey as the whirlwind butler had also come to an end. Yan, I'll return this to you. Sorry, I don't need it. Mikoto smiled as she took out a bottle of potion from her pocket and handed it to Wu Yan. It was the resplendent breath that Wu Yan gave her before the battle. Why are you giving it to me? You should keep it. It's a lifesaver when you're in danger. Wu Yan glanced at her. With 8250000 item points, why would he be stingy with a bottle of resplendent breath? Isn't it more useful for you to keep it? Mikoto said confidently, as if she was the one standing in front of the truth. Wu Yan couldn't help but glare at her. I have plenty of item points now. What else do I need? You should keep it for yourself. Don't think you can do anything just because you won't die. You should know that resurrecting you will require summoning points. I don't have any extra summoning points to resurrect you. Wu Yan's summoning points were now 11,000. When he first summoned Mikoto, he used 70,000 summoning points. Resurrecting a summoned character would require half of the summoning points. In other words, resurrecting Mikoto would require 35,000 summoning points. What? If you die, won't I die too? I'm doing this for myself. Mikoto said awkwardly. She did have the urge to try something daring just because she could resurrect. Of course, it was just an impulse. She wasn't stupid enough to die for no reason. From this, it could be seen that Sis Cannon was very eager to find excitement. Since this idiot doesn't want it, then Chuju, I'll give it to you. Mikoto turned her head away angrily as if rejecting her kindness was a stupid thing to do. Wu Yan was speechless. Me? I don't need it either. Hinajiku hurriedly waved her hand. Once this mission is over and we go to the other world, Yen will summon me over. At that time I will be the same as you, so I don't need it. Have you really thought it through, Chuju? Hearing Chuju's words, Wu Yan couldn't help but ask. If you leave with us, what about your parents? What about your sister? Are you willing to let her go? Chuju was stunned. She thought for a while and smiled. Yeah, I want to choose for myself too. Besides, didn't you say that? As long as you leave, this world will freeze. The world will stop. You don't have to worry about them. You want to make a choice for yourself? Wu Yan fell silent. Why are you so long-winded? Do you have a problem with that? Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Wu Yan with dissatisfaction. I said I want to choose for myself. Why are you being so wishy-washy? How am I being wishy-washy? Wu Yan retorted righteously with a, I'm doing this for your own good look. I'm just asking for her opinion. How is this being wishy-washy? You still dare to argue? Sparks flashed across Mikoto's forehead. She sneered. You should know that when I was summoned by you, you didn't ask for my opinion at all. Don't tell me I don't have parents? Wu Yan's lips twitched as he dryly laughed. Fine, it's my fault. Wu Yan cared a lot about Chuju's opinion. If Kaisha-sama doesn't want to go to Silveria with him, he can't force her. Wu Yan also wants to be with Kaisha-sama. That's why when Chuju chose to follow them, Wu Yan was happy and proud. If a woman is willing to follow you to the ends of the earth, then there's a 90% chance of cheating. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan got more and more pleased with himself, to the point that he is showing it on his face. Seeing Wu Yan's proud face, Chuju snorted. Of course I'm not doing this for you. I'm just protecting Mikoto. Protecting Mikoto? Wu Yan's proud face froze. Protecting Mikoto? What kind of bullshit reason is this? She's 2 times higher than you, girl. Protect me? Mikoto flinched, she patted her flat breasts and confidently said. Don't worry, Chuju. I'm very strong, I can protect myself. That's not what I'm talking about. Chuju walked to Mikoto's side and hugged her arm. I'm talking about protecting you. I'm talking about protecting you from this pervert. If I don't go, who knows what this big pervert will do to you when you're alone with him? How is that possible? Mikoto's eyebrows twitched. Under Chuju's valiant words, 2 cute blushes appeared on her face. Wu Yan opened his mouth and widened his eyes. He looked at Chuju and shouted. I'm innocent. How am I a pervert? Chuju, don't accuse me. You still dare to say you're not. Chuju's face also reddened. She gritted her teeth and looked at Wu Yan. You can even take off our clothes and give us a bath. What else can't you do? Mikoto's face reddened when the past was brought up again. She glared at Wu Yan and looked at Chuju. That's right, Chuju. You have to protect me. You can't let me be alone with him. Wu Yan really didn't know what to say this time. Kelp-shaped tears flowed down his cheeks like a river. Can't refute that. Who told him to have a criminal record? When Wu Yan's group walked out of the cave after half a day, the first thing they saw was Yi Cheng's mother sitting in front of the helicopter. She looked at them blankly. Her face was full of disbelief. She looked at Wu Yan's group like she was looking at Buddha. She muttered. Hey, why did I have such a strange dream? It doesn't make sense. They're not my cutie Cheng. Why would I dream of such a strange thing? Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Chuju were speechless. Wu Yan helplessly curled his lips. He took out the heavenly jade and walked in front of Yi Cheng's mother. He said with a smile. Lady of the Heron Palace, we didn't disappoint you. We've brought back the heavenly jade. However, Yi Cheng's mother seemed to really treat Wu Yan as an illusion. She still muttered her own words. Her level of disregard could break through the sky. Lady of the Heron Palace. We didn't disappoint you. We've brought back the heavenly jade. Wu Yan's voice had changed a little. His voice was full of resentment. While it scared Mikoto and Chuju, it also woke up Yi Cheng's mother. Could she blame Wu Yan? How could he communicate with Yi Cheng's mother if he didn't put in some effort? Yi Cheng's mother looked at the heavenly jade in Wu Yan's hand and said softly, You're really back? You're all fine? Yes, we're all fine. We've returned safely. We also helped you deal with all the monsters in the barrier. In the future, your family won't have to worry about the barrier anymore. Wu Yan said with a smile as he handed the heavenly jade to Yi Cheng's mother. Caressing the jade of the heavenly palace in her hand, Yi Cheng's mother didn't say anything. However, the most beautiful smile Wu Yan has ever seen since he met her appeared on her face. Holding the jade of the heavenly palace tightly, Yi Cheng's mother placed it on her cheek and closed her eyes as if she had just received a treasure. Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Hinajiku smiled at this scene. They know that Yi Cheng's mom isn't acting like this for the sake of her family or the family treasure. She's just doing this for her daughter. She's trying to protect her daughter's spiritual power. That's why she's acting like this. Yi Cheng had a good mother. After recovering from her joy, Yi Cheng's mother sincerely bowed to Wu Yan and the other two. Thank you very much. You're welcome. We each took what we needed. Wu Yan touched his nose and said embarrassedly. He wasn't good at dealing with this kind of situation, so he felt a little awkward. Yi Cheng's mother smiled and nodded. She took out the mysterious crystal shard and slowly raised it in front of Wu Yan. This is what Wu Yan-kun needs. I'll leave it to you. Wu Yan-kun, I believe that Wu Yan-kun will be able to handle it well. Wu Yan took the crystal and raised it over his head. He closed one eye and looked at the crystal. Under the sunlight, the crystal emitted a warm light. It seemed to symbolize a new beginning. Chapter 48. Phew. The bed is still the most comfortable. Wu Yan was lying on his bed, rubbing his hands against the blanket. If it was a girl doing this, it would undoubtedly be very pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's actions were indescribably wretched. Wu Yan didn't care if he looked wretched or not. After staying in that place for a day and a night, Wu Yan missed his bed very much. If it was anyone else, they would be like Wu Yan if they stayed in that place for a day and a night with demons and ghosts as their companions. Of course, strictly speaking, the bed didn't belong to Wu Yan. It belonged to Chuju. Wu Yan was just a lodger. Not only Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto were also sleeping soundly in their room. They even refused to see Chuju's mother when she asked about their whereabouts. One could imagine how they were feeling right now. After rolling around childishly, Wu Yan finally stopped his brainless actions. Wu Yan flipped his hands and 2 crystals appeared in his hands. Beep. Discovered 2 mysterious crystal fragments. Will you fuse them? This system notification rang in Wu Yan's ears when he received the mysterious crystal fragments from Wu Yan's mother. After all, Wu Yan's third mission was to find 2 mysterious crystal fragments and fuse them into a complete mysterious crystal. At that time, Wu Yan didn't know if he would leave this dungeon world immediately after fusing the mysterious crystal. On the way back, Wu Yan had already asked the system. The system's answer was that the user would only return to the Spalier world after leaving this dungeon world. Without any worries, Wu Yan of course chose to fuse the mysterious crystal as soon as possible because the reward for the third mission was very ambiguous. He could randomly draw a reward from equipment, items, abilities, or summons. This reward was good. If he could draw something heaven-defying such as an S-rank equipment, an item, an ability like the Demon Eye of Death, or a demigod rank girl, the reward would be indescribably good. Wu Yan would be so happy that he would jump off a building. If he was unlucky and got something of little value, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. If it wasn't for the system telling him that the highest level of summons is demigod rank, if there are no gods, he would have wanted to try his luck at drawing one. Of course, he really wanted to draw one now. Wu Yan had an indescribable feeling when it came to activities like drawing a reward. Being dominated by the idea of, I don't know what I'm going to get, he's not in a good mood during the lottery draw. From his point of view, this is a kind of thrill and he likes this kind of thrill. That's why I said you're a bottom. Weighing the mysterious crystal shard in his hand, the desire to draw a reward grew stronger and stronger in his heart, making Wu Yan's heart itch. Therefore, Wu Yan immediately chose to fuse the mysterious crystal shard. When Wu Yan chose to fuse, the 2 mysterious crystal shards left his hand uncontrollably and floated in midair. In front of Wu Yan, under Wu Yan's astonished gaze, the 2 mysterious crystal shards suddenly accelerated and collided with each other. There was no strange sound, no strange phenomenon. When the 2 mysterious crystal shards collided, they were like water, naturally fusing together. In the blink of an eye, a complete mysterious crystal shard appeared in front of Wu Yan and fell into Wu Yan's arms. Ding. Mission 3 completed. Mission reward. User can randomly draw a reward from equipment, items, abilities, or summons. Please make a random draw. The system list opened automatically without Wu Yan's consent and projected in front of Wu Yan. A glowing box stopped below the status bar. On top of the equipment option, a start icon appeared, surprising Wu Yan. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one would know what to do at this time. Therefore, Wu Yan straightforwardly pressed the start button. The glowing box flashed back and forth between equipment, items, abilities, and summons. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of excitement rose in his heart. When the box stopped flashing, Wu Yan was disappointed because it stopped at the item option. Were points precious? Wu Yan could tell you very clearly that they were very precious. Wu Yan now had 1,000 equipment points, 81,000 ability points, 11,000 summoning points, and 825,000 item points. Now Wu Yan lacked everything except item points. No matter what item he wanted, this amount of points was enough to buy most of the items in the item list. Therefore, item points alone were what Wu Yan lacked the least. But the reward was to draw from the item list? Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. S-class equipment? Overpowered ability? Demigod level girl? That was all for naught. Facing the item list that popped up, Wu Yan casually pressed the start button again. Then, without caring about anything else, he began to think about what to do when he returned to the Spalier world. In the beginning, Wu Yan was too weak. Because he needed to become stronger, Wu Yan chose to stay in the Behemoth Forest and do mercenary quests and system quests while killing monsters to level up. Now, after a month of training in Butler Whirlwind's dungeon, Wu Yan's strength was already at the peak of Tier 5. He was only one step away from Tier 6. Then, there was no reason for him to stay in the Behemoth Forest. The outer edge of the Behemoth Forest could no longer satisfy Wu Yan, let alone the level 69 Mikoto. There was no need for him to continue staying there. Moreover, ever since Wu Yan transmigrated to the Spalier world, he had never left the Behemoth Forest. Even if he did, he would only go to the town to resupply. Therefore, Wu Yan was thinking about whether he should go to other places. For example, the Ailu Empire or the Lori family. Wu Yan had never forgotten the first person he met when he arrived in the Spalier world. Ever since Lulu returned home, Wu Yan had stayed in the Behemoth Forest for 2 months. Then he stayed in Butler Whirlwind's house for another month. The time ratio between the dungeon world and the Spalier world was 100:1. In other words, it had been about half a day in the Spalier world. In other words, it had been about 2 months since Lulu returned home. He had no relatives or friends in the Spalier world. If he wanted to go anywhere, he needed a destination. Maybe he should go find Lulu. But would she welcome him? If it was Lulu, she would probably. If it was Feifei, it would probably be the same. But her family wouldn't allow Lulu to interact with someone of unknown origin, right? If he went to find Lulu like this, would he really be a man? Feifei had said before that the strongest person in her family was the previous head of the family, who was a Tier 9. If there were Tier 9 fighters, then there would be Tier 8 fighters as well. There should be plenty of Tier 7 fighters as well. On his side, Mikoto was the only Tier 7 fighter. If he rushed in recklessly, he would only be courting death. But I don't think I'm going to fight, right? Why am I thinking about this? I'm just going to see Lulu. Wu Yan couldn't help but bitterly laugh at his own deranged thoughts. Too many battles have led him to think about everything in this direction. No way. I'm an otaku, I should think about the 2D girls. That's right, I should think about who the next girl I want to summon is. That's the main point. I think it's Chuju. Just as Wu Yan was thinking about random things, a card suddenly fell on him. Wu Yan couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, the system's voice rang. Ding. Obtained, ability acquisition. Ability acquisition? What the hell? Wu Yan looked at the card in his hand in puzzlement. It was completely white, there was nothing on it. Wu Yan shook his head and activated the system's probing function. The system's probing function doesn't only check the level, it can also check the use of items and equipment, just like an appraisal. Wu Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Ability acquisition. After use, one of the summoned character's abilities will be acquired. The amount of ability acquired will be 1/10 of the summoned character's ability. Item points, 300,000. An item to acquire a summoned character's ability? Is there such an item in the item list? Wu Yan opened the item list, and after some searching, he really found the ability acquisition item. 300,000 item points, that's really expensive. But it's still worth it. Wu Yan looked at the ability acquisition item and smiled. Even though he didn't have much hope for this lucky draw, but to be able to get 300,000 item points, his luck is pretty good. If it was before, it might have been a surprise. Chapter 49. Did I really reach level 50 just like that? Wu Yan looked at his hands and felt that it was unbelievable. This was not the first time that Wu Yan had exchanged for abilities. For example, Sword Mastery and Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance were all abilities that he had exchanged for. However, before this he had not leveled up at all. Why would a level 4 ability suddenly level up when he obtained it? System, can I level up when I exchange for abilities? Wu Yan immediately asked the system. User, if you only exchange for abilities, there is no way to level up. No way to level up? Wu Yan was puzzled. Then why would he level up? Also, what did only mean? In other words, it was not only that he could level up. Wu Yan's head was about to explode when he heard the system's professional jargon. Then why would a level 4 ability suddenly level up when I obtained it? User, this is an exception. An exception? Some powerful abilities have requirements for the user's level. When the user's level meets the requirements of the ability, the user can then exchange for the ability. If the user does not meet the requirements of the ability will undergo feedback and forcibly raise the user's level until the user meets the requirements of the ability. Hearing this, Wu Yan was a little enlightened and then became excited. Then, if I can exchange for a super powerful ability with a high level requirement, then I can level up quickly. That's right. If the ability's requirements were high and Wu Yan did not meet the requirements, then his level would be forcibly raised. If the level requirement was too high, then it would also help Wu Yan raise his level to a very high level. As long as he obtained enough ability points and exchanged for an ability with a celestial level requirement, then he would become a god. At this time, Wu Yan had already started to think about how to earn ability points. Unfortunately, this was just a fantasy. When Wu Yan's fantasy reached its peak, the system poured a basin of cold water on him. Reminder to the user. The user has exchanged for an overly powerful ability. When receiving the feedback of the ability, if the user's body cannot withstand the feedback of the ability, the user's body will disintegrate and die. Wu Yan's smirking face suddenly froze, and then he smiled as if nothing had happened. If the body can't withstand the energy feedback, it will die. Is that what you want to say? Yes. As if it did not notice the dark aura behind Wu Yan, the system's mechanical and emotionless voice revealed the cruel truth. Wu Yan was angry. He jumped up and shouted, "If that's the case, why didn't you remind me? You have to know that I just received the feedback of an ability. What if I couldn't withstand it and died?" As he stomped his feet, Wu Yan patted his chest in fear. No wonder his body was in so much pain after receiving a tenth of Mikoto's ability. It was the body's ability feedback. If he wasn't able to take it, Wu Yan shuddered. His eyes that were filled with rage also showed signs of weeping, but no tears came out. A system that doesn't cheat people isn't called a system. Sure enough, all the systems in history are cheating people. When the user can't withstand the energy feedback, the system will automatically remind the user and forcibly stop the ability. This is the system's setting. Then why didn't you remind me? You don't say. When a person is angry, the system's calm voice is like oil. It makes the person who heard it even angrier. The current Wu Yan was in such a mood. The level requirement for LV4 ability is level 50, and the user was level 49 at that time. He was only a bit away from level 50. The feedback of the ability was not high. According to the system's judgment, the user's body is strong enough to withstand the energy feedback. There is no danger of death. It is within the system's permissible range. There is no need to remind the user. Resisting the urge to perish together with the system, he leapt back onto the bed. The background is dark, the aura of death is all over him, and his heart is cold. It was within the system's permissible range? The feedback was not high? What the hell, the pain just now was so intense that he wanted to die. You call that not high? It was within the permissible range? Bringing bad luck to me in a situation where my life is not in danger, this is within the permissible range. How can this be, coach? I want to appeal. Just forcibly leveling up one level caused his body to suffer so much pain. If it wasn't for the fact that he successfully leveled up, his body would probably be so tired that he couldn't move. If he leveled up too much, wouldn't he be dead meat? Looks like I have to be more careful when exchanging for abilities in the future. The next morning, Wu Yan got out of bed. After stretching, Wu Yan walked out of his room. After sleeping for an entire day, it's time to leave this world and return to the Spalier world. At this time, the sun had just risen. Chuju's mother hasn't woken up yet. Thus, Wu Yan walked directly to Chuju's room. Mikoto and Chuju are sleeping in the same room. Yuri's intention is clear. Without knocking, Wu Yan opened the door and walked in. With Mikoto's ability, it's a lot more convenient to open locks. Of course, the chances to enjoy benefits have also increased. Maintaining the position of opening the door, Wu Yan looked at the two sleeping girls on the bed. After thinking for 0.1 seconds, he walked in. Of course, he still eliminated the sound of his footsteps. Closing the door behind him, Wu Yan found a chair and sat down. He couldn't wait to look at the bed. From time to time, he would nod in satisfaction. For some unknown reason, the two women who had to wear pajamas to sleep were now completely naked. Well, it can't be said that they are naked. The lower half of their bodies are still wearing the little cuties that Wu Yan put on them. It can be considered as not having a full body. But it's almost there. Although he doesn't know what kind of fun game they played last night, that's why they aren't wearing pajamas, but of course he can't miss this opportunity. Thus, Wu Yan almost instantly used perfect memory to record this scene in his mind. Glancing at Chuju and Mikoto's small breasts, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. They still haven't grown much. If I knew earlier, I would have helped them develop a bit more when I helped them bathe last time. Perhaps because Wu Yan's gaze was too unrestrained, the sleeping Mikoto couldn't help but wake up. As a level 69 Mikoto, how could she not notice someone intruding while she was sleeping? If it wasn't for the fact that she was in a safe place and that she was too tired yesterday, she would have already woken up. Opening her eyes, Mikoto vigilantly looked at Wu Yan's direction. When she saw that the person in question was Wu Yan, she couldn't help but be stunned. Then she frowned. "What are you doing here? Also, you're very rude, you didn't even wake me up." Seeing Mikoto talk to him so calmly, completely ignoring her severely exposed body, Wu Yan was stunned. After a while Wu Yan knew that things were bad. Last time when he helped Mikoto take a bath, Wu Yan still remembered how Mikoto dealt with him. This time he's really going to die again. Wu Yan's heart was starting to feel a bit scared. Since he's half dead, Wu Yan prepared to persuade Mikoto to at least not wake Kaisha-sama up. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto seriously and said, "Mikoto, you must listen to me, you must not be impulsive." Mikoto yawned and sat up. Just like that, her beautiful body was exposed in front of Wu Yan. But Wu Yan wasn't in the mood to continue admiring it, because Mikoto's yawn suddenly stopped halfway. She felt her body become cold. She finally remembered what state she was in. Her eyes slightly protruding, Mikoto stared blankly at Wu Yan. Feeling her body become colder and colder, her face finally changed. Shit. Seeing Mikoto's face slowly turning into one of fear and her mouth starting to move, he quickly jumped in front of her and covered her mouth with his hand. "Mikoto, it's my fault, it's all my fault. But don't scream, at least don't let Hinajiku wake up. Otherwise, everyone in the neighborhood will know that I've seen you naked." Being shocked by Wu Yan's actions, Mikoto's face started to brighten up. Shame? Shyness? In short, Mikoto's head started to emit sparks. If it was before, Wu Yan would have started praying for himself in the face of being electrocuted. But now he has the same ability as Mikoto. Even though he's only at LV4, which is equivalent to 1/10 of Mikoto's level, just electrocution alone can't do anything to him. Ignoring the electricity on Mikoto's body, Wu Yan was only worried that the sound of Mikoto's electricity would wake Chuju up. If that happens, he'll be dead for sure. Compared to the powerful Mikoto, for some reason, Wu Yan is more afraid of Kaisha-sama. "Calm down." Seeing Mikoto's body getting more and more electric current and the sound getting louder and louder, Wu Yan started to get anxious. In his desperation, Wu Yan flipped over and pressed Mikoto down on the bed. He kept shaking his head to and fro, telling her to calm down. But Wu Yan apparently forgot that this kind of action is the prelude to some kind of pushing down action. The electricity on Mikoto's body had already disappeared. She was pushed down on the bed by Wu Yan and pressed down on Wu Yan's body. Seeing Wu Yan's face so close to hers, Mikoto's eyes rolled back and her mind went blank. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto strangely. Seeing that she's in a daze and not moving at all, he couldn't help but consider whether or not he should make a run for it. Beep. The sound of electricity flowed again. Mikoto's head was smoking and electricity was emitting from her forehead. She looked at Wu Yan as if she was looking at a dead man. The truth is, Mikoto really wanted to kill Wu Yan. No, she didn't want to, she already started to act. In a flash, Mikoto directed all the electricity to Wu Yan's body, trying to electrocute Wu Yan to death. The sudden electricity made Wu Yan gasp for breath. But in the blink of an eye he returned to normal. Mikoto was obviously holding back. The electricity she released wasn't enough to hurt anyone. Thus, Wu Yan, who also had the ability to electrocute, took it all. He didn't receive any damage at all, not even a strand of his hair stood up. "Hee little girl, your ability is useless against me. It's better if you listen to me obediently." Feeling that Mikoto was no longer a threat to him, Wu Yan was pleased. Mikoto looked at Wu Yan in surprise. With her mouth covered, she couldn't say anything so naturally, she couldn't ask any questions. But questions and whatnot can wait until after Sky takes care of this damned pervert. It won't be too late to ask. Electrocution didn't work. Does that mean Mikoto has no other methods? No, staying by Chuju's side for a while, Mikoto didn't learn nothing. She reached out and clenched her fist. With a red face, Mikoto punched Wu Yan, this shameless guy, away from her body. Then she quickly pulled the blanket over her body and buried her head in it. When did Wanisama have such strength? Lying on the floor, Wu Yan's head was full of such thoughts. She had enough strength to punch him away. Why did that Yuri girl Shiroi Kuriko touch his body when he overused his ability and ran out of electricity? This doesn't make sense. Chapter 50. Behemoth Forest. Back when Wu Yan left the place where he entered the dungeon, the bonfire was still glowing red. There were still some sparks in it that were not completely extinguished. No demons came here either. It was still the same as before Wu Yan entered the dungeon. Of course. Although Wu Yan had stayed in Butler Whirlwind's dungeon for a month, under the 100-1 ratio, not even a day had passed in the Spalier world. Wu Yan chose to return. Naturally, he returned to his original place. Two figures appeared out of thin air beside the bonfire. There was no warning at all. Wu Yan patted his clothes calmly and stepped on the bonfire to extinguish it. It was as if he had been here all along and had never left. Mikoto looked around curiously. She looked left and right as if she wanted to find out what was different about this place. However, it was obvious that she was disappointed. Putting aside the demons, Behemoth Forest was just a huge forest. It was no different from a normal forest. Mikoto turned her head away and said disappointedly, "What? Isn't it just a normal forest? I thought there was something different about it." Wu Yan tilted his head and laughed. "So that's what you thought? Then I'll give you a surprise later." Mikoto looked at him without saying anything. Lightning flashed across her forehead. She humphed and said, "Then I'm really looking forward to it." Waving his hands, he decided to ignore her. This girl is still holding a grudge against him for what happened this morning. She clearly punched him in the face. "Seriously? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and summon Chuju." Mikoto couldn't help but give him a big slap on the back when she saw him trying to act like he's deep in thought. This girl is definitely doing it on purpose. Wu Yan almost fell to the ground from Sis Cannon's slap. He touched his empty chest and rolled his eyes at her. Unfortunately, Sis Cannon ignored him. Pulling open the system list, Wu Yan directly tapped on the summon option. After casually stretching it a few times, Wu Yan quickly found the option for Chuju. Gue Chuju, a character from Butler Whirlwind, the student council president of the White Emperor College. 5,000 summoning points. That's right, 5,000 points. The guild leader was just that cheap. Even if she had a lot of love, she was only level 18 at the end of the day. Of course it wouldn't be that expensive. Summoning Chuju was a piece of cake for Wu Yan. Even after summoning Mikoto, he only had 11,000 summoning points left. Wu Yan solemnly tapped on the summon option. Soon, the scene of him summoning Mikoto appeared in front of him. A ray of light flashed. Wu Yan and Mikoto couldn't help but raise their hands to shield their eyes. Chuju was drawn in the light. It was as if the light was a piece of paper and an invisible pen was drawing something on it. Chuju was slowly drawn, just like that. When Chuju fully appeared in front of Wu Yan and Mikoto, the light disappeared. A very small but beautiful ray of light shot out from Chuju's body and connected to Wu Yan's body. After experiencing it once, Wu Yan wasn't as scared as before. He stood in place and looked at Chuju. Mikoto, on the other hand, looked at everything strangely. When she was first summoned, she hadn't woken up yet, just like how Chuju was now. Soon, Wu Yan's heartbeat was synchronized with Chuju's. Then, the ray of light broke and gathered into a ball of light that merged into Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan reflexively looked at his own body. He was puzzled. Although it was called life fusion, Wu Yan could feel the feeling of two people sharing one life. But he didn't know how to describe it. Chuju. Mikoto's voice drew Wu Yan's attention away from his own body. After completing the life fusion, Chuju had already woken up. She was together with Mikoto, looking around in surprise. From Chuju's point of view, Wu Yan and Mikoto had just said goodbye to her and disappeared into nothingness. Then she felt dizzy. Memories of the system, summoning, and basic information about Wu Yan suddenly appeared in her mind. When she finished digesting these memories, she opened her eyes and found herself in this forest. When Mikoto told her that this was a different world, Chuju was stunned. In the blink of an eye, something happened that she couldn't understand. This made Chuju sigh at the wonders of the system. Has the summoning ended? Didn't you say life fusion? Why don't I feel any changes? Chuju looked at her body strangely and asked Mikoto. I don't know either. Mikoto rubbed her chin and blinked. When I was summoned, I didn't feel any changes either. I just felt a sense of familiarity from Yen. Mikoto felt a little embarrassed towards the end, so she spoke very softly so that only Hinajiku could hear. That's true. Chuju looked at Wu Yan, who was standing in front of her with a head full of question marks. She felt a sense of familiarity from him and blushed a little. But then, Chuju clasped her hands together and put them in front of her chest and smiled. Life fusion? The two girls in front of him whispered to each other. Wu Yan felt bored. A winner in life should be ostracized. Wu Yan already knew this. As long as he didn't get burned, anything would be fine. Clapping his hands to attract Mikoto and Chuju's attention, Wu Yan said, Okay, let's talk later. Let's talk about what to do next. What to do next? The two girls looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Yes. Wu Yan found a place to sit down and said to the two girls, "Do we stay here? Or do we go out? What should we do if we stay here? Where do we go after we go out? Don't you think we should discuss this? Even if you say so." The two girls looked at each other and sat down in front of Wu Yan. "We don't know what to do. That's why we need to discuss it." Wu Yan looked at them helplessly. Aren't they usually smart? One from White Emperor College and the other from Tokuwadai High. They are both noble schools. Originally he wanted to rely on them to give him some ideas. But the problem is we aren't familiar with this world. Mikoto stroked the tea-colored hair on her forehead and wrinkled her nose. "If we have a map or something we can study it. But right now we don't know anything. How can we plan?" "Didn't you say it before? You've been in this world for 3 months. Then you should be more familiar with this world than us, right? Don't tell me you didn't plan it?" Hinajiku seems to be a bit resistant to sitting on the empty ground. She kept fidgeting around restlessly as she told Wu Yan without a care in the world. "But I haven't been to any place." Wu Yan smiled brightly. Although he has been in this world for 3 months, other than the behemoth forest and the supply town, Wu Yan hasn't been to any other place. As for a map or something, well, the system should have it. Wu Yan remembered that the system once asked him if he wanted to exchange for a map of the behemoth forest. When he first came to this world, the price was 3,000 item points. What a shameless system. You've been in this world for 3 months and you haven't left this forest. Mikoto looked at Wu Yan strangely. It's as if she's looking at a primitive barbarian, causing him to feel all sorts of irritation. "I'm sorry if I don't know anything." Wu Yan pursed his lips and decided to ignore Mikoto's disdainful gaze. So Wu Yan looked at Chuju and asked, "Chuju, what do you think?" Both of them looked at Chuju at the same time. Chuju pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Yan, you said that people who are fused with your life can increase their strength through fighting monsters in the game, right?" Hearing Chuju's question, Wu Yan paused for a moment and then nodded. "Yes, to be exact, it should be to increase your level. As long as you keep fighting and defeating enemies, you can gain experience and level up." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Chuju smiled and looked at Wu Yan and Mikoto. She said seriously, "Then Yan, Mikoto, I want to level up." "You want to level up?" Wu Yan and Mikoto were surprised. But after a while Mikoto understood. Wu Yan was a bit confused. In Wu Yan's mind, Kaishisama wasn't someone who cared about strength. Although she was a bit competitive, she always had a vague attitude towards strength. Her usual exercise was just purely because she liked to exercise. In the original work, after meeting the main character, she hated herself for being strong. She thought that she wasn't like a girl. So, when Kaishisama said that she wanted to level up, Wu Yan felt that it was a bit of a trap. "Why do you want to level up?" Wu Yan looked at Chuju curiously and asked. Chuju's eyes started to wander. She stuttered and didn't know what to say. In the end, she turned her head and said in a bad mood, "Just think of it as because my ego is too strong." For some reason, Wu Yan heard a hint of complaint in Kaishisama's tone. Wu Yan laughed dryly and waved his hand. "If that's the case, then let's level up Chuju first." Of course, this was also what Wu Yan wanted. After all, Kaishisama's level was a bit low. It was better to raise her level first. Then, raise her level? All right. Mikoto stood up and cracked her fingers. She smiled. "Let's see what the demons that Yen mentioned look like and how strong they are." Hey, you're a girl. Don't crack your fingers. It's easy to scare kids. Are you a female pervert? Do you need to be so excited? Wu Yan looked at Mikoto in embarrassment. Didn't they say that Sis Cannon would often show her shy and arrogant side? How come I'm a violent person? Why do you're a scammer? Of course. Mikoto said without turning her head. I've never seen a demons before. It's my first time fighting one too. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto speechlessly. He stood up and said to the two girls. Then it's decided. I remember that there's a level 20 bear around here. Your first time will be on it. What do you mean? Mikoto's smile froze. She looked at Wu Yan with a ferocious expression. The electric current on her forehead jumped happily. If Wu Yan said it again, it would jump on Wu Yan's body. Mama. With the same ability as Mikoto, Wu Yan was no longer afraid of Mikoto's electric shock. So, teasing her was a surprise? Beep. You bastard. Mikoto gritted her teeth and looked at Wu Yan. She wanted to bite him. What happened in the morning also appeared in her mind. Her delicate little face blushed. Looking at the two who were at each other's throats, Chuju sighed helplessly. That can't. Chapter 51. Is this the little bear you were talking about? Mikoto clenched her fists as she allowed the 3-meter-tall little bear to bare its fangs and brandish its claws at her. Her brown eyes weren't looking at the bear but at Wu Yan instead. Her forehead was pulsing with a dangerous bluish-white light. Chuju also had an embarrassed expression as she looked at the little bear Wu Yan was talking about. Her white cherry blossom was frozen in place. Isn't this a little bear? Wu Yan said with a matter-of-fact expression. Compared to the other monsters in the behemoth forest, this 3-meter-tall bear wasn't tall at all. It could only be considered small. When Wu Yan first arrived in this world he met a level 10 wind snake. Even though it was only level 10 it was still close to 4 meters tall. Even tier 1 monsters were around that size. This level 20 bear really wasn't that big. Huff, huff. Mikoto took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in her heart. She opened her hand and shot an electric bolt at the bear. She vented all her anger on the bear. At this moment, it was as if she was possessed by a demon. Her opponent was only a level 20 monster, but she used all her strength to torture this bear. Listening to the continuous roars of the bear, or more accurately, the cries of agony, Wu Yan couldn't help but shiver. He felt like he's about to step into the gates of hell. Even Hinagiko laughed dryly and took a few steps back. The brown bear crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chuju felt her body lighten. A comfortable feeling spread through her body. She smiled happily and clasped her arms that were strengthened a little. She nodded in satisfaction. Wu Yan also nodded and opened the status list. Chuju's status was below Mikoto's and Mikoto's status was below his. They formed a vertical line. Character, Gui Chuju ability, None strength, D endurance, D agility, D spirit, C equipment, white cherry D rank, level. 19 Wu Yan had asked the system about the status of the summoned character. Although it was different from his own character, it was just a matter of the specific attribute. It was the same as the grading of equipment. The lowest was level D and the highest was level S. If it was lower than level D, it would only show the word, none. Could it be that displaying none meant that there was none? If a person's strength displayed, none, then wouldn't that person not even have the strength to walk? Wu Yan cursed in his heart more than once. The system's status was a trap. Back then his status was displayed as a great synonym for human, so this is leveling up? I can feel that I have become a little stronger. Chuju waved her hands and said with a smile. Level up? That bear is only level 20, right? How did it help Chuju gain a level? Mikoto said as she kicked the bear under her feet. Wu Yan shrugged. It's easier to level up in the early stages. Just like a game. Later on it's harder. Mikoto, you killed so many demons in the barrier and you only gained a level. It wasn't just Mikoto, even Wu Yan himself felt that leveling up was getting harder. A level 60 Orochi demon, 15 levels higher than him, only gave him 4 levels. That was because it was easier to level up, but it wasn't so easy to level up. If it wasn't for the ability gain that gave Wu Yan a level 4 ability and forced him to level 50, who knows how long it would take for him to reach this level. That's true, who knows when I can reach level 70. Mikoto lowered her head and said softly. Right now she urgently needed strength. Only with enough strength can she defeat Accelerator and save her sisters. Wu Yan once said that if she wasn't summoned she wouldn't have any chance of winning against Accelerator. When she was first summoned by Wu Yan, Mikoto was level 68. Even though she gained a level, Accelerator's strength was enough to make her have no chance of winning. Level 70. Definitely level 70 tier 8 strength. The gap between levels is very hard to bridge. It's already like this when you're at a lower level, let alone when you reach Mikoto's level. The gap between levels is unimaginable. Just leveling up by 1 level is definitely not enough to bridge the gap. Only by reaching level 70 can I have a chance of winning. Not only that, in order to completely save the sisters, I'll have to face Alistair, the chairman of Academy City. He's in existence even stronger than Accelerator, he's at least tier 8, and, the so-called angel, I. If I want to save my sisters I'll have to face them. That's why I need to get stronger. Wu Yan saw Mikoto's expression. Wu Yan sighed and patted her shoulder, comforting her. As long as we don't enter your world it'll always be in a frozen state. That's why we have time. Mikoto, don't worry, take it slow. There's plenty of time. Yan? Mikoto looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Can I really save all my sisters? Not I, we. Wu Yan corrected her with a smile. Our lives are intertwined, we're fated to be together forever. Your matter is my matter, how can you forget about me? Who wants to be with you forever? Mikoto was provoked by Wu Yan's words. Her voice went from low to stuttering. That panicked look is cute no matter how you look at it. Finally she's acting tsundere. Wu Yan smiled. In Wu Yan's mind, Mikoto's tsundere is normal. Don't worry, even if they're the boss, we're still the main characters. They're fated to be defeated by us. Hearing Wu Yan's confident words, Mikoto nodded her head heavily. Her expression was firm. No matter what, the sisters must be saved. From the moment Wu Yan and Mikoto started talking, Chuju fell into silence. Regarding Mikoto's thoughts, Chuju understood a little bit. That's why she didn't interrupt. She only looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of inexplicable ferocity. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh dryly. Narrowing her eyes, Chuju gave Wu Yan a threatening look. Then she pulled Mikoto's hand and said, "Alright, let's continue leveling up. I still want to become stronger." Without any explanation, she pulled Mikoto away. Chuju didn't even give Wu Yan a chance to speak and went into the bushes. This made Wu Yan feel helpless. The Crystal Palace, sure enough, it's not easy to open. Where are we going, Chuju? Mikoto tilted her head and looked at Chuju. They don't know the way in the Behemoth Forest. Without Wu Yan leading the way, the probability of getting lost is as high as 99%. Let's just look around and see if there are any demonic beasts. If you walk around like this, will you really meet any demonic beasts? I'm a real man. Didn't Yen say that there aren't many things here, but demonic beasts are? I think we should be able to meet them if we walk around. *CK, I did say that. But demonic beasts aren't something you can meet just by walking around in the bushes. Do you think they're insects? Demonic beasts. Like I said, we'll meet them if we walk around. See, isn't this it? Yeah, but this demonic beast looks like... Hearing the sound from the bushes, Wu Yan felt awkward. Alright, there are demonic beasts that like to walk around in the bushes. With Mikoto around, Wu Yan wasn't afraid that the two girls would encounter any danger. After all, this is just the outer edge of the Behemoth Forest. The highest level demonic beast Wu Yan has seen is only level 30. Beep. A special event has been detected. Sudden mission issued. Sudden mission, rescue. Mission 1. Kill all saber-tooth hounds in the vicinity. Current progress, 0. 20 mission reward. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 3000. Mission 2. Kill all Iron Dog mercenary group members in the vicinity. Current progress, 0. 20 mission reward. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 7000. Mission 3. Rescue the kidnapped Lirin and kill the vice leader of the Iron Dog mercenary group. Mission reward. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 10,000. The system's voice surprised Wu Yan. Sudden mission? Rescue? These 3 missions, it seems like the killing part is more than the rescuing part. A special event has been detected? Is it referring to kidnapping? System, when did you become a cuckold pacifist? What? That's disgusting. Don't come over. Mikoto and Chuju. Wu Yan stepped on the ground and shot out like an arrow towards the direction of Mikoto and Chuju. Soon he saw the 2 girls. What happened? Looking at the 2 girls' shocked faces, Wu Yan hurriedly asked. At the same time, he looked at their bodies, and when he didn't find any injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. What a disgusting dog. How come there are dogs in the forest? Chuju pointed at a beast in the distance and said with a disgusted face. Dog. Wu Yan was startled and turned his head to look. He saw a dog with long fangs and broken teeth standing there baring its fangs at Wu Yan and the girls. There wasn't a single piece of fur on its body. It was a bald dog that was almost as tall as the 2 girls. Most importantly, its mouth was dripping saliva. It looked disgusting. Saber-tooth hound. Level 20? I think that instead of calling it a saber-tooth hound, it's more realistic to call it a bald dog. But it really is disgusting. Looking at the saber-tooth hound with a wretched face and saliva dripping from its mouth, Wu Yan waved his hand and the Yamano Shana appeared in his hand. Without even drawing his sword, Wu Yan raised the Yamano Shana and flashed in front of the saber-tooth hound. He smashed the Yamano Shana into the dog's face. Whoa! The saber-tooth hound flew up high and landed heavily on the ground. It let out a whimper and its face caved in as it kicked on the ground. Wu Yan rubbed the Yamano Shana's scabbard on the ground in disgust. Fortunately, the scabbard wasn't stained with the dog's saliva. Otherwise, Wu Yen would have to consider changing the scabbard. Yen. Mikoto and Hinajiku couldn't help but flinch at the sudden turn of events. They didn't understand why Wu Yen sent the dog flying without saying anything. By the time they regained their senses, Wu Yen had already kicked the dog's body and the dog stopped moving. Wu Yen walked over to the two girls and he frowned as he told them. The system just sent me a quest. A quest? Mikoto and Chuju looked at each other. What quest? Take a look for yourselves. Wu Yen shared the quest with the two girls. This was a function that only Wu Yan's summons could use. Is it the same type of dog that we killed? So there are 19 of them. Chuju twisted her face as if she was disgusted. Saber-tooth hound. Iron Hound mercenary group. Mikoto pondered. It seems like this Iron Hound mercenary group is raising these disgusting dogs. Yes, it should be. Wu Yen nodded. Also, they seem to have kidnapped someone called Li Lin. Kidnapping? How tasteless. Mikoto said angrily. Living on the bright side of Academy City and having a discipline committee junior sister, Mikoto didn't see these kinds of people. She also abnormally hated them. This is the so-called sense of justice. Chapter 52. So, our mission is to kill everyone in this mercenary group and rescue this person called Liren? Chuju looked at the mission details again and asked Wu Yen. Yeah, the quest also said that they are nearby, so it saved us a lot of effort. Wu Yen looked around and he waved the Nietono Shana around with a smile. Kill everyone? Mikoto frowned, her delicate little face wrinkled like a bitter gourd, as if she was struggling with something. Killing people, wouldn't it be too? Chuju's face was also a bit unnatural. In the end, these two girls are very resistant to killing people. Wu Yen of course knows that it's impossible to ask them to kill people. If that's the case, they won't be the Chuju and Mikoto he knows. Wu Yen just smiled and knocked their heads with the hilt of his sword. I didn't ask you to kill people, don't worry, I will do it myself. At the same time, they covered their forehead with their hands. Chuju and Mikoto glared at Wu Yen, then nodded, but their faces are still a bit ugly. Wu Yen sighed. I say, for this kind of mercenary group that likes to kidnap people, you won't have pity on them, right? Without waiting for Mikoto and Chuju to answer, Wu Yen directly said, This world isn't as beautiful as you think. In this world where strength is everything, there will be some people who rely on their strength to do whatever they want. These people shouldn't be pitied. Hinajiku and Mikoto paused for a moment before falling silent. The two girls are smart enough to know that the phenomenon Wu Yen is talking about is real. Wu Yen tilted his head and raised his sword. I won't ask you to do things you don't want to do, because if you do, you won't be you anymore. But I hope that you don't bring unnecessary mercy into this world. It's a bit unrealistic. It's more than unrealistic. If not, it will harm others and themselves. Of course, Wu Yen didn't want to say it in such a cruel way in front of these two girls. I know. Chuju snorted with dissatisfaction, then said in a small voice, At most, I won't look later. Mikoto pulled herself together and lifted her chin. She wasn't an unreasonable person. Ever since she found out about her sisters, she was prepared to accept the darkness. Of course, accepting it didn't mean accepting it. She just needed to recognize the reality. As for the darkness, looking at Wu Yan's back, Mikoto muttered, He is shouldering it for me. On the other hand, Chuju was more open-minded. Since you did something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. This is the righteous Kaishasama's thought. Well, the punishment is a bit heavy. Wu Yen stood there, waiting for the two girls to mentally prepare themselves. Even though Wu Yen himself hasn't killed anyone, but in his heart, there's nothing he can't get over. He's not as weak as before, otherwise he wouldn't have chopped off Slime's hand. If that's the case, Yen, I'll leave that mercenary group to you. As for those sharp-fanged hounds. Chuju placed White Cherry in front of her and touched her, then smiled. Leave it to me. Leave the dogs to you? Wu Yen looked at Chuju unsure. After all, those dogs are level 20 monsters. Chuju is only level 19, leaving the dogs to her isn't a good idea. Don't look down on me. Wu Yan's eyes told Chuju what he's thinking. Chuju was a bit stubborn. Even if they're a level higher than me, I won't necessarily lose. Wu Yen was a bit hesitant. I know level doesn't mean everything, but you're not dealing with one, you're dealing with a pack. Hey, did you forget about me? Mikoto stood on her tiptoes and looked like she's ready to go. These dogs may be a little low class, but they're more than a little disgusting. I, Misaka Mikoto, don't have the heart to do anything to them. All right. It seems that if he doesn't get their help, they won't be satisfied. Wu Yan could only nod in agreement. Leave the people to me and the dogs to you. After you're done with them, go rescue that person called Liren. Let's find the people from that mercenary group first. Mikoto raised her hand. The mission said that they're around here. Chuju looked around for a while, but other than bushes there's more bushes. Including that vice leader, there's a total of 21 people, 19 dogs and 1 person to watch. With such a scale, there's no way they wouldn't leave any traces behind. Let's search carefully. With Mikoto's and my ability to sense electromagnetic waves, we should be able to find some traces if the area isn't too big. Wu Yan closed his eyes, and a trace of electricity flashed through his hair. Mikoto did the same, and a blue and white light flashed on her forehead. Chuju had heard that Wu Yan could use Mikoto's ability, so she wasn't surprised. But here she couldn't help much. She could only helplessly stay at the side and prevent the dogs from sneaking up on them. Got it? Mikoto suddenly opened her eyes. Hearing Mikoto's voice, Wu Yan also quickly opened his eyes and looked at her with Chuju. Mikoto pointed in a direction and said to the two, "In that direction I can feel the existence of electricity. It looks like static electricity and there's a lot of it. It should be in that direction." "You can even feel static electricity?" Chuju looked at Mikoto with a bit of surprise. Static electricity, although it's also electricity, but is it something that can be sensed by humans? Because the distance isn't too far and there's no power plant, electrical appliances, or electrical wires to interfere with electricity, so I can more or less sense it. Mikoto tapped her chin and smiled at Chuju. "Is it in this direction?" Wu Yan looked into the distance and then turned around. "Then let's go. We don't know if they'll do anything to harm Liren, so it's better to hurry." Chuju and Mikoto nodded, and then went into the forest with Wu Yan, rushing in a certain direction. After a while, some small sounds entered the ears of the three. Wu Yan knew that the person should be in that direction, so he slowed down his pace and signaled Chuju and Mikoto. The three crept forward. They stopped behind a tree that was big enough to block the three of them. Wu Yan peeked out an eye and looked out. A group of armored mercenaries were either standing or sitting next to a bonfire. These mercenaries were vigilantly looking around with weapons in their hands as they patrolled the area. There was also a group of sharp-toothed hounds walking around. Each of the sharp-toothed hounds had a ferocious face and saliva dripped from their mouths. They looked very disgusting. The sharp-toothed hounds were all level 20, and the mercenaries were between level 20 and 30. They looked like Tier 3 warriors. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but furrow his brows. Tier 3 warriors looked low level, but they weren't cabbages. Thinking back, when Lulu came to the Behemoth Forest to train, she only had 30 or so Tier 3 warriors by her side. Although it was because of Fei that she didn't need too many guards by her side, not everyone could be matched with such guards. But now, in a mercenary group, there were 20 Tier 3 warriors and 20 tamed magic beasts. This mercenary group was definitely not simple. What Wu Yan cared about the most was the middle-aged man sitting by the campfire, drinking wine in big gulps. Tieli, level 40? That's right, it was this middle-aged man called Tieli. He was actually a Tier 5 warrior and he was only a vice leader. In other words, there was a leader and this leader should at least be stronger than him. A vice leader with so many experts by his side, all for the sake of kidnapping a person. Adding on the special event mentioned by the system, Wu Yan felt as if he was involved in an inexplicable dispute. Someone elbowed his waist. It was Chuju. Chuju called out to Wu Yan, then pointed in a direction. Wu Yan looked over and was stunned. In front of a tree, a little blonde girl around 10 years old was tied up and lying on the ground. Her face was delicate and pretty. Even if she was compared to a small Misaka, she wouldn't lose out. At this time, there were still tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. Looking at the mercenaries surrounding her, her face was full of fear. Seeing this, if Wu Yan still didn't know that the person called Liren was the one who was kidnapped, Wu Yan should find a mental hospital for the elderly and hide in it. What he didn't expect was that the person who was kidnapped was actually a little lowly, and a very cute one at that. As a veteran lolicon, Wu Yan? No, I'm not a lolicon. Wu Yan, who was already starting to lose his mind and shout that he wasn't a lolicon in his heart, didn't realize that there were already two half-lowly beside him that had just passed their sell-by date. Vice Leader, when are we leaving the Behemoth Forest? A mercenary who looked more experienced came to Tieli's side and asked in a low voice. Tieli fiercely gulped down a mouthful of wine and exclaimed loudly. He then turned to look at the mercenary and said casually, soon. After a while, when the news from Big Brother comes, we can leave the behemoth forest. That's good. After staying here for so long, I'm about to grow hair all over my body. Tieli disdainfully turned his face away and said while drinking wine, "Aren't you just thinking about women? You can't hide that from me." After being seen through by Tieli, the mercenary who asked the question didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Of course, how can I hide my thoughts from Vice Leader? I really can't stand it in this forest where there isn't even a single woman. Just you." Tieli shook the empty bottle and picked up another bottle from the ground. With a light pinch, the bottle cap flew out on its own. Tieli swallowed a mouthful and laughed out loud. "Even if I let you go out, you still wouldn't be able to find anything good. Yet, you are still willing to put in effort on that kind of trash, truly useless. Vice Leader, how can my taste compare to yours? Besides, it's already good enough that there is one, I'm just afraid that there isn't." The mercenary looked at Tieli with a fawning expression, looking like a lackey. "If you want a woman, it's easy." Tieli looked at the little lowly Liren and grinned with a perverted expression. "When Big Brother doesn't need this girl anymore, I'll play with her once. At that time, if you like her, I'll reward her to you." The mercenary looked at Tieli with a surprised expression. "Thank you, Vice Leader." Then the two of them burst out laughing. "Those two bastards," Mikoto said with hatred. Tieli and the mercenary's words just now were heard by the three of them. Mikoto was really angry at these guys who even had ideas about a little girl. "Let's take care of all of them later." Wuxian was also a bit angry. The little loli was meant to be loved, but those two bastards actually wanted to eat her. And such a cute little loli. Even if it's for the lollicons, they must be cut up. Mikoto and Chuju nodded at the same time. The conversation between Tieli and the mercenary had thoroughly angered them. Originally, they didn't have the heart to kill them for a mission, but all of them were thrown into the smelly ditch by the two girls. Just like Yen said, in this world there are some people who deserve to die. There's no need to pity them. Chapter 53. Mikoto, Chuju, you guys kill the dogs first. I'll deal with the minions first, then I'll deal with the big one. Wuxian said softly to Mikoto and Chuju. At the same time he slowly pulled out the Nyatama Shana. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Chuju." Mikoto nodded when she saw Wuxian looking at her. "What?" Hearing Mikoto's words, Hinajiku straightened her back in dissatisfaction. "I'm not a kid, do you really need to keep an eye on me?" Wuxian said helplessly. "I say, Kaisha-sama, this is for your own good. Your level is still low, wait until your level is higher, then you can do whatever you want. For now, be a good girl and cooperate with Mikoto." "I know, it's not like I don't understand." Chuju walked to Mikoto's side and said angrily. "At least leave me one, I want to help too." Wuxian and Mikoto looked at each other and nodded after a while. "Alright, Chuju, you deal with one, it'll be good for you to increase your combat experience. Against one with Hinajiku's ability, she should be able to do it. Although it's a battle of a higher rank, but the difference between rank 2 and rank 3 isn't that big, and the dog isn't as cunning as a human, so the battle should be much easier." He casually traded 100,000 item points for a bottle of resplendent breath. He brought it in front of Hinajiku and told her in a serious tone. "If you encounter any danger, drink this, don't take any risks." "It's fine, be good." Wuxian forcefully shoved the bottle into Chuju's hands. He looked straight into Chuju's yellow-green eyes and said word by word. "To me, you're much more precious than that stupid potion. Don't even talk about 100,000 item points, even if it's 100 times or 1,000 times more, it's still not worth a drop of your blood." Looking at Wuxian's serious face, Chuju's face reddened. She took the bottle and held it tightly in her hand. Mikoto was also shocked by Wuxian's words. She's only 14 years old, when did she ever hear such mushy words? She felt a little shy and a little envious. She looked at Wuxian with a little warmth and dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a dog barked urgently, startling Wuxian and the other two who were hiding in the dark. Following this dog barking, a series of dog barks followed. At this moment, a pack of sharp-toothed hounds were barking at Wuxian and the other two. They were barking while running towards Wuxian and the other two. They were drooling all the way, looking extremely sloppy. Seeing their own dogs barking, the mercenaries raised their weapons and pointed them at Wuxian and the other two. Tieli was also shocked. After he reacted, he smashed the bottle in his hand on the ground and ran to Liren's side. He ignored her struggling and held her under his armpit. He looked at the tree where Wuxian and the other two were hiding. Facing the incoming sloppy hounds, Wu Yan almost cursed out loud. Before he could do anything, Mikoto happily released an electric net and pulled all the hounds to the side. How could she not be happy? The three of them were assigned tasks. Wu Yan was in charge of chopping people, while she and Chuju were in charge of killing the hounds. However, the hounds were always with the mercenaries. Mikoto was still having a headache about how to lure them out. Now she didn't need to do anything. Those shameless hounds were courting death and were charging towards them. Naturally, Mikoto used an electric net and pulled them to the side to slowly slaughter them. Chuju pulled the crystal sword in her hand and ran to the side. She picked up one of the hounds and started a battle between man and beast. Who are you people? While shouting questions, the mercenaries began to charge towards Mikoto and Chuju. From the looks of it, they didn't have any intention of asking questions. They just wanted to kill them. Tai Li saw Mikoto and Chuju who were fighting the hounds. When he saw the two girls, his eyes flashed with amazement. Then he became perverted again. His eyes darted around as if he wanted to capture them alive. When he saw Tai Li's eyes darting between Mikoto and Chuju, Wu Yan, who was familiar with all kinds of melodramatic dramas, naturally knew what he was thinking. With a sneer, Wu Yan stepped out from behind the tree and shot towards the mercenaries who were charging towards Mikoto and Chuju. In Wu Yan's heart, these people were already dead. The mercenaries who were running around happily. Before they could even get close to Mikoto and Chuju, a silver light flashed in the middle of them. It was like a dancing firefly. Unfortunately, it wasn't a firefly that was dancing but a cold blade. One of the mercenaries suddenly stopped in his tracks and attracted the puzzled gaze of the other mercenaries. Before they could ask, the mercenary groaned and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. Covering his neck with both hands, his eyes were wide open and filled with fear. Blood suddenly flowed down from his neck and dyed his hands red. He looked at his companions around him and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something but he couldn't make a sound. Then he slowly fell to the ground and stopped breathing. He was the mercenary who was talking to Tai Li just now. Before the surrounding mercenaries could cry out in shock, a blood-curdling scream rang out. One of the mercenaries stared in disbelief at the blade that had pierced through his chest, but there wasn't a single drop of blood on it. He closed his eyes in horror. Pulling out the blade, Wu Yan retreated to avoid the spurt of blood. Then, he sped up to the side of another mercenary. Under his desperate gaze, Wu Yan slashed down again. The blade of death began to dance. In an instant, the three Tier 3 mercenaries didn't even get to see the face of the culprit who killed them. They only saw the silver blade, but it was the last thing they saw in their lives. Then they went to Sanatagawa to report to the girl with the scythe. When the three of them fell to the ground and Wu Yan appeared in front of them, the mercenaries finally understood what happened. Wu Yan lightly moved his feet, causing the surrounding mercenaries to take a few steps back in fear. They raised their weapons at Wu Yan, but no one dared to rush forward. Tai Li retracted his gaze from Mikoto and Chuju and looked at Wu Yan and the mercenaries. Glancing at the three mercenaries on the ground, Tai Li didn't feel sad or angry. Instead, he immediately shouted at the other mercenaries, "What are you doing? Hurry up and attack. Kill him for me." The mercenaries looked at each other and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Under the threatening gaze of their vice leader, they braced themselves and shouted as they waved their weapons at Wu Yan. Wu Yan saw that Tai Li didn't intend to take the little lowly Liren as a hostage and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If Tai Li wanted to use Liren as a hostage to threaten him, then he wouldn't be able to do anything. Unless Mikoto used her level advantage to take Liren back from him, but that would be too risky. It would be best if that wasn't the case. The mercenaries' weapons were about to reach him. Wu Yan smiled faintly and waved the Yamano Shana in his hand. After a few crisp sounds, the weapons in the mercenaries' hands all broke into two and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Mass armament! Tai Li exclaimed, then looked at the Yamano Shana in Wu Yan's hand, his eyes filled with greed. To be able to so easily cut the mercenaries' weapons in half, only the legendary armament could have such power. Although Tai Li was already at the 5th rank, he still didn't have a mass armament. He had always been holding a decent greatsword. He had already started to gather money to get himself a mass armament. Now he didn't need to plan for it himself, someone had already delivered it to him. In Tai Li's eyes, this armament had already been branded with his name. In just a short while this common armament would be his. What are you guys waiting for? Tai Li roared at the mercenaries surrounding Wu Yan, then continued to look at the Yamano Shana in Wu Yan's hand with his disgusted eyes. Beauties and whatnot, he could have as many as he wanted. As long as he had strength, he wouldn't have to worry about not having beauties. The armament was something that could increase his strength. What's more, now that the armament was here and so were the beauties, Ty Lee felt that today was his lucky day. As long as he got rid of that man, everything would be in his pocket. With his strength at the 5th rank, how could these young guys who looked like they hadn't even reached adulthood be his opponent? Therefore, Ty Lee was full of confidence at this time.